Hey there, welcome to the first step of your Python programming journey. I'm super excited to have you here. Today, let's talk about Python. What is Python, why it's so popular, and why it's a great choice for you, especially if you're just starting out in programming or if you're coming from other programming languages like C, C++, Java, JavaScript, PHP, or any other programming language. So this is the perfect place to start learning Python. Okay, what is Python? Well, it's a high-level programming language, which basically means it's designed to be easy to read and write. Python was created in 1991 by a Dutch programmer named Guido van Rossum, and it was first released on Feb 20th, 1991. You might be asking, Ratan, there are so many programming languages out there. Why should I learn Python? Good question. Take Java, for example. Java is great. It's powerful and it's one of the widely used programming languages. But Java can be, little bit tricky, especially for beginners. For example, to write a simple program that says your name, in Java you'll need several lines of code. But in Python, just one line. Yes, one single line. So the thing is, Python is super simple. It's just like your English language. Now, if you want to compare it with the C++, C++ is a solid language. It's super fast, no doubt, but it comes with a lot of baggage. You've got to manage a lot of things manually, like memory, deal with pointers, and it takes a lot of time and practice to learn C++. But Python handles all that behind the scenes, so you can focus on your logic. It's like an automatic car. You can focus on the road instead of shifting the gears all the time. And Python is a general purpose programming language, meaning it can be used for multiple purposes like web application development, automations, data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence. Python is the go-to programming language for all these purposes. Here are some of the biggest companies in the world using Python programming. Your favorite Instagram uses Python to handle millions of users every day. Netflix and Amazon are using Python for recommendations. Google and YouTube uses Python. Take any big companies, especially in the field of data science, machine learning, and artificial intelligence, they are all using Python in their system. That's not all. Python is also used for creating robust web applications with frameworks like Django and Flask. Also, you can use Python to create RESTful APIs, so you can build mobile applications by consuming those APIs. The possibilities are endless if you learn Python. So here's the deal. Python is simple, powerful, and super versatile. And in this course, we'll start with the absolute basics. I'll guide you every step of the way. Also, we will write some really cool programs and build some awesome mini projects. By the end of this course, you'll not just learn Python, you'll be able to use it confidently to build your own projects. Ready? Let's get started. Okay, let's start this course with installing Python in your system. This video is specifically for Windows users. If you're using Mac, you can watch the next video. I have a separate video for installing Python on Mac OS. Okay, so this one is specifically for Windows users. So first thing, go to python.org. So this is the official website of Python Foundation. And in here, you can go to this downloads and download the Python installer. Okay, so at the time of recording this video, Python 3.13.0 is the latest version, but in your case you may see some other version, maybe upgraded version. Always go with the latest version. Okay, so just click on this and the exe file will be downloaded. All right, so open it, and it is just like how you install normal software applications in your Windows. Okay, so once the Python installer is downloaded, simply double click and start installing. Okay, so one very important thing you have to remember while installing Python in your Windows system is to check this box. Okay, so check this box, add python.exe to path. So this will actually add the Python path to the Windows environment variables. Okay, so that's actually the admin thing. So just make sure you check this box. Okay, so then you click on this install now. Okay, so Python installation is successful. Now you can close this window. Okay, so I'll just close it. So now to verify whether the Python is successfully installed in your systems, you can simply go to your command prompt. Okay, just go to cmd. Okay, so in the command prompt you can simply say Python -- version. okay, Python hyphen version, and you will see Python 3.13.0 is installed. Okay, so if you see this version, then that means Python is successfully installed in your Windows computer. Okay, so to run Python code, there are two ways. One, using the command line, and another one is using the code editors. So right now we have not yet installed code editors, but if you want to run Python, you can simply go to here and say Python. Okay, so you can see here Python, there is this command line utility that is provided with the Python installation, and here you can simply say one simple print statement if you want to write, right? Hello world. Hit enter, and you can see here Python, hello world is printed. So this is how we execute Python code in the command line, but we don't usually do this. We use VS Code or any other editors. So for now I'll close it. Okay, so in the command prompt also you can run, simply say Python and hit enter. Okay, so automatically the CLI will be activated. So here also you can run print statement or run any code. Okay, hello world, right? So it is printing hello world. So this is how we install Python in your Windows computer. Okay, let's start this course with installing Python and VS Code in your system. So this video is specifically for Mac users. If you're using Windows, you can watch the next video or previous video, but I have a dedicated video for installing Python on the Windows as well as Mac. Okay, this one is specifically for Mac users. So there are two ways you can install Python on your Mac. So one way is manual installation by going to python.org website. So this is the official website of Python Foundation, and here you can from here you can download the Python installer and install it just by following the prompts. Okay, so that is the manual installation, but since you're using Mac OS, there is another way. So this is the recommended way of installing the Python package on your Mac OS. Okay, so right now I am on the Homebrew official website. So if you don't know what is Homebrew, so Homebrew is a package manager for macOS. Okay, so using Homebrew we can install any packages on your system. Okay, so first thing, you have to install the Homebrew. Okay, if you don't have it installed in your system, simply install Homebrew using this command. Okay, just copy this command as it is and go to the terminal and just paste it. Okay, so in my case it is already installed. Okay, so first thing, it will ask for your system password. So once you give the system password, it will install the Homebrew. Okay, so once the Homebrew is installed, so I'll just terminate it. Now to verify whether Homebrew is correctly installed in your system, you can simply run this command, brew -version. Okay, brew -version. You will see the Homebrew version here, 4.4.8. Maybe you may see the different version, but in my case 4.4.8 is installed. Okay, so this means Homebrew is installed, and you can now install any packages in your system, including Python. Okay, so before I install Python, I want to first see whether Python is already installed in my system or not. Okay, so if it is already installed, I just want to also see the version. Okay, so I will say Python, Python 3 -version. Okay, so when you run this command, you will see some Python version here. So this means Python is already installed in your system. In my case, already Python latest version is installed, but in your case, if it is Python 2.7 or Python 3.10.8 or anything, you can simply update it. If you're installing Python for the first time, you will not see this. You will not see this version. Instead, you will see some error like command Python not found. Okay, so if that is the case, Python is not not yet installed in your system. Now to install Python, simply run this command, brew install Python. Okay, brew install Python. So run it. So this will actually take a little bit of time, maybe like 3 to 5 minutes, but in my case it did not take any time because Python latest version is already installed in my system. Okay, so in your case it will take a little bit of time. Okay, now once it is done running, you will now run Python 3 -version, and you will see the Python 3.13.0. Okay, so this is the latest version as of now. As of at the time of recording this video, Python 3.13.0 is the latest version. In your case, it might be different. Okay, so that's about installing Python on macOS. Okay, I hope Python is installed in your system. Now to run the Python code, we need the code editor, right? So I recommend using VS Code. You can always use any code editor of your choice. Okay, maybe you can use a Sublime Text, you can use PyCharm, you can use a Bracket, or you can use Notepad++ also. Okay, but I like VS Code. So in this video, I will show you how to install VS Code in your system. So just go to code.visualstudio.com and it will automatically show you download for macOS or download for Windows. Okay, so right now I am using macOS, so that's why it is showing me download for macOS. Okay, if you're using Windows, it will show download for Windows. Okay, simply download this installer, and it is a very simple installation process. It's just like how you install a normal software on your system. Okay, so once it is installed, and double click it to unzip this file, and then just double click this installer and finish the installation process. Okay, it's just a very simple installation process. In my case, VS Code is already installed, so if I double click it, it will just open the VS Code in my system. Okay, so in your case, it should be installed. So that's how you install VS Code in your system. And once that is done, we can now start running Python commands. Okay, all right, now that we have installed Python and VS Code, now it's time to execute Python code. So my VS Code is open. Now first thing you have to decide is where do you want to create your Python project. Okay, you can either create it in your on your desktop, or otherwise you can create the project folder in any of your drive. So right now I have a folder called Python programming, and here I'm going to create a new folder and I'm going to call it as learn Python. Okay, learn Python. So inside this learn Python folder, I'm going to create my Python files. Okay, so first thing, you see my VS Code is open. So what I'll do is I'll just create this folder and drag this folder and drop it inside this VS Code. Okay, so right now this is empty, and here from here you can create a new file, create a new folder, and refresh the Explorer. Okay, so I'm going to actually create a new file. You can also create the new file just by right click and create, click on this new file, and I'm going to say learn Python. Okay, learn Python.py. So py is an extension for all the Python files. So always use .py for creating the Python files. All right, so this is our Python file, and to execute Python code, we have two options. One from the command line, like for example, if you're using Mac, you can execute Python code from your terminal itself. Otherwise, if you're using Windows, you can also execute Python code from the command prompt as well. But most of the time we always use a code editor like this VS Code to execute Python programs, unless we are working on some CLI related projects. Okay, so now my Python file is created. So first line of code I'm going to write is the simple print statement. So let's say if you want to print hello world. Okay, so hello world, let's say. So just always save this file. Okay, make sure to save this file by just pressing Ctrl S. And to execute this code, what you have to do is, you see this terminal, right? So create new terminal. So from here you simply say python3 space the file name. Okay, so what is your file name? It is learn Python. Okay, even if you write LER and press tab, so it is going to autocomplete. Okay, so now you can simply hit enter. Okay, so the moment you hit enter, you see the hello world is printing here. This means our Python file is getting executed properly. If there is anything wrong in our file, it is going to give us the error. Okay, in the future we will see different types of errors, how it executes the files in complex scenarios. But this is the very simple hello world Python code. All right, now if you are coming from PHP or any other programming, there is something like semicolon, or there's something like this, curly braces and all. But in this Python, we don't have any special characters except this parenthesis. Okay, so we don't have to close the statement with this semicolon or anything. It's just a very simple English statement. So one more thing I want to show you in this video is about the Python comments. So in Python, we have two types of comments. One is single line comments and another one is the multi-line comments. So to create a single line comment, we write the hash symbol here, and after that we we write the single line comment. Okay, so this is a single line comment. Okay, if you don't know what is comment, so comment is the way of describing your code. So for example, if you want to write a program to add two numbers, then you'd say hash and say simply like this, write a program to add two numbers. Okay, so this line will not be executed. Okay, this line will not be executed. But what if you don't put this hash here and save and try to run the code, python learn python.py, and you will see syntax error, invalid syntax. Okay, so that's why if you want to write anything that should not be executed, then you always have to write hash here. This is a single line comments. Now there are some scenarios where you want to add a full list of information, right? So in that case, you will have to use the multi-line comments. So to create a multi-line comments, you have to use the triple quotation. Okay, like this. Okay, 1 2 3. Okay, and here also this will be a closing of triple quotation, 1 2 3. Right, so in whatever you write here inside this triple quotation will not be executed. Okay, so this is line 1, this is line 2, this is line 3. Right, so just save it, and you see nothing will be executed except this one. Okay, because this is comment, this is also comment, and this is also comment. So this is a multi-line comment and this is a single line comment. Okay, all right, let's talk about variables. So variables are used to store the data. So to create a variable in Python, we simply create a variable name. Okay, for example, if you want to store a person name, so what you will do is you'll simply create a variable. Okay, so this is how you create a variable. You don't have to write where, or you don't have to write any special characters or anything. Just write the variable name. This variable name can be anything except the reserved keywords. I will talk more about reserved keyword later, but this is how you create a variable, and name is equal to, let's say you want to store the name inside this name variable. So what you'll do is open a double quotation on single quotation, or you simply store this Ratan inside this name. If you execute this, you can actually navigate to your previous command just by pressing the up arrow. Okay, python 3 learn python.py. You will see we have not yet printed this name, but this one is printing, hello world is printing. That's because we are actually using this print statement to print the data on the terminal. If you don't want to print this, you can simply put hash here. We just want to comment this code. So the commenting code means that it will not execute. Now we want to print this name, right? So I will simply say print statement again, and this time we don't want to write the name directly inside this print statement. We can simply pass the name here. Okay, so now if you save it and just run the code again, now you can see whatever you have stored inside the name variable will be printed here using this print statement. And one more thing, this name can be changed once if you write name Ratan here, and then if you again add the different name to this name variable, like maybe John, and save the file, and if you run the same code or same name variable, then you will see that John is printing. That means this name variable can be overridden. And whenever you create the variables in your code, so always go with the descriptive variables. Okay, for example, if you are saving a product name, don't just create x is equal to product name. No, don't do that. Always say product underscore name or something like that, so that if any other developer is reading your code, it should be easier for him to understand your code as well, right? So some naming convention you have to remember in terms of creating the variables is that you cannot start your variable name with the numbers or something. Okay, so you cannot write something like this one test or something. Okay, you cannot write like this. Always start your variable name with the lower case. Okay, so always start your variable name with the lower case, or you can also start with the underscore. Okay, but in some special cases, but otherwise you can simply say like this product underscore name. You can also use this, but you can also use like this product name with the n caps, which is camel case. Also you can use like this product 10. Okay, the only thing is you cannot start the variable name with the numbers. Okay, also you cannot use like this hyphen or something. Any special characters you cannot use, and also you cannot use the reserved keyword for creating a variable. For example, this product, you can simply say product is equal to computer like this. Okay, product is, this is a valid variable, but if you try to say something like this, class is equal to something. Okay, class is equal to test, right? So this is a wrong way of creating the variables, because this class is a reserved keyword in Python. Okay, so there are a lot of reserved keyword in Python. For example, I will just write them in the comment, right? So I'll say class. You cannot name a class for a variable. Also, you cannot use def. Def is a short for a definition. We will see how to create the functions. Also, you cannot use true or false. True, you cannot use false. False is also a reserved keyword. Also, you cannot use break. You cannot use continue. You cannot use len. You cannot use list. All these things are some of the reserved keywords. Okay, you cannot use something like this continue is equal to test. You can't use like this. Okay, so this is one important thing you have to remember. So other things, as I said, you can use product underscore name like this. Okay, so I prefer this underscore, right, so that your code will be easy to read. And one more important thing in Python is that Python is case sensitive. Okay, so what I mean by case sensitive is, so if I print this product name, you will see that it is printing computer. Okay, now what if I create a new variable with a product underscore name is equal to Apple. So this product name is different and this one is also different. Okay, so if you want to print this this computer, you always have to print print this product name variable. If you want to print Apple, you must print this product with the caps letter. Okay, so save it and Apple, you see. So if you print this product name, it is computer. Okay, so what I mean by that is Python is case sensitive. Okay, so one more last piece of information is don't use a is equal to 3, x is equal to 5. Don't do this unless you are working on for loop. In for loop we use for I comma j. All these things is valid, acceptable, but in a big programs don't use single word variable names. Okay, so it will be difficult for another developer to read your code. Okay, so that's about the variables, and it's a very simple concept. You use variable to store the data. All right, that's about variables, and next we will see data types in Python. All right, here are some of the data types in Python. So firstly we have string. Okay, so as you have seen in the previous video, this one that we have written the name of a person, or name of the product, name of a fruit, everything is string, because this is enclosed in quotes. Okay, it can be a single quote or it can be a double quotation. Okay, so this is what we call a string. Okay, we also have the number data type. So in numbers we have two types. One is integers and another one is floating point numbers. So the integers are the whole number without the decimal points. For example, you can be num is equal to 10. Okay, so this is actually a integer, and the floating point numbers is num2 is equal to 10.5. Okay, so this is actually our floating point numbers. Okay, so this one is string and integer, and this one is a floating point numbers. And we also have boolean, right? So this boolean means true or false values. Okay, so let's say is active. Okay, just want to make sure whether something is active or not. So in that case we used true or false, right? So true. So this is how we add boolean values to the variables. So this is the this is the variable, and this is the boolean value. This can be true or false. Okay, so true or false. And next we have list. Okay, so what is list here? So list is nothing but the collection of items. Okay, for example, if you want to store some numbers or some names or some fruits, right? So in that case you use list. For example, let's say fruits. Okay, so to create a list we should use square brackets. So as I said, the list is a collection of items. These items can be any data types. Okay, so right now we are creating a list of fruits, so that means we should put the name of a fruit, right? For example, inside a single quotation or double quotation we will say banana and comma apple, comma orange. So this is the list of fruits. Now to print this fruits, then you'll simply say print fruits. Okay, print fruits, and save the file. And again you press up arrow and run python 3 learn python.py, and you will see this is actually a list of fruits. Okay, you see computer, that is because we are printing something here, product name, right? So let's comment it out. So how to comment it out? Just add hash. Okay, so also you can write control and /, that will add the hash. All right, so this is the list. So one important thing about list is the lists are mutable. So what I mean by mutable is the elements inside this list can be changed after it has been created. Okay, for example, we have created a fruit list, right? So in here, this banana is at index 0, and this apple is at index 1, and this orange is at index 2. Okay, now if you want to change this apple to something something else, maybe lemon, right? So what you'll do is you'll simply say fruits of index of this apple is 1, right? So now if I say lemon, right? If I say lemon and then you print this fruits, save the file, and you can see here the list was initially created with the banana, apple and orange. Now after that I was able to modify this list, and I removed apple and I put the lemon, right? And then the fruits became banana, lemon and orange, right? So that's why it is called mutable. So of course we will have a dedicated video for each of these data types in the future sections, but I'm just giving you the overview of these data types. And that's about list. And one more thing is this list need not to be string. Okay, so you can also say num is equal to create a list with the square bracket 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is also valid. So now if you print a num, save the file and run it, and you will see 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the number data type. This one. Okay, so that's about list. And then we have tuple. So this tuple is also like a list, but it is immutable. So list can be changed, but tuple cannot be changed. Okay, so that's why it is immutable, and list is mutable. And for example, to create a tuple, right? For let's say fruits. Okay, fruits. To create the tuple, right? We have to use parenthesis. List, to create a list we use a square bracket, and to create a tuple we use parenthesis. and again we will say banana and apple. Quotation can be single or double quotation. Okay, it need not to be double quotation. Orange. Okay, so banana, apple and orange. So this is now a tuple, right? So as I said, this tuple cannot be changed. It is immutable. For example, now what if I try to change this apple to lemon now? So because this is a tuple, right? So let's say fruits of 1 is equal to lemon, right? Now if I say, okay, so let's say fruits, this name will change. Okay, tuple, fruits tuple, and this will be fruits tuple. Okay, I just don't want to name the same variable to the list and tuple. Okay, and let's try to print this fruits tuple. Save the file, and you can see that we got the error, type error. Tuple object does not support an assignment. Okay, so this means we cannot assign or modify anything once the tuple has been created. So next data type is our dictionary. So dictionary is the collection of key and value pairs. So to create a dictionary, we use curly braces. Okay, let's say test dict, that's equal to. So we first used curly braces, and as I said, dictionary is a collection of key and value pairs. So what is key and value pair? It means that for example, if you want to say name colon John. Okay, so this means we are assigning the key named name and we are providing the value to this key. So this is the key and this is the value. Okay, so also you can use another key like this, age colon 20. Okay, so I'm not using a double quotation here because age is a number, right? You have seen this age is an integer number, so that's why it is without double or single quotation. So now this is actually a dictionary. This is the way how we create the dictionary. It is the key and this is the value. This is the key and this is the value. So now let's print this dict, test dict, save it, and let me clear this terminal a little. Okay, so I will again say python 3 learn python.py. Oh, I'm sorry, I was trying to I'm trying to do something that is not allowed. I'm trying to change the tuple, so that's why I'm getting error here. So I'll remove this. Okay, so that is not allowed. So I'll run it again, and you can see here name John, age 20. So this is how we create dictionary. Okay, there are so many things about dictionary and we will see the detailed concept of dictionary in the dedicated video, but this is just a overview. Okay, so after this dictionary, we have another data type, that is set. Okay, we usually don't use set much in real life, but set is sometimes important when you want to store the unique elements. Okay, so to create a set in Python, we use curly braces itself, but set is not a key value pair. Okay, the only dictionary is a key value pair, but the set is a collection of unique elements. It does not allow duplicate entries. Even if you put duplicate entries, it is going to ignore them. Okay, so let's say test set. So test set. So as I said, we use we create the set using this curly braces, and let's say Ratan, comma Sachin, comma John, comma 1, comma 2, comma again Ratan. Okay, you can put any data types here. This is string, this is number. Also you can, if you want to put true, right? So this is boolean type, right? You can do like this. But here you notice Ratan is a duplicate entry, right? So also if you want to add one 2 here, which is the duplicate, 2 exists 2 times, right, in this set. Now if you say test set, save it, and So you see, it has printed our test set. So two things to notice here. One, it has removed the duplicate values. Ratan was twice, two times here, right? It has printed only once, and also two were two times, and now it has printed only once. So this means set is actually a collection of unique elements. Okay. One more thing that you have to notice here is that you see the elements here are unordered. Okay, so what I mean by unordered is, so actually one was here after John, right? So now it is showing me like this. One is before John, right? So if I run it again, so it is going to give me a different order. So now you can see 1 comma 2 comma John Sachin Ratan, right? Again, if I run, so it is going to give me different order. So that's why the sets are unordered collections of unique elements. So that's about sets, and there are some other data types in Python also, but these are the data types that we usually use in our day-to-day life or any complex projects. Okay, I think these data types are enough for making any big projects. So before I conclude this video, I want to show you something called type function. Okay, so this type function is used to see the type of a object or type of a variable. Okay, so for example, we have this test set, test dict, and test tuple, and a fruit tuple, and all these things. Now if I say numbers, right, numbers is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3, right? So now let's say, what is this, what is the type of this numbers, right? So what you do is you simply pass the numbers, simply pass the numbers inside this type function. Okay, so let's just print this. Okay, so put this print type numbers. Let's save this and run the code, and you can see class list. Okay, why it is list? It's because the numbers are a list. Okay, so this is actually the list. Now if you want to pass this test set, now save it and run it, and you can see this is actually a set. That's what we discussed, right? So if you want to see the type of this one, test dict, right? So just copy this and just put it here. So this should be dict, right? So this is how you see the type of a object or type of a variables. So even if you just want to see the product name like this, right, you can simply play with all these things. Okay, just take some time and play with it. Okay, now this is the str, that's a string. So that's about the data types in Python. All right, next we'll see some basic operations in Python. So first thing is our arithmetic operations. So in arithmetic operations, we have additions, subtraction, multiplication, division, and modulo operations. We'll see them one by one. So first we'll start with addition. So let's say a is equal to 10. It's a very basic thing. So b is equal to 5. So now we want to add this a and b, right? So how do we add it? To add two variables, we simply say a plus b. Okay, a plus b, and after adding, whatever result will come, we will store that result inside the result variable. So now to print the result, we'll simply put that result inside the print statement. So I'll say result. Okay, save this and let me clear it and run it. Python 3 learn python.py, and you can see it is 15. So I am seeing str here because I'm just printing this type product name, right? So if I run it again, and you can see here it is the very basic addition operation. Okay, if you want to say subtraction, let's say a, let's say result is equal to a minus b. Okay, a minus b. So now if you run it again, and you'll see 5. So similarly, we have multiplication. So we'll say result is equal to a, a multiplied by b. You can simply put the star here so that it will be considered as multiplication operation, and simply say run the program, and you will see 10 into 5 is 50. Okay, similarly let's say result is equal to division, right? So A divided by B. You need not to be putting space here. Okay, even if you don't put the space, it is going to work. Okay, A divided by B, and we are storing the result inside the result variable, and then we are printing it here. And let's run it, and you can see 10 by 5 is 2. Right now, one more thing, that is modulo. So it's actually a reminder. Let's take one more. We'll not use A and B. We'll use x is equal to 10 and y is equal to 3. So now I want to find out the reminder after dividing this 10 by 3. Okay, so what should be the answer? So let's say a result is equal to x modulo, just put this percentage and 3 x, I mean not 3, it should be y. Okay, x modulo y. So what is happening here is it is dividing 10 by 3. So out of 10, 9 will be divisible by 3, and the remaining will be 1. This is a reminder. Okay, so that's why we should say this is output. Okay, so let's see what you will get. Okay, you can see it is 1. Now if you change the values, 9 will be divisible by 3, the whole, right? So the remainder should be 0. You can see 0. If you change it to 14 by 3, out of 14, 12 will be divisible by 3, and remaining will be 2, right? So that remainder will be 2, right? So this is the 2, right? So that's how you make some basic arithmetic operations. So that's about the basic arithmetic operations in Python. All right, now that we have seen the arithmetic operations, the next topic is the comparison operators. So the comparison operators are used to compare the values and return true or false. So in Python, there are mainly 6 types of comparison operators: the equal operator, not equal, greater than, less than, greater than or equal to, or less than or equal to. Okay, so these are the main 6 main comparison operators in Python. So in this video we will see each of these operations in detail. So first we'll take an example of equal. Why do we use equal operator? You see, as I said, the comparison operators are used to compare the values and it returns true or false. So for example, if you want to check whether two numbers are equal, right, in that case we use comparison operators. So before I start writing the code, I will first comment this out. Okay, as I said, the commenting the line is simply by pressing Ctrl and /. Okay, so that will actually comment your code out. Now let's see this equal. So the equal, for example, let's say 5 is equal to 4. Is this true? No, right? So that's why what we'll do is we'll put that inside a print statement. So what this will do is this will return the true or false value. All right, let's save this file and let's run python 3 learn Python. Okay, so this is now returning false. So this will always return true or false value. Okay, so now if I say 5 is equal to 5, is this true? Yes, that is true. So that's why if I say, if I run the program again, then you see this true. So this is about the comparison operators, and this equal can be used to strings also. So now this one is just a integer value, right? So now if I want to see, for example, apple is equal to apple. Okay, so let's save the file. Don't forget to save the file, otherwise your code will not run. So let's run it again, and you can see here apple is equal to apple. Yes, right? So let's say apple is equal to orange. Okay, we are actually comparing the strings. So now you can see this one is this one, the first one is true and the second one is not true, which is false, right? Apple is not equal to orange. So that's how you use comparison operators. In the future videos we will also see the real world use cases with the complex operators also. Okay, so now let's this is about the equal operator, and now what if I want to see the not equal, right? So this is just opposite of equal operator. So for example, this will return true if 5 is not equal to not equal to 4, right? So 5 is not equal to 4, right? So that's why this should return true. Okay, so save it and let's run, and you can see true it is printing. Let me clear out the terminal. And if you also want to see this one, so let's print this, and apple is not equal to orange. So this should actually print true or false. Just try to imagine what can be the output. All right, so this should be true now because we are using not equal to operator, right? So apple is not equal to orange. That is the statement. So this statement is true, yes, right? So let's run it, and you can see now apple is not equal to apple. So is this true? Let's try. Apple is not equal to apple. So this is false because you see this is apple and this one is apple, but the operator that we are using is not equal, right? So this is false. All right, so let's comment it out. Now let's the third one we have is this greater than. So let's take an I'm sorry, I should not write here. So let's say print 5 is greater, right? So 5 is greater than 2, right? 5 is greater than 2. So what is the output? You see 5 is greater than 2, yes, right? You see that true. And 5 is greater than 10. So is it true or false? So you see this is false. I'm sorry, I mistakenly printed this forward slash. That should not come there. If I run it again, false. Okay, 5 is not greater than 10. Okay, similarly, if I try print let's see 5 is less than 50. 5 is less than 50, yes or no, right? Yes. So similarly 5 is less than 1, it's false, right? So that's greater than and less than, and we also have greater than or equal to and less than or equal to. Now let's say let me print it, comment it out. So I will write 5 is less than or equal to 5. Okay, 5 is less than or equal to 5. What should be the output? Now you can imagine, right? So what should be the output? It should be true, right? So why it is true? The 5 is less than 5 is not less than 5, right? So it is equal to 5, correct? It is equal to 5. So this is like less than or equal to. There are two conditions here. So it can be less than, or it can be less than 5, or it can be equal to 5. Okay, so that's why it is true. Now if you try to 5 is less than or equal to 6. Now you can see it is okay, it is true. That's because 5 is less than, yes, 5 is less than or equal to 6. Now if I try to do it with 4, right, 4, now you see it is false. 5 is actually greater than 4, so that's why it is printing false. Perfect. Now next what we have next is greater than, right? So okay, we did not see the greater than one. Let's say 5 is greater than or equal to 7. So what should be the output now? So save the file and run it. Wait, is 5 greater than 7? No, right? So that's why it is false. And if I say 5 is greater than or equal to 5, 5 is greater than or equal to 5, then it should be true. So that's about the very basic comparison operators in Python. And in the future videos, as I said, we will be seeing some very good programs as well. Okay, with the comparison operators also we'll use arithmetic operations, and in the end of the section we will also have some assignments. Okay, so that's about the comparison operators. All right, next we have logical operators. So the logical operators are used to combine multiple conditions. So in Python, we mainly have three logical operators: and, or, and not. Okay, and, or, not. So we'll see each of them in detail. So first we'll take an example of and. So as I said, the logical operators are used to combine two conditions. So you know what can be the conditions now? So let's say 5 is greater than 10, and it is multiple conditions, right? Okay, this is one conditions, and we have another condition, that is 5 is greater than 2, I mean 3. Okay, so this is the condition. One condition is 5 is greater than 10, and another condition is 5 is greater than 3. So now you can see that, is 5 greater than 10? No, right? So the first we'll take an example for and. Okay, so the logical operators are used to combine two conditions, right? Two or multiple conditions. So let's take the first condition as 5 is greater than 2. Okay, 5 is greater than 2. We'll use and operator. Okay, so this is the logical operator, and this is also a reserved keyword. Okay, you cannot create any variable with this and keyword. Also, another condition is 5 is greater than 4. Okay, first condition is 5 is greater than 2 and 5 is greater than 4. Now you can see, is 5 greater than 2? Yes. Okay, so this condition is true. And is 5 greater than 4? Yes. So both of these conditions are true. Okay, so that's why it will return true, because here we have and means it will return true only if both of the conditions are true. There is another condition. In order for it to return true, all of those conditions should be true. So that's why we use true. Now, for example, if I say 10 is greater than 5 and 10 is less than 8. Now you can see, is 10 greater than 5? Yes. Okay, so one condition is true. And is 10 less than 8? No, right? 10 is greater than 8. So that's why here what is happening here, one condition is true, another condition is false. So this one is true, this one is false. Now what it will return is false. Okay, if any of the condition is false, then it will return false. Okay, in order for it to return true, both of the conditions should be true. Make sure you have saved the file. I'll run again, and this true is for this one. Okay, this true is for this one, and this false you see here, right? So this is for the next print statement that we have written here. Okay, so this is false. Okay, so that's how the and operators work. Now we have the or operator. So the or operator is like, it will return true even if one of the conditions is true. Okay, for example, I'll say print 5 is greater than 2. Okay, 5 is greater than 2. It is yes. Or 5 is greater than 10. So what it will return now is 5 greater than 2? Yes. One of the conditions is true here. Or, okay, we have or here. Okay, or means this will return true. Either this is true or this one is true. Okay, so in both of those situations, it will return true. First one is true, and the second one is false, because 5 is greater than 10. No, right? 5 is less than 10. So that's why. So it will return true. Let's run it, and you see here it is true because we are using or operators. Similarly, if you have like 5 is greater than 8 or 5 is greater than 10, so in this case it is going to return false because both of the conditions are false. Okay, so this is also false, this is also false, so that's why it will return false. All right, and the last operator that we have is not. So not is used to reverse the result of a condition. Okay, for example, let's say 5 is greater than 10 or 5 is greater than 2. Okay, so let's make it true. This is of course true now because 5 is greater than 2. Let's print it again, and you see this is true. So now where can we use not here? Okay, so this one is true, 5 is greater than 2. But if you want to reverse the result of this condition, then you use not here. So what was the result of this condition? It was true, right? So if you add not here, then what is going to happen? It is going to give you false. Okay, it is going to give you false because initially it was true. This condition is true, but you are reversing the result, right? So that's why it is false. Now, for example, let me remove this 5. Let's say 50 is equal to 20. So this one is now false. 50 equal to 20, false. So now we want to add not here. So in order to make this result true, okay, let's say for some reason we want to reverse the result of this condition. So in that case we use not here, and initially it was false. Now it will become true. Okay, so it is not operator. So that's how you use logical operators. Okay, so in the next one we'll see how we can combine the logical operators and comparison operators, and we also see some complex use cases. All right, in this one, let's take some use cases and combine the comparison and logical operators. So we will actually write a program to decide if the user is eligible for loan or not. This is the program that we want to write. It's a very simple program, and the eligible criteria that we have is the person should be more than 18 years old. This is one condition, and his income should be more than 30,000. Okay, so this is, I have written 30,000 in INR, or if you want to write any currency, that is up to you. All right, so this is two criterias. So if this two criterias gets satisfied, then the person will get the loan. Otherwise he won't get loan. So let's say we have a person with the age 25. Okay, we have a person with the age 25, and we have his income. Okay, income is equal to 40,000. Okay, so let's say his age is 25 and his income is 40,000. So now we want to decide whether this person will get the loan or not. So now to decide if this person is eligible for loan or not, we will first take one Boolean flag. Okay, so what is flag here? Flag is nothing but the way that we store Boolean values. Okay, so technically we call it a flag. So is eligible. Okay, is eligible is equal to. So we want to now compare both of these conditions should be true, then only this person will get the loan. All right, so now let's say age is greater than or equal to 18. You see here eligibility criteria is the person should be more than 18 years old. Okay, you can use greater than 18. Okay, or usually we say age is greater than or equal to true. If he is 18 also, he should be eligible. So age is greater than or equal to 18, and okay, we are using AND operator because in order to get the loan, both of these conditions should be true. Okay, so the age is greater than or equal to 18, and the income should be more than 30,000. Now can you guess if this person is eligible or not? You see here both of these conditions are becoming true here because his age is 25, it is greater than or equal to 18, and the income is greater than 30,000. Okay, so but this person has the income of 40,000. Eligibility is just 30,000. Okay, so in this case, if you print is eligible or is eligible or something like that. Okay, print is eligible and save the file and run it, and you see here, right, true. Now what if I try to change the income is 25,000? Now what is going to happen? We are going to get the false here. That means this person is not eligible to get the loan. Okay, because one of the condition is true here, he is older than 18, but his income is little bit low than the than this 30,000. So this is how we use the comparison and logical operators together. Now if you want to do some more practice, I have another use case, like we are checking if someone can enter a park for free. So the free they can enter is one child can enter who are below 12, and a senior citizen can enter the park for free whose age is 60 or above. So here also there is eligibility criteria, like the conditions are the age should be below 12 or the age should be above 60. Okay, so this is our use cases. So let's say we have a person with the age 15. Okay, now is allowed for free. So the conditions will be age, the age should be less than 12, or the age should be greater than or equal to 60. The age should be less than 12 or age should be greater than or equal to 10. Then only he is allowed for free to the park. The person that we have his age is 15. Okay, so he is not coming under this condition. Like this first condition is failing here because the age is not less than 12, and we also have or, right? There is still an opportunity. We are also checking age is greater than or equal to 60, but this one is also failing. That's why if you print is allowed for free, he is actually not allowed, right? So that's why we're getting false. We clear it. Now let's say the person age is 62. Okay, the person's age is 62. So what will happen is the age is less than 12. No, right? So his age is greater than 12. Since we have or here, we still have one more opportunity, that we are again checking if age is greater than or equal to 60, and this one is actually satisfying. That means it is true. Now you can run, and this person is a senior citizen and he is allowed to enter the park for free. Okay, so that's how you can think of some other scenarios also if you want to practice. So that's about how you can use the logical operations and comparison operators together for the real world use cases. All right, our next topic is concatenation in Python. So what is concatenation? Concatenation is a fancy word that simply means joining two or more strings together. So for example, if we have a first name and last name, then we want to make it a full name. So we can use concatenation. Okay, so let's take an example. First of all, let's comment this code out, and let's say, I will say concatenation. So I will say I have a first name. Okay, I have a first name is equal to Ratan, and I also have a last name. Okay, I also have a last name, that is Kumar. So now let's say I want to take this first name and last name and make it a full name, right? So what I'll do is I will simply say full name is equal to, so we want to concatenate this first name with last name. So concatenation means, as I said, we want to join these two strings. So we use the plus operator to concatenate two strings, okay, two or more strings. So let's say first name plus last name. Okay, so seems very easy, right? So let's say full name. Okay, let's let's just print full name. So we are actually using this plus operator to join this first name with last name, so that will become full name. All right, so let's actually run python 3 learn python.py, and you can see we have joined the first name and last name, but you see there is no space here, right? We want to also add one space, correct? So to add a space, we can again add a string. Okay, string with a space. So first name plus, then we need one space, right? So space is also considered as a string, right? So if you just put open and close this quotation, then it is not going to give you the space. We will actually have to put the space here. Okay, so after that we again have to add this plus. So then what will happen? First name space last name. Okay, now save it and let's run it again, and you can see Ratan space Kumar. Okay, so this is how we make the full name with the first name and last name. And concatenation is not just for strings. You can also use concatenation with the list and tuples. Okay, so using the same plus operator. All right, so let's take another example. So this time we will not take the strings. Okay, so this is a string, right? So this time we will not take the string, we will actually take a list. So let's say list1 is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, 1 comma 2 comma 3, and let's say list2 is equal to 4 comma 5 comma 6. Okay, 4 comma 5 comma 6. Now let's say we want to combine this list. So we want the new list with the 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? So how you will do? So let's say combined list is equal to list 1. Okay, list 1 plus list 2. List 1 plus list 2. And now if you print combined list, save the file and just run it again, and you'll see, so this has become a new list now with the values 1 2 3 4 5 6. So this is not just only for list. As I said, you can also use concatenation for the tuple also. Okay, so I will just remove it, and I'll say tuple1 is equal to, so how do you make a tuple? Just use this parenthesis. So let's say 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, I'm sorry, 1 2 3. All right, and for the tuple 2 I will say open a parenthesis, let's say 4 comma 5 comma 6. Now again we will use concatenation for this tuple. Combined tuple is equal to tuple1 plus tuple2. Okay, tuple1 plus tuple2, and this will now give you new combined tuple. So save it and again run it, and you see this 1 2 3. Previously we were printing this combined list. Okay, how do you know list? This is opening and closing with the square bracket, and the tuple is opening and closing with the parenthesis. So that's how you identify tuple and the list. All right, now what if I have a list of words, I want to make it a sentence? So can we use concatenation with the plus? Yes, we can use, but that will become a little bit of a lengthy process, because we will have to use the for loop for that. Let's actually see the example. Let's say we have a list of words. So let's say Python. Okay, we have one word is Python. Let's say Python is awesome. Okay, Python is awesome. Now this is the list of words. Python is one word, is one word, and awesome is another word. So now we want to make this as a sentence, right? So what you can do is you can actually use a inbuilt function called join. Okay, so let's simply say sentence is equal to, we have to join these words with the space. Okay, we want to put one space in between each of these words, right? So that's why I'll first put a space here with the empty string, and I put a dot and join. Okay, join is a function, and this join will actually take the list words list. Now what it will do is it will actually make a sentence by giving it a space in between each of these words. So now if you print sentence, and you can see Python is awesome. So what if you have if you want to put a comma here, right? So then you can, instead of giving a space, you can simply say comma. Now you'll see like Python comma is comma awesome. This comma is useful if you want to print the list of items. Okay, but this is a sentence, so that's why we don't want the space. I mean, we don't want the comma, we want the space. All right, so Python is awesome. Let me clear it up. And finally, we also want to see what what kind of errors we may get. we usually get type error when you want to concatenate the string with the some other data type, because concatenation can only be done for the strings, list and tuple. All right, so if you try to concatenate a number with a string, then you will get the error. So for example, let's say age is equal to 20. Okay, age is equal to 20 and name is equal to John. If you try to, let's say person is equal to, if you try to say age plus name, okay, age plus name, then you will get the error. Let's say person, just print person and let's try. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, now you can see type error, unsupported operand types for plus int and string. So why this is giving you this error is because you cannot concatenate an integer. Okay, so this is an integer with a string. Okay, it has to be string. Okay, so both of these variables should be string, then only you can make the concatenation, otherwise you will get the error. Okay, so that's one main piece of thing that you need to know. So yeah, that's about concatenation, and in the next one we'll see how you can convert this integer to string. Okay, so that's what we call the type conversion. Okay, we'll see that in the next one. All right, before we understand the type conversion, we need to know about something called input function. So this input function is an inbuilt function in Python, and this input function displays a prompt to the user, waits for their input, and then returns that input as a string. So for example, it will ask something to the user and waits for the user's input, and then it will return that input as a string. So let's see this input function in action now. So let me first remove this print statement. So for example, let's say I want to ask the user, what is your name? So I'll say name is equal to, because I just want to store whatever the user is entering into the variable called name. All right, so before that, what I'll do is I'll just comment out all these things. Just comment it out. Okay, it's up to you if you want to comment it out. I'll just say name is equal to, we can use input function here, input. This is actually the Python's inbuilt function. Okay, so it will ask what is your name. So what is your name? And now let's say name. Okay, let's print name. So if you run python 3 learn python.py, and you see it is asking for the user's input. So now I will say my name is Ratan. So here it is not giving me a space. That's because if you want the space, you can simply write one space here. Okay, we'll see that later. You see it is asking for my name and it has paused the program. The next line of code will only execute when I hit something, when I type something and hit enter. So let's say I will write Ratan and then I'll hit enter, and it is it is writing Ratan. Why it is printing Ratan? Because that is my input. Now let's say we will use the concatenation in this example. So first of all, I'll just simply add one space here. So it will ask for my name, and what I'll do is, instead of just printing the name here, we will use the concatenation here. So we will actually say hello, your name is, give one space, plus name. Okay, so why plus? So because this is, we concatenate the strings, and let's save this and just run python 3 learn python.py, and it is asking what is your name, and you see there is one space here, right? Why the space? Because we are giving one space here. So I'll say Ratan. Okay, so as soon as I hit enter, it will execute the next line, which is hello, your name is Ratan. Correct? Perfect. Now what is the type of this name? Okay, so this is very important now. So what happens is, sometimes you may ask the person's age. Let's take another variable, input, what is your age? Okay, what is your age? And this time the user is going to enter 1 2 3, or the numbers, so 10 20 15 20 30 40, anything. Now we want to say hello, your name is name, and then again put plus, and let's say, and your age, just one say, and your age is plus age. Okay, so now let's say what happens. What's your name? Ratan. And what's your age? Let's say 50. Now hit enter and you can see your name is Ratan and your age is 50. So until now it is working perfectly, but what if I ask for enter the num1. Okay, so let's say num1 and this is num2. This will be like enter num2. Now what if we want to actually add these num1 and num2? Let's say result is equal to, or sum is equal to. Okay, so sum is equal to, we probably say num1 plus num2, right? Num1 plus num2. Let's say print sum. Okay, let's see what happens. So let's run it. Enter num1 10. Okay, enter num2 20. Now it is showing you 1020. It should not be like this, right? Why is it showing like this? It's because input function returns the result in a string format. Okay, string data type. So that's why string, what it is doing is, here it is actually concatenating the numbers. It is not adding the numbers. Okay, so this plus is actually acting as a concatenation, because this is string, and string plus string is concatenation. But if it is integer and it is integer, then it will actually add 10 plus 20. All right, so now what you should do is, you have two options. Either you can take the int like this. Okay, inside the int function you accept the input. Okay, again you can just say int and like this. Okay, now it will actually add the numbers. Okay, enter 110 and there's 20 and it is 30. Okay, otherwise you can also use like this int num1. Okay, so both will work. Okay, so that's actually the type conversion. Okay, we'll talk more about type conversion in the next video, but I just wanted to show that this input function will only return the result in a string format. So that's why I just wanted to show you this input function. All right, in this video, let's talk about type conversion. So in the previous video, we have seen how we can convert the string integer, right? Just by using this int function. Okay, similarly, we will actually come across many scenarios where we will have to convert the data or the input. Okay, so that's why we use this technique called type conversion. We will actually take several examples how on what scenarios we will have to convert the data types. So first thing, we'll actually take a scenario of converting a string to an integer. So it's just like what we did in the previous one. Okay, but this one will be a little bit of a real life use case. Okay, let's actually take the example of calculating someone's age from their birth date. Okay, birth year, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll say calculating someone's age from their birth year. Okay, so let's say we have a birth year as a as an input. Okay, so let's say birth year, we'll take a birth year input from the user itself. So we'll say enter your birth year. Okay, enter your birth year. I'll just put one colon and space. Okay, so here the user will actually enter his birth year. So the whatever he enter here will be of a type string. So to find out the age from the birth year, we'll actually compare it with the current year. So that's why the age should be integer here. Okay, so that's why I'll say birth year again. Birth year is equal to int of whatever birth year he put. Okay, you can also use like this, as I said in the previous one, right? Simply say birth year like this. It is also possible, but this one also possible. Now let's say current year is equal to 2025. All right, 2025. And now let's say age is equal to current year minus birth year. Current year minus birth year. Now if you say age, just say your age is, you can simply say comma age. Okay, you don't have to necessarily use concatenation here. Just simply put comma and just pass this age, and it will actually print the proper sentence. So let's run it. And oh, I'm sorry, I should actually comment it out. Let me clear it. Okay, enter your birth year. I'll say 1950, and you see your age is 75. So it is actually calculating the age properly. That's because we have converted the type of this input. Okay, so what if you don't use this type conversion? Okay, so okay, I'll just comment this. Okay, so this will be a string, right? So now if you just say just run this, but your 1950, oh, I'm sorry. All right, anyway, we got the type error. That's because unsupported operand, right? Int and string, we cannot we cannot use string. I think this is string, right? So if you want to see that, print type of birth year, right? Type of birth year, and you will actually, I'll just comment them and run it, 1950, and you can see it is string. Okay, so that's why we have to convert the type before we manipulate the data. Okay, so I'll just revert it back, and so this should be working fine. All right, similarly we can take another example, like converting a string to a float, right? So I'll just say calculate the price after tax. Okay, calculate the price after tax. I'll say price is equal to input, enter the price of a product, and then this should be float. Okay, so this should be float. I'll say float here, float of input. So whatever you enter here will be considered as a float input. So that's because we want to calculate the tax, right? So tax rate is equal to, say, 0.1, that is 10%. So now total price of a product will be price. The price is nothing but the value that that is being entered by the user, and the tax rate, right? Price plus price into price into tax rate. Okay, now you'll see print total tax, total price. Yeah, total price. So now let's again run it. Enter the price of a product, let's say 100, and you see the product is 110 after tax. Okay, so this one is actually a float value. Now we can also convert a tuple into a list. This is useful when you want to modify a tuple of items. Okay, as you know, tuples are immutable, which means tuples cannot be overridden, right? You cannot modify the tuple, but in some cases you may want to modify the tuple. So in that case, what you need to do, you need to convert this tuple into a list. So after making it a list, right, then you can modify it. Why? Because lists are mutable, right? You first have to make it a list, and then you modify the list. Okay, so if that is the case, then what we can do, we can simply say, items. So we have items. Let's say this is let's create a tuple, and apple comma instead of saying items, let's say fruits. Okay, fruits is equal to apple, banana, and let's say orange. So now this one is actually a tuple. Okay, in the previous one also, I think I have shown you that tuples cannot be modified because they are immutable. So somehow we want to add one more fruit to this fruits tuple. Then what we need to do, we first need to create, make them, make it a list, right? So I'll say fruits list is equal to, simply say list of this fruits. Okay, simply just call this list function and put this tuple inside the list. Then this will actually become the fruits list. Now if you say print fruits list, right, fruit list, and run it, and you can see this is now apple, banana, and list, orange. So this is actually a list. Now we want to modify the list, right? We wanted to modify the list. Let's say fruits list dot append. Okay, we have a function in tuple, in list called tuple, and let's say um, maybe cherry. Okay, so now if you again print fruits list, you can see apple, banana, orange, and cherry. So that's how you convert a tuple to a list. All right. So similarly, we can also convert a list to a tuple, right? This is just opposite of what we have done right now, right? So for example, we want to freeze a list to prevent further modification. As you know, list is mutable, right? Which means list can be modified, but sometimes we don't want anyone to modify this list, right? So in that case, what you can do, you can simply make that list as a tuple, right? Very simple, right? Because list, tuple cannot be modified, right? So that's why, let's say mutable list. Let's say mutable list is equal to, we have a, let's say Python, Django, and React. I'm sorry, I'm using sometimes single quotation, double quotation, anything, but all are same. Okay, you don't have to necessarily use double quotation. Single quotation is also the string itself. All right, so we have a mutable list now. If you want to make, if you want to freeze it, right? So then what I mean by freeze is just you don't want this list to be modified. Okay, so in that case you can simply say immutable tuple. Okay, immutable tuple is equal to simply one more thing. So this is just a variable name. Okay, so you can do, you can write anything. Just pass this mutable list inside the tuple, and this will become tuple. Okay, so now if you say print immutable tuple, you can see here, just identify this list and tuple with this parenthesis and square bracket. Now this is square bracket, right? We had now this one is the parenthesis, and this is a square bracket. So we had a list, and then we converted the type of this list to a tuple. Okay, so that's how you convert the type. So next we can also convert the number to a string. Previously we saw how to convert a string to a number, right? So now you can say, now you can actually convert a number to a string. So this is easy. Let's say we have a age 20, right? We have age 20, and this is the number now. Okay, so this is the number, and maybe we want to actually concatenate a number with a text. Okay, so for example, let's say message is equal to you are plus age, right? So this is going to give you the error, but I'll tell you what to do. Years old. Okay, so we have a age and we want to format a message, you are 20 years old, but this is going to give you the error because this is string, these two are strings, and this is integer, right? So you cannot concatenate integer with strings, right? So if you do that, then you will see the error. Just type error, can only concatenate str, not int, right? So in this case, what you do, simply convert the type, right? Now this age will become a string. Okay, so now save the file and now again run it, and you can see you are 20 years old. Okay, so that's one of the use case that you may want to convert a number to a string. And last but not the least, we can try to convert a boolean to an integer. Okay, so as you know, boolean is nothing but true and false, but if you sometimes you may want to convert it to a number 1 and 0, right? Usually in programmatically we call 1 is a true and 0 is false, right? So let's say is member. Okay, so like for example, the use case can be if the member is true, then we will give him the discount. Okay, if not member, then there is no discount. Okay, so we can take that example, is member is equal to true. Okay, so let's now consider discount is equal to maybe 5 into you see, if you just pass this is member, then it is going to give you the error because this 5 is integer now, right? So you cannot multiply 5 with the boolean, correct? So that's why you simply say int is member. Okay, so what will happen, this is member will become 1. Okay, 5 into 1. So now you can simply say your discount is, simply pass discount. You can see your discount is 5 or 500 or anything. Okay, so this is just one simple use case, but if you want to see what is inside the is member, let me print this. Print int of is member. Int of is member. Then you can see here 1, right? So this is actually converting to a 1. So if it is false, then you'll see the discount is 0 and it has become 0, right? So that's why you can actually convert a boolean to an integer. All right, so that's about type conversion. I think this is enough for you at this stage. Okay, in the future you will, as you progress, you will learn more and more about type conversion, but this one is actually a very important topic in Python. You will most or more often you will use this kind of operations in while making a real project. All right, let's talk about string methods in Python. So what are these string methods? Well, these string methods are built-in functions that allow you to manipulate your string or your sentence or your words. Okay, so there are scenarios where you want to manipulate your string. Okay, so that's why we use string methods. Okay, for example, if you want to make your string to the uppercase or to the lowercase, or if you want to remove the spaces between the string, or spaces between the words or sentences, in those cases we need these built-in functions. Okay, so we will see some of the mostly used string methods in this video. So let's say we have an example string. We'll call it as a text is equal to hello Python learners. hello Python learners. All right. So this is one example, and this is one text or one sentence. Now let's say we want to manipulate this string in multiple ways. All right. So you see, if you want to convert this whole string to the lowercase, then we will use, we can use text dot lower. Okay, text dot lower function. So this lower functions will actually convert your characters to lowercase. Okay, so now if you want to see the result, you can simply print this text dot lower, save the file, and let's run it. And you can see all of these characters are converted to lowercase. Okay, so similarly also you can store this newly converted lowercase letters or lowercase sentence to a new variable. Maybe let's say L case text is equal to text dot lower, and if you print this L case text and again run it, and you will see the same result. Okay, so for simplicity, I'm not going to store the values inside any variables. I'm just going to print it as it is. Let's print it like this, save file and run it. Okay, so hello Python learners in lowercase. Okay, similarly we have the uppercase. Okay, so let's say print text dot upper. Okay, so if you want to convert all of these text to uppercase, then you can use text dot uppercase. Okay, so upper is a built-in function. All of these are the built-in functions provided by Python. Okay, now let's run it, and you see this one is lowercase and this one is uppercase. Okay, now let's consider we have like some spaces here. Okay, we have like spaces here and here. So this will happen, when you take the form data, in your website. Some people may use space, and after that they start writing their name. So in that case, we want to sanitize the input, right? So that's why we use, another function that's called strip. So what this strip function will do is this will actually remove the leading or trailing white spaces. It simply means that it will just remove the spaces at the starting and end. All right, so now let's consider we have white space. This is unnecessary space, right? So we want to sanitize it. We just want to remove the spaces from the starting and from ending, right? So in that case we can use print text dot strip. Okay, text dot strip. So if you save it and run it, and you will see the lower and upper case actually printed the white space as it is, but when you used this strip function, so it has just removed the white spaces from starting and ending. All right, so that's why you use a strip function on your string. Also, let's consider we want to manipulate this sentence. Instead of saying hello Python learners, we can say hello Django learners. Okay, so in that case we use another function called replace. So let me just call that replace function. So that will run on text dot replace. So this replace function will take two arguments. One, what you want to replace. I want to replace this Python. Okay, I want to replace it with what? With Django. Okay, I want to just say Python comma Django. Okay, now it will actually replace this Python with Django. Now if you save it and run the program, and you see it is printing hello Django learners. The original text was hello Python learners. Okay, so that's why we use replace function. Now we have these three words here, right? Hello is one word, and Python is one word, and learners is one word. Now what if I want to split this sentence into a list? Okay, a list of words. So you can run another function. Let me just print it. We call it text dot split. Okay, so the split is a function, and when you run the split function on your sentence, what it will do is it will actually prepare a list of words. Okay, so let's see that in action. Okay, you see here hello Python learners. Okay, so this has become the list now. All right, let's store this list inside a new variable called words. Okay, words is equal to text dot split, and if you see the words now, you see the same output. Okay, hello Python learners. All right, let's continue manipulating the strings. So let's say we want to join these words, right? So this one had this one had hello Python learners. Now if we have this kind of list and we want to join the join them and make it a sentence, then we can use we can use something called join function. Okay, so let's print. Now before running the join function, we want to actually provide the space or comma or something by which these words should be joined. Okay, so I want to join these words with the space, right? So that's why I'm putting a space here, and after that I just want to run this join function. Okay, so this join function will take the words. Okay, this join function will take the words, these words. All right, now let's print it, and you see here it has become the hello Python learners again. Okay, so previously we splitted this text, and after that we joined those words, right? So now what if I want to find some word inside this sentence, right? So this sentence can be anything, multiple lines, right? So this sentence can be of a paragraph or blog post or something. Now in that whole blog post we want to search some characters, right? So we have built-in function for that also. So we will say text. Okay, so I'm finding something in this text in this sentence. Okay, so I'll say text dot find. Okay, find is a inbuilt function. I want to find Python. Okay, I want to find the Python here. So we have this Python here, right? So what this will do is this will actually find Python and return or give you the index where this P starts. Okay, so can you guess what it is going to give you? So it is actually going to give you the index of this character. Okay, this P starts, right? So the index is 0 here because there is one space, and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, it is going to give you the output 8. Okay, because 8 is a index of this P. All right, let's see what it will give you. Okay, you see 8, right? So if you want to search learners, right? If you want to search learners, so let's and you see 15. Why? It is 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15, right? This L starts at 15th index, so that's why it is giving you 15. All right, so that's the index number. Okay, so we can also count the substrings. Okay, so what I mean by substring is, see, this is actually a string, right? So in this whole string, there are multiple substrings, right? So this hello is a substring, Python is a substring, and learners is a substring, right? We can count the number of times this substring has appeared in the in this whole text. All right, so let's print that also. Print text dot count. Get text dot count. So I want to see in the whole blog post or in the whole paragraph how many times this Python has repeated. Okay, how many times this Python has repeated. So of course here we only have one Python. So if you run it, and you will see one. Okay, so it is printing one because this in this whole paragraph or whole sentence there is only one Python. So if I write one more Python here and now run, and you see it is 2, it is counting the word Python. All right, so let me remove that. So let me clear it, So two more very important functions in Python that are starts with and ends with. So what this starts with will do is it will actually give you the boolean value if some string that you are referring to is starting with starting with that particular word. Okay, for example, if I want to see if this text starts with space hello, then it will give you boolean value that is true. Okay, so let's print it again, and let's say text dot starts with. Okay, text dot starts with. So I want to see hello. Okay, I want to see hello. So this will return false. That's because it this this text or this sentence is not starting with the hello only. It is all it also has the space, right? So let's see what we will get. We are getting false. That's because there is one space here. Let me give you one space. And now if I try again and it is giving me true, because this text or this sentence is starting with space hello, right? Now if you type something else, then it is going to give you false, as you said here, right? As you saw. Okay, so let me clear it again. And one more function is ends with. So this ends with is directly opposite to that starts with. It will actually check if the sentence or if the word ends with something. Okay, so if I copy this and check, paste it here, text not ends with learners. It is just, we are kind of asking our code, is this text ending with learners? So if it is yes, it will give you your true, otherwise it will give you false. Let's try again, and you see it is giving you true. But if I remove something and if I say Python, here Python is still in the text, but it is not ending with the Python, right? So in this case, you will see false. Okay, so these are some of the very important built-in string methods in Python. All right, in this video, let's learn about string formatting in Python. So what is string formatting? Well, string formatting is a way to insert dynamic values into a string. Okay, what I mean by dynamic is the way to insert the, like variables or numbers or expression into a string. So that's called string formatting. For example, if you want to greet someone by their name, good morning Ratan, you see the Ratan can be dynamic here, right? So that's why if you want to replace that Ratan with a dynamic variable, that can be Ratan, that can be Bob, that can be John, anything, right? So that's what we call string formatting. So there are three main ways of formatting the strings. One is the old style using the percentage symbol, and another one is using the inbuilt function called format, and another one is f strings. So this f string, I like this most, and I always use f strings in my courses and in my projects as well. Okay, so however, we are going to see all of these three ways of formatting the strings. All right, so first thing, okay, so first I will comment these code, and let's take one simple example. Let's say name is equal to John. Okay, so name is John and age is equal to 20. All right, now I want to format the string in such a way that I should be able to tell my name is Ratan, or my name is John, and I am 20 years old, right? So let's print this. So first way is the old style, which is, let me just say, string formatting using percentage. Okay, so here what you want to do is you say my name is percentage s. Okay, my name is percentage s, and this percentage s will be filled with something here. It will be filled with the dynamic variable. Okay, and I am a percentage D years old. Okay, so here what I'm writing here, my name is something and I am some years old. Now we want to pass dynamic variable like name and age here into this percentage S and percentage D. Okay, so what you do is you simply say percentage, right, percentage space, and then you pass the name comma age. Okay, name comma age. So whatever you pass first will go to the first percentage, first we can call it a placeholder, first placeholder, and the next will go to the next placeholder. Okay, so let's save it, and now if you run the program, and you can see my name is John and I am 20 years old. Now if you make it 30 and you see, again run the code, and you will see my name is John and I am 30 years old, right? So this is how you format the string using the percentage symbol. All right, you might be asking why I have used the percentage S here and why I'm using percentage D, right? So you see this percentage S means the string. Okay, S means string. So here I want to pass the name, right? Here I want to pass the name, and the name is actually a string. And here percentage D you see, right? So this D means decimal. So in this decimal placeholder you can put the integer value, right? So that's why it is a percentage D. So this is one way of string formatting, and we also have another way of string formatting, that is to use the inbuilt function of Python called dot format. So let's take the same example, and I will simply comment this out, and I'll just say string formatting using dot format. Okay, dot format. All right, so here I want to make make this sentence dynamic, and I'll say my name is curly braces. Okay, so simply put this empty curly braces, and because this is the placeholder, and I am some years old. Okay, some years old. So this empty curly braces are nothing but the placeholders, and this is where we are going to put the dynamic values. Okay, once you are done with this, now you want to pass the dynamic values, right? So using the format function, simply say dot format, open and close the curly braces. Now inside this format function you have to pass your name and age. Okay, simply pass name comma age. So the name variable will go to this first curly braces, and the age will go into this second curly braces. Okay, save it, and now if you run it again, and you can see my name is John and I am 30 years old. So this is second way of formatting the strings. All right, so there is one more way, that is called f string. Okay, I'll simply copy this and put it here using f string. Okay, using f strings. So this f strings was introduced in Python 3.6 plus. So before Python 3.6 this f string was not there. Most probably you will also have Python 3.6 plus, maybe 3.10, 3.11, 12 or something. Okay, so hopefully this will work in your case also. So here what you do is print. Okay, so we will print the same statement, my name. Okay, my name is something here. Okay, my name is something. For example, name I want to pass. Name is a dynamic variable. Now in order to pass this name, we want to use something called f here. Okay, before this double quotation or single quotation starts, you have to put this f. Okay, so f, after that we pass the string, so that's what we call here, right? F strings, f and then strings. So if you pass this f, and you say my name is dynamic variable name, and I am put the curly braces and pass the variable directly to this sentence inside the curly braces. So this is kind of a little bit easier to read, because here you have to guess, or you have to properly see which variable is going to put here in this curly braces and which one is going to set this value here, right? But in this one you can clearly read that my name is name and I am some years old. Okay, you can simply say age years old. Okay, so save it and run it again, and you can see the same format. So this is how you format the strings, and this is extremely useful whenever you work on any of the project. So string formatting is very important. All right, based on everything we have learned so far in this course, I have prepared a fun and challenging assignment for you. You can download this assignment file from the description of this video and read the instructions carefully, whatever I have written here. So there are like 5 questions. So read the instructions. Okay, so after that, there is this coding area. You can, write your own code here and run it. So once you're done, make sure to test your solutions to ensure it works as expected. And to verify your answers, you can also find the solution to this assignment in the description of this video. However, I strongly recommend that you attempt the assignment yourself first before checking the solutions. Alright, with that said, I'll see you in the next video. Alright, in this video, let's talk about collection data types in Python. We also call it data structure in Python. So we mainly have 4 collection data types: list, tuple, dictionary, and sets. In the previous videos, we have already talked about these collection data types a little bit, but that was just an overview. But in this one, I'm going to talk everything about each of these collection data types. So we will start with list. Alright, so as you know, list is an unordered collection of items which can store elements of any data type. For example, you can store numbers in the list, you can store strings, or even you can store other list inside a list. And also lists are mutable, meaning you can change their elements, or you can change their contents. Okay, so we will actually start from creating the list, and we will then move on to modifying the list, and then we will see how we can work with the list. So to create a list, so let's say I will say my list is equal to, as you know, we can actually add any data types. For example, I'm adding 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma again I will add one string, let's say apple, again banana, and also you can add true or false, which is a boolean value, right? So this is how you create the list with the square brackets. Now let's print this list, my list, and when you run wait, let me just say python 3 learn python. Okay, so we have created this my list. All right, okay, so what if I want to add the element to this list? Okay, for example, so this list is already created, so I want to add one more element to this list after true, right? So then what I'll do is I will actually say my list dot append. Okay, so when you if you're using VS Code, this will actually give you the suggestions. Okay, so my list dot append is a function, and copy, clear, copy, count, extend, so many of them, insert, pop. We will actually talk all of these, at least most of these functions in this video. First I will use append. Okay, so what this append will do is it will actually add one item at the end of the list. Okay, so for example, I'll say my list dot append, and I want to add one element, let's say cherry. Okay, so now this has added the cherry to this list. Now let's print it again. Let me just copy this and paste it here. Okay, so before this was the list, and next we we just added one element to this list. Okay, so now this is about how to add one element to the list. Now what if you have multiple elements, right? So in that case, what you can do is you can use another inbuilt function with the list that is called extend. Okay, so now let's say my list dot extend. You see this, just hit dot and E, you'll see extend function. So this extend function will take another list, okay, list of items that you want to add to the previous list. Let's say 4,5. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, and then after that we added cherry, and after that we just want to add 4 and 5 to this same list, right? So because why I'm using extend is because I want to add the multiple items, right? So that's why I'm adding extend. Now I will print this my list again, and let's run it, and you can see here it has added 4,5. Okay, all right, these were the case when you wanted to add the list of items or a single item to the ending of the list. Now what if you want to insert an element at a specific index, right? For example, you see this, right? So let me just make it bigger, and you see, let's say I want to add one element to here, to at this position after 3, right? So if you use append and extend, this will add the elements after, at the end of the list. Now if you want to add, or if you want to insert an element in the middle of the, or in the beginning or end, at specific index, right? So what is index? So in list we have index, like it starts from 0. This is the 0th index, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? So that's why to insert an element at a specific index, we use the function called insert. Okay, before that I will just clear it up. So what I'll do is I will just say, oh, I'm sorry, I should not write here. I'll say my list dot insert. Okay, my list dot insert, and I want to add somewhere here, right? So the index of this is 0, 1, 2. At third index I want to add one fruit, right? So let's say I'll say my list dot insert at 0, 1, 2, 3, right? Third index 3, comma, and grape. Okay, so this function will actually take the index number and the element. Okay, index comma element. Now let's print it. Print my list again. So let's run it again, and you see here grape has been added, right? So at 0, 1, 2, 3, at third index we have added one grape, I mean one element. All right, now adding, inserting is not enough. We also want to know how to remove a specific value from a list, right? So in that case you can use my list dot remove. Okay, my list dot remove. So this will actually delete a specific value. Okay, so let's say for example I want to remove this banana. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just add banana. Okay, I'll just add banana, and now if you print my list, and in the list you will see there is no banana here. Okay, this one. All these print statements are showing. That's because we have many print statements here, right? So that's why it is showing many things. All right, but at the last one, this one we are working on right now, you see there's no banana because this remove function has removed this banana element from the list. Okay, so we have another function called pop. Okay, so this pop function will remove an item at a specific index. Okay, so this works how we use the insert function, right? So this pop will take only one index number, and whatever element is present in that index will be removed. Okay, so let's use that pop function. I will say my list dot pop. Okay, my list dot pop, and the index we want to specify, let's say 0, 1, 2, 3. I think at 3 we have grape, right? So if you want to just see that, you can simply print it here. But anyway, I know that at index 3 I have inserted grape, right? So I want to remove that grape now. So I'll simply say 3. Okay, so now if you print my list, and you see at third index we have removed grape. Okay, in the previous print statement we had grape here, I mean at third index. Now this pop function has removed that third index grape. All right, so there's one more thing called del. We call it del. It deletes the element from a specific index. Okay, so let's say del okay, so I will actually remove, delete this 2. Okay, so del my list. Okay, my list, and you simply have to say 0, I mean 1. Okay, because I want to remove this one, right? So this is 0 and this is 1. 2 will be removed, and you see this, when you're using del you have to use the square bracket. All right, so now if you print my list, 2 has been removed here. Now there's a confusion. Now we have a remove. Okay, we have a remove function, we also have pop function, we also have delete function. All of these are deleting the element. When should we use what, right? So that's the question. Because you see, let me give you spaces here. So the difference between this remove, pop, and del is that this remove will actually look for the specific element by its name. Okay, so you see here, remove is looking for the banana itself. It is not looking for index, right? But this one, these two things are looking for index. Okay, so if it finds a third element, then then it is going to remove that element. Okay, similarly, and this delete, if it finds the first element, which is the index 1, then it will delete. Now difference is, this pop will give you whatever element it has removed. Okay, so it will actually return whatever element it has returned, but this delete will just delete it. You cannot recover what has been deleted. Okay, so for example, I will show you. So first I will remove this print. I'll remove this print. This one also I'll remove. This one also remove. This one. Okay, so let's say we have this my list, right? So this my list will actually give you the updated list after the third element has been removed. Right now I want to see at third index what was there, right? So what has been removed, what has been popped out, right? So here I will just store this result inside a variable called popped element. Okay, popped element is equal to mylist.pop of 3. Okay, all right, now if I print this popped element, you will notice, let me just clear it and just run it, and you see here it has removed grape, right? It has removed grape, because if you print it again above what was there before, let's print this my list above this pop element. Let's clear it up and just verify. You see, previously it had 0 1 2 3. At third index we had grape, right? After that we popped out this third element, which is grape, has been removed, and the updated list is this one. This is printing the updated list. Okay, so this pop is giving you the updated list, as well as it also gives what has been removed, right? The grape has been removed, so that's what it is printing. Okay, but in this del, right, so it is not returning anything. It will only return the updated list. Okay, so that's the main difference between pop and del. All right, next we also want to know how to update an element, right? So there is this apple here, right? 0 1 2, there's apple, right? Now I want this apple to be updated with orange, right? So what I'll do is I'll just say my list. Okay, my list of the index. What is the index here? 0 1 2. I'll put the index 2. Okay, this index 2 should be orange. Now if you print my list, the updated list will be like this. Okay, at 2 we had orange, now we have updated it with at 2 we had apple, now it has been updated with the orange. Okay, so that's how you update the element. All right, so there are some basic list operations. So I'll say basic list operations. So first thing, we want to know how to access the elements, right? So for example, I want to access the first element of a list. Let's say this is my list, 1 2 1 3 orange true cherry, right? So I want to access the first or second element, which is the index 1, right? So I'll simply say print my list of 1. Okay, so if I run this, you will see 3. You'll see 3, right? So I'll just clear it up. So this is actually the first, index 1. If you put 0, then it will give you, one second, this will give you 1. Okay, so this is the first. Now what if you want to take the last element? Okay, you cannot just count 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 50 100, right? Now in that case, if you want to fetch the or access the last element of a list, you can simply write -1. Okay, you can simply write -1. This will give you the last element. Okay, just save it and just run it, and you see it is, it has returned 5, because this is the last element is 5. Okay, now let's say we want to slice the list, right? So what is slicing? Slicing means, you see, for example, let me just run it again. So this is a list, right? So I want to take out another list from this list, right? For example, I want to take uh, from orange to 4, right? So this is actually 0 1 2, from 2 to 3 4 5. Okay, from 2 to 5 we want to slice, right? So in that case, what you do, simply use the slice operation. So let's say I will simply say sublist. Okay, sublist is equal to sublist. I have written sublist because I'm taking a list from the list. Okay, my list, I want to take out from 2 colon 5. Okay, from 2 to 5. Okay, so now let's print this sublist. Let's print this sublist. Okay, you can see here from 2 3 4, okay, up to 5. So the one thing we need to remember, that if you put this 5, it will not include 5. Okay, it will not include fifth index. It will just access up to fifth index. Okay, so if you want to also access 4, then you will have to say up to 6. Okay, so then you run and you see 4 is included, right? So that's how you slice. Now if you want to see the length of the list, right? So I'm simply gonna say len. Okay, len is a inbuilt function, and this will take my list. Okay, so I just want to see the length of the list, and I'll just run it, and you see 7. So how 7? You see 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. This will actually count the number of elements and give you. Okay, so similarly, if you want to see the length of sublist, you see 4. Why 4? You see, in this is a sublist, right? So 1 2 3 4. So this is 4. Okay, so that's how you see the length. Okay, now what if you want to check whether apple exists in this particular list, right? Whether an element exists in the list, you can use in operator. Okay, so let's say we will see more about this in operator in if else conditions, but just want to show you how we can see that. Okay, so I just want to see whether this orange exists in my list. Okay, so I'll simply say print orange in my list. Okay, so this is very important, this in operator, because you will often have to check whether something exists in a some list, right? Okay, so save this function, save this file, and you see it is true because this is a my list, and in my list this orange exists, right? What if I write apple, right? So it has returned true, right? So in case of orange, but now I have returned checking for apple. Let's say what it returns. It's a boolean value. It is going to return false, right? So because here there's no apple. Okay, and finally, what if you provide the index that does not exist, right? So let's say I want to access the access the element that does not exist, right? So I'll say print, oh I'm sorry, not here, print my list. Okay, my list, and let's say 100. Okay, so there is no 100 elements, right? In my list there are only 7 elements. So now let's say, you see we got the error, index error, list index out of range. Whenever you see this kind of error in your project or program, this means that there is you're trying to access the index or the element that does not exist. Okay, so this is the error we mostly see in some projects. Okay, so that's about list. I think this much list is enough, more than enough to get started with Python. Okay, so in the next one we will see about the dictionary. All right, in this video let's talk about dictionaries in Python. So a dictionary in Python is an unordered collection of key and value pairs, where each key maps to a value. In dictionary, we have key and value pairs. Okay, so in the earlier videos, we have seen how to create the dictionaries. But in this video, we will also see how to work with dictionaries, how to access the keys and values of a dictionary. So we will also do some basic operations that can be done with dictionaries. Okay, so first thing, let's first create a dictionary. So I will first comment all this code. So this is the list code, and I'll just write a dictionary. Okay, so to create a dictionary, we use I'll just create a create one variable with the name myDict. So to create a dictionary, we use curly braces. So this dictionary contains key and value. So for example, this name is a key, and corresponding to this name, there is this value. We will put the value as Ratan. Okay, this is the key and this is the value. Similarly, we can also put any number of elements here. Let's say age. Okay, so let's say age. So I will say my age is 60. Okay, so you notice we have the string data type, also we have the integer data type. Similarly, we can also have any data types like list or tuple. All right, and I will also put one more key, like I'll say city. I'll write Mumbai. Okay, so now we have a dictionary with the 3 elements. One is name, age, and city. Okay, so this name is a key and Ratan is a value. Age is key, 60 is a value. Similarly, the city is a key and Mumbai is a value. Key and value. Okay, this one you should remember. Now to print the dictionary, you can simply run this myDict. Let me just say Python 3 learn Python. Okay, so you can see this is how you print the dictionary. Now to see the type of this, you can simply say I think we have already seen this kind of thing, right, when we were learning this type function, right? Simply run it, and you'll see class dict. Dict means it's a dictionary data type. All right, I'll revert it back. Okay, next, to access the value, for example, we have a dict. Okay, we have a dictionary and we want to access the value of this name, right? So to access the value Ratan, then what we need to do is we need to simply say dict of, okay, dict of key. What is the key here? Name, right? So now if you save and run it again, and you'll see the value of this key has been printed. Similarly, if you want to see the age, then you have to call this by the key. I'll say age, and you see here 60. Okay, so that's how you access the values. So there can be one problem here. What if I try to access the key that does not exist, right? For example, I will say country. Okay, this country does not exist here, right? So let's see what we will get. Okay, now you can see key error, right? So this is a key error. That means this key country does not exist in this my dict. Okay, so if you want to handle this error gracefully, you can use the function called get. So let me also use this one. So if you write this like this, the key that actually exists, then you can write like this, my dict of name, save it, and you get the value. But if you want to say like my dict, okay, my dict dot get, my dict dot get, and this dot get only use when you're not sure that this whether this key exists or not. So in this case we are doubtful that whether this key exists or not. So in that situation you can use this get and give a default value. So simply say country here. Okay, so my dict dot country. Okay, consider you don't know whether this country exists or not. Because you don't want to get the error, you can simply say not specified. Okay, not specified or not found or anything. Okay, not found. Okay, so what this will do is this will actually try to get the country from this my dict. If country does not exist, it will just say not found. Okay, let's run it, and you see this not found. So this Ratan is being printed from this one, and this one is printing not found here. So now if I try to say city, so in this case it is going to give you give me Mumbai. You see Mumbai, but not found will only return if there is no key exist. Okay, so instead of giving the key error, so it will just say not found. Okay, so that's how you can handle this problem. All right, next let's see how you can update the existing existing value. Okay, so it is also by accessing the key itself. So let's say I want to change my age to 60 to 70, right? So what I'll do is I'll simply say my dict. Okay, my dict of, what is the key here, age. I want to change this 60 to 70, 70, right? So I'll simply say age that is equal to 70. Okay, so that's equal to 70. And now if you print my dict, let me clear. You see here, name Ratan, age is 70 now. Okay, I'll just comment this. All right, so similarly, what if I want to add one more element, okay, one more key and value pair to this existing dictionary? So in that case, you can you can say my dict of what you want to add, right? You want to add the country. Okay, this is a new key. Okay, you want to add a new key called country, and the value for this country will be India. Okay, so this is the value, this is the key you want to add, this is the value you want to add. And now if you say print my dict, save, and you'll see name Ratan, age 70, city Mumbai, and country India. Okay, so this key and value pair has been added to the existing list. Okay, so this is how you add it. Perfect. Next, similar to what we have done in the list example, we also have something called pop and del to remove the keys. Okay, to remove the entire key value pair. So let's say my dict dot pop. So what do you want to remove here? So I want to specify that I want to remove the city here. Okay, I want to keep this country and everything else. I want to remove the city. Okay, let's say I don't want the city to be here in this dictionary. So this will remove the city. Okay, so let's print it. save it and run again. And here you can see name is printed Ratan, I mean a name Ratan, age 70, and you see city does not exist here. Then we have a country. Okay, because this pop function has removed this city. Similarly, we also have the del function. Del is del space my dict of. Okay, when you use del, you have to put this key like this in a square bracket. So I'll say age. Okay, so this will also remove the age, but just simply say my dict. Let's see what it will return. And you can see here, so this one was done by the pop function. This one was done using del. Now the difference between pop and del is the same as list, right? So pop will return the popped out value. Okay, so if you want to see that, popped value is equal to whatever value this city had contained, this will be stored inside this popped value. Okay, so let me say I'm sorry, popped value, and this will just have the updated dictionary. Okay, so let me just say run it, and you can see here, so we removed the city, right? The city was Mumbai, so that's why this pop is used when you want to return the removed item. Okay, removed value, so you can use pop, but this one does not return anything. This one only return the updated dictionary. Okay, using del you can also delete the whole dictionary itself. Okay, so for example, if you say del my dict, okay, del my dict, and then you want to try to access my dict, then you will see the error now. You see, because this del has deleted this whole entire dictionary itself. And you see name error, name my dict is not defined because this has been deleted. Okay, I'll just don't want to delete it right now. All right, so let's just comment a few code here. I'll just comment this, and just don't want to pop out something. For now, let me see my dictionary. It is name Ratan, age 70, city Mumbai. I've got this dictionary back, and I just want to show you how how to iterate through this dictionary. Okay, now I also want to show you how to iterate through a dictionary. Okay, so for example, we have this dictionary my dict, and I want to loop through the dictionary. Okay, so I will use a for loop. Okay, for loop. So if you don't know for loop, don't worry. So for loop is used to iterate through elements. Okay, so we will have a separate section for the for loop, but for now just follow along with me, and this is how you iterate through dictionaries. So you will simply say key. Okay, for key comma value. Okay, for key comma value in my dict. Okay, so when you want to iterate through the items of this my dict, so these are all the items, right? So this is one item, this is two items, this is third item, right? So in that case, when you are iterating through the dictionary items, you'll have to say dot items. Okay, remember this, dot items. Okay, colon. Now you can simply say key comma value. Okay, key comma value. Now let's run it, and you'll see name is key, and age is 70, city Mumbai, country India. Okay, so all right, we have also added this dictionary, right? I think we have not printed this dictionary here after adding the country, so that's why it is not showing the country here, but country is still there. Okay, so if you want to also format it, you can simply use f string and put the key here, put the key colon value. Okay, key colon value. Now you can see clearly name is Ratan, age is 70, city Mumbai, and country India. So this is how you iterate through the dictionary items. All right. Last, we want to check whether a particular key exists or not in this particular dictionary. Okay, so it is again we have used in our list example, right? Similar thing will also happen here. So we want to see whether name in my dict. Okay, name in my dict. If name key exists in the my dict, then it will return true. Okay, you see here a name exists, right? So it should return true. You can see it has returned true. But if I say gender, what it will return will false. Okay, it is false because gender key does not exist in in this particular dictionary. So that's how you do some basic operations in dictionary. And more about dictionaries we can learn along the way when we work on the projects. All right, in this video, let's talk about tuples in Python. So tuples are similar to list, but they are immutable, which means tuples cannot be changed after creation. But the lists are mutable, right? List can be modified and tuples cannot be modified. So that's the biggest difference between list and tuple. And tuples are defined using parentheses, okay, while lists are defined with the brackets or square brackets, right? So let's first try to create the tuple. So I will just comment it, and I just don't want to print anything. Okay, so this is an example of tuple. So first of all, I'll say my tuple. Okay, my tuple is equal to let's say apple, banana, and let's put another element, orange. Okay, apple, banana, and orange. So this is a tuple now, and once this tuple is created, we cannot modify it. Okay, so that's the main thing about tuple. Okay, so to print the tuple, of course you know how to print it. Just say my tuple and python 3 learn python. Okay, so this tuple has been created. So now we will see how to access these tuple elements and how to work with them and how to update and delete all of these things. Okay, so to access the tuple elements, we can use indexing as well as slicing. Okay, indexing means we can use the tuple index to access a particular element, and we can also use a slicing to get the to access the subset of the tuple. Okay, just like how we use slicing on list, right? The same thing will work here also. All right, so to make it easier, so I'll just say fruits. Okay, fruits is equal to apple, banana, and orange. Okay, so I have a fruit tuple, and I want to access the apple with the indexing. Okay, so I'll simply say fruits of 0. So this is the 0 index, 1 and 2. So I'll just run, and you see apple. Correct. Now we can also access the last element of this tuple just by giving it -1, which will give you the last element of tuple, which is orange right now. So also we will try slicing. Okay, so let's print one more thing. So I'll say fruits of let's say I want to take banana and orange, right? So what I'll do is I will simply say 1 colon, and I will keep it empty because I just want this one and this one. This is the last one, right? So 1 is the starting point. So this is the index, first index, right? So if you keep it blank, it will give you all the other elements. Okay, so let's see if that works. And you see banana and orange. Right now we only have 3 elements, right? So if I add one more thing, let's say cherry, and also I'll add berry. Okay, so now run it again, and you'll see after first index, after first index from including the index 1, it will give you all the other elements, okay, because this is blank. Now if you want to say fruits of, let's say I want to take from here, from 1 to this one, cherry, right? So 1 2 3, and I want to include up to 4, right? I just want to say 1 to 1 colon 4. Okay, now if you run it, and you'll see this one, banana orange cherry, banana orange cherry. Okay, so this is how you slice it. Okay, similar to this, you can also use this one, like fruits of, let's say colon 3. Okay, so colon 3, can you guess what it will return? So this first is, the starting point is blank here. That means it will start from the start. This will print apple is a 0 index, banana it will print, and also orange is second index, right, up to 3, right? 3 will not be covered, but it will print these 3 things. Let's try again, and you see apple, banana, and orange. It has returned from starting to third index. Okay, I mean second index up to 3. So there are some operations you can perform on tuples, for example, concatenation. Okay, so you know how to concatenate list and list, right? So similar to that, you can also concatenate tuple and tuple. So you have tuple 1, that's equal to open a parenthesis 1 comma 2 comma 3, and similar to that you have another tuple, tuple 2, which is 4 comma 5 comma 6, 4 comma 5 comma 6, and combined, I think we have already seen this example. Combined tuple is equal to tuple 1 plus tuple 2. So this will print the combined tuple. You can see the difference here. So you see we had 1 2 3 and 4 5 6. Now we have we have concatenated both of these tuples and made one combined tuple 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let me clear it up. I'll just comment them, this comment. Also, let's say you have you want to repeat a tuple. For example, you want to create a tuple with the 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 like 10 times, 10 times 1 2, right? So you can use multiplication operator here. Okay, so just say repeated is equal to, we have a tuple that's 1 comma 2, right? So now you want this 1 comma 2 to be repeated 10 times, right? So in that case, you can simply write tuple into 10. Now guess what it will return. You see 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 10 times. This is 1 time, 2 3 4 5 and so on up to 10 times. Okay, you can see, just add 3 and you will see here like 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 times. Okay, you can just use this star if you want to somehow repeat the same elements inside a tuple. Okay, so and also membership testing is similar to what we have done in list and dictionaries, right? So here also we can see whether this whether this 2 exist in tuple 1, right? For example, print 2 in tuple 1. It will give you, it will give you true, because in tuple 1, right, this is the tuple 1 and 2 exist here. So if you just say if 8 exists in tuple 1, then of course it is going to give you false. Okay, so that's the way how you test the membership. All right, some methods and functions we can use are like, you can count how many elements are there in the tuple. Okay, so for example, think yeah, I'll just remove it, and let's say I have a tuple of words. Hello, comma world, comma hello, hello again, and just simply say hello again. Hello world, hello again. Right now, I want to count how many times hello has been repeated. Right. So in that case, simply say words dot count is a function. So in that count, what you want to test, what you want to check, like hello. I want to count how many times hello has been repeated. You see, 2 times. If you put one more hello, it is going to give you 3 times. Okay. One more thing, very important thing, you can also create a tuple using a single element. Okay. Single tuple, let's say single tuple is equal to, oh, I think there is indentation issue. Okay. Single tuple is equal to, you create this single tuple with the, as usual, parenthesis, let's say 2. Okay. So if you try to print this single tuple, okay, if you try to print this single tuple, it is somehow going to give you the value 2. Let's try that. Okay, so it is still giving you the value 2, but this is not a tuple. Okay, so why it is not tuple? 2 reasons. There is no parenthesis here. Second, you can see the type of this, you can see the type of this single tuple. You can see the type of this single tuple, and you see the type is integer, not tuple. So anytime you want to create a tuple with a single element, always remember you should put this trailing comma. Okay, so if you put this comma, then this will become tuple. Okay, save it and again run it, and you see this is a tuple. Previously it was an integer. Okay, because we did not put any trailing comma here, right? So if there is no comma, it's not a tuple. All right, so you also see the type of this single tuple, right? Yeah, it's a tuple. Okay, so that's one main thing that you have to remember when you want to create a tuple with a single value. Okay, single element. All right, perfect. So I'll just delete that. Also, let's quickly use this len function on words. What this len function will do, right? It will actually count the number of elements 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think, yeah, 4, 5. Okay, so this will print the number of elements, that's 4. This len will also work in list, right? So it's similar. And also there is a min and max functions in tuple. So let's say numbers. Okay, numbers. Maybe we'll say 1, 5, 3, 9, 8, 2. Okay, so now I want to find out what is the maximum number in this tuple, and also what is the minimum number on in this tuple. So you can simply use this inbuilt functions max. Okay, max of numbers. This will give you the max of number, I mean maximum number in this tuple. So of course here it is 9. Okay, why it is printing 5 is because we are printing length, right? Anyway, max number is 9 in this tuple, and we can also use a min function here on numbers, and min will be 1. Okay, so min is 1 and max is 9. Okay, so similar to that, you can also use sum function. These are all the small useful functions you will sometimes you will need when working with list and tuples and dictionaries, all of that. Okay, so what the sum function will do is this will add up all of these numbers and give you the result. Save and run, and you see 28. You can just count it: 1 plus 5 6, 7 8 9 18, 20 and 28. Okay, so that's about the basic operations in tuple, and in the next one we'll see about the sets. All right, in this video let's talk about sets in Python. A set is an unordered collection of unique items, and sets do not allow duplicate elements. So to create a set, we use curly braces. Just like how you create a dictionary using curly braces, you can also create a set using the curly braces. But the difference is dictionary will contain the key and value pair, but the set will only have the elements or items. Okay, so let's go ahead and create the set. So I'll just sets. Okay, so I will say my set. Okay, my set is equal to, so open the curly braces and I will say 1 comma 2 comma 3. Okay, you can also create a mixed set, I mean mixed data type of set. So with the integer you can also have apple and banana, which is which is a string. Also you can have one boolean. I'm sorry, you cannot write boolean inside a quotation. It should be like true or false. Okay, so this is a set. Now if I print this my set, okay, my set, and let me run it, and you see the false 1 2 3 a banana and apple. You see, as I said, the set is an unordered collection of unique elements. The elements inside here are the unique, but they are not ordered. All right, so as you can see, if I run this again, you will see that previously it gave me false 1 2 3 banana and apple, and after that it is like false 1 2 3 apple and banana. You see the order is being changed, but the actual order is this one, right? 1 2 3 apple banana false. So if I run it again, so it is going to give me random orders. So that's why we call it unordered collection of unique elements. Why it is unique elements? If I put if I put banana again, banana, okay, if I put banana again, so it is going to ignore this banana. Why? Because it is a set. It's the elements inside the set is unique. It's automatically is going to remove the repeated items, okay, or duplicate items. So one use case of set can be, you can have a list with the duplicate items, okay, but if you want to remove all those duplicates from that list, then you can just convert it to the set. Then the set will automatically ignore the duplicate items. Okay, for example, I have like duplicate list is equal to maybe 1 comma 3 comma 5 comma 4 comma 4 comma 6 comma 3 comma 1. Okay, so they are like 1 is repeated, 3 is repeated, 4 is repeated, right? So if I put 1 again, so all these things are repeated. Now imagine this is a whole bunch of long list. I want to remove the remove the duplicate elements and make it unique. Then in this case you can you can just convert it to like I'll say another set is equal to, simply convert it just using this set. Okay, so inside this set you put this duplicate list, you put this list, and now if you print this another set, then you will notice that all those duplicate elements have been removed from this list, and it has made a new set, right? So this this is one use case you will definitely come across in your projects. All right, one more thing, you can also add an element to this my set using my set dot add function. Okay, I will simply say my set dot add. Okay, my set dot add, and I'll say orange. Okay, I will just add one more fruit to this my set. Okay, now if you print my set, you'll notice that there will be orange here. Okay, orange has been added. Also you can remove something. Okay, you can remove this false. You can remove this false. Simply say my set dot remove, my set dot remove, simply say false. Now you okay, let me first sorry. Okay, let me print my set. Just want, okay, not my dict, my set. I just want to verify whether it got removed or not. Okay, you see in the my set there is no false anymore, right? So to remove, we also have another function called discard. Okay, so remove is of course used to remove the item, and again you can use okay, let me print it like this: my set dot discard. So my set dot discard, I want to discard this apple. Okay, discard apple, and print. Okay, print um my set, print my set, and you see here the apple, false has been removed. Okay, false has been removed from here, and you know that is using a remove function, and we discarded apple from this my list. Okay, all right, now you might have noticed remove and discard both worked as deleting an item from the set. But why when should we use remove and when should we use but what is the difference between remove and discard here, right? So the main difference here is that a remove function will actually erase a key error if the element does not exist. Okay, but this discard function will not raise a key error. So that's the main difference. So I'll show you how this remove function will give you the key error. So it was working perfectly because false was there in the my set. Right now I want to try to remove something that does not actually exist. Right, so maybe I will try to I'll try to remove this cherry. Okay, cherry actually does not exist in this my set, right? But still I'm trying to remove it using this remove function. So let me just run it, and you can see here this remove function has raised a key error, cherry. So this is saying that cherry does not exist in the my set. Okay, that's the difference in remove function, and I'll just uh, revert it back to the false, and let's try whether this discard function will raise an error or not. Okay, so I just try to delete this cherry using this discard function this time, and you see it has not raised any error. It just ignored what I was trying to discard, right? So I hope you understood that a remove function will actually raise a key error if the item does not exist, and the discard function does not raise an error. Okay, that's simple. All right, so there are some set operations. Okay, so this can be this is not a basic thing, but sometimes you may need when you're working with some data related works. The set operations are actually union, intersection, and difference. Okay, so what is union and what is intersection and what is difference now? Well, I will first uh, comment out all these print statement, and I'll just clear it out. I just want you to understand what is this union. Okay, so you use union when you have two sets. Okay, so the union of two sets combines all the unique elements from both the sets. Okay, so this also means the duplicates elements are removed, and the result is a set containing elements from both the sets. So if you want to see an example, union, let's say I have set 1 that is equal to 1 comma 2 comma 3. So I also have set 2 that is equal to 3 comma 4 comma 5. Okay, I have two sets, so I want to take out the union of these two sets. Okay, so there are two ways how you can perform union operation here. So first is, I will say union set is equal to set 1 dot union. Okay, set 1 dot union of set 2. So what this will do is it will actually combines all the all the unique elements from both the sets. So what are those all the unique elements from both of these sets? Of course, 1 is unique and 2 is unique, and we have 3. Okay, we have 3 two times in this set 2 also there is 3, right? So it will only take once, and we have 4 and 5. right? So the output will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so if there is a duplicate elements, it is going to ignore. Okay, so if you say print union set, okay, print union set, and it is going to give you a set, new set with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is actually a combination of both of these sets. Okay, so that's what we call union. And instead of using this union, you can also use union operator, that is pipe symbol. Okay, so you can use pipe symbol also. I'll say union set is equal to set1 and pipe symbol set2. Okay, so this is the union operator. Now again you're going to get the same result. Okay, so I hope you understood about the union. Now we also have intersection. Intersection. Okay, intersection in set. So what is intersection? So the intersection of two sets contains only the elements that are common to both the sets. Okay, I repeat, the intersection of two sets contains only the elements that are common to both sets. All right, so this will keep the only overlapping elements. Okay, overlapping elements, that means the common elements, and the result will be new set. Okay, just like what we have seen here, right? So this set is set 1 is a one set, set 2 is one set, and the result is another set, right? So similar thing will also happen here. So again, let's take this same example. Set 1 we have 1, 2, 3. Set 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so can you guess what will be the output of this intersection here? Intersection of these two, set 1 and set 2. You see, as I said, the definition of intersection is the intersection of two sets contains only the elements that are common to both of these sets. Which is common here? Okay, 1 is 1 common, no. 2 common, no. 3 is common here in the set 1. 3 is common in the set 2 as well. Okay, so that's why the output will be 3. Okay, output will be 3. But how to see that? I'll say intersection set. Intersection set is equal to set1 dot intersection. Okay, set1 dot intersection set2. Set1 dot intersection set2. Now if you print the intersection set, if you print the intersection set, this will give you 3 because 3 is common in both of this set. Let's run again. What happened? 3, 4, 5. Oh, I'm sorry. So it should be set 1. Okay, it should be set 1, not set. Okay, I'm sorry. So now you see it's a 3. Okay, 3 is common. So similar to union operator, we also have intersection operator. So the intersection operator is nothing but the ampersand. Okay, so I'll just write here set 1 ampersand set 2. Okay, set 1 ampersand set 2. So this is the intersection operator, and you'll see the same result. Okay, you'll see the same result. All right, so the last one is a difference. Okay, so this can be little bit little bit tricky. Just try to understand difference. Okay, so this is a difference in set. So the difference of two sets contains the elements that are in the first set but not in the second. Okay, the difference of two sets contains the elements that are in the first set but not in the second set. Okay, let's try to take the same example. So to see this difference set, so I will simply say difference set is equal to set1 dot difference. Okay, set1 dot difference of set2. So what this will return is let's say just difference set. So the output of this difference set will be 1, 2. Can you guess why it is 1, 2? You see, the difference of two sets contains the elements that are in the first set. Okay, so the elements that are in the first set but not in the second. Okay, so this will actually see 1 is there, 2 is there, and 3 is overlapping here. Okay, after 3 there is nothing, like there is no elements, like 4 is not there, right? So after 3 there is nothing, so that's why this is going to ignore all of the other elements. Okay, so that's why the remaining stuff will be 1 and 1 comma 2. Just run it and you see 1 comma 2. Okay, so if you don't understand this, before that I will take one more example, and also for the difference also we have one difference operator. So just similar to what we have in the union and intersection. So for the difference we have set 1 minus set 2. Okay, minus is this negative operator, and you will see the same result. Okay, I will take one more example here. Let's say we have two boxes. Okay, so we have two boxes. In one box we have maybe we have two boxes of dolls. Okay, so in one box we have car doll, and we also have ball, car, ball, and let's say doll we have, and also we have robot. Okay, so box 2 will contain the doll, a robot, and train. Okay, so this is one simple example. We have two boxes of toys. In one box we have car, ball, doll, and robot, and in the second box we have doll, robot, and train. Now we want to see the unique to box 1, right? Let's say unique. So unique to box 1. Okay, unique to box 1, that is box 1 minus box 2. Box 1 minus box 2. Now if you print unique to box 1, okay, can you guess what will be the output? In box 1 we have car, ball, doll, and robot, and in box 2 we have doll, robot, train. Now you see doll is there here in the box 1 and doll is there in the box 2. Okay, just ignore that. Now robot is there in the box 1 and a robot is there in the box 2 as well. Okay, now ignore it. Now remaining car and ball we got. Okay, now we have train in the box 2, but that doesn't matter. Okay, because that is inside the box 2. The only thing that matters is box 1, right? So car and ball is the difference. So that's why we will get the output and as car and ball. Okay, so doll and doll cancelled, robot and robot cancelled, car and ball remaining. Okay, now let's run it, and you see car and ball. That is how you use union operators and intersection operators and difference in set. Hope you understood, and if you don't understand this, then you can always contact me. All right, based on what we have learned in the collection data type section, I have an assignment for you. So this file has 4 questions. Okay, so read all these instructions carefully and then try to write the solution for these questions. Okay, so always research on your own, and after you're done trying, then you can look at this solution file. Okay, so I have also given you the solution for all of these assignments. So finish these assignments and compare your solution with the solution that I have given. Okay, so all these codes and files are in the GitHub repo, and the link to the GitHub repo you can find in the description box. All right, in this video let's learn about conditional statements in Python. So conditional statements are used to make decisions in your program. They let your code choose different actions depending on whether a condition is true or false. So it works just like in real life, where we make decisions based on conditions. For example, if you're hungry, eat some food. Otherwise, keep working, right? So in programming also, they let your code decide what actions to take depending on whether the condition is true or false. So it works that way. So the conditional statements are very simple in Python. So it's just a simple English. So let's understand this conditional statements using some examples. So first of all, I will, I'll comment all these print statement. So to write a conditional statements in Python, we use if, elif, and else. Okay. So if, for example, if there is condition, okay, if there is condition, so this is how you write the condition, like this. Okay, in this place you write the condition. and we have a colon here. Okay, so then you do something. Okay, and Elif. So what is this Elif? Elif means it's a combined word of else and if. If condition true, then do something, else do something else, right? So if there is one more condition, then we use elif, else if. Okay, if not this, then check this another condition. So elif, then another condition. Okay, another condition, and do something else, and we have else. Okay, here also we do something. Okay, so this is just a syntax of conditional statements. So Python supports if, elif, and else. All right, I'll just get rid of this, and we'll take some meaningful example. For example, I have a person with the age 18. Okay, I have a person with the age 18. Now I want to decide whether this guy is a minor or adult. Okay, so what you can do is you can check if the age, right, if the age is less than 18. Okay, if the age is less than 18, then he's a minor, right? So you can simply say you are a minor. Okay, so here we are using a if condition, right? So if age is less than 18, we put this colon. Okay, so in other programming like PHP or Java, we use like this, right? In JavaScript also we use like this curly braces, but in Python it is simple. We simply use colon. And one more thing you notice here, there is this, this is a tab space. Okay, this is a tab, it is not a space. Okay, so it's a tab. All right, so this tab means indentation. Okay, so when you add an indentation, this means that this particular code will run only if this condition is true. Okay, if this condition is not true, then this will not run. Okay, so it will go to the next step. Here we will check another else if. Okay, so we can say elif. Okay, so if he is not less than 18, then this condition will not run. It will go to the next line, which is our another condition is equal to, age is equal to 18. So in this case, we can simply say you just became an adult. Okay, you just became an adult because the age is equal to 18, right? So he is actual 18, right? So that means you just became an adult. Now in the else case, okay, in the else case, what is remaining? In the else case, he is an adult, right? Because if this condition fails and if this condition also fails, then the only condition that is left is the person is an adult, right? So that's why we can simply put that in a else block. So I'll say print you are an adult. Okay, you are an adult. Now save it. Now you see the person is 18, right? So let's run it. Let's run this, and you see you just became an adult because the age is equal to 18. Now what if I try to add 25, right? So now you can see you are an adult. Okay, so it is not printing this one, it is not printing this one, it is printing here because this condition is failing because our age is 25 and this is checking if the age is less than 18, right? So this condition is failing, and also it is checking whether age is equal to 18, also it is failing. Then the only option that is left is this one, you are an adult, which is a age 25. All right, so what is this? I'm seeing some print statement. Okay, I will just remove it. All right, so I want to take another example to check a number. Let's say we have a number. We have a number 10, right? Now I want to check if the number is a positive number or a negative number or a zero. Okay, so how we can check if the number Okay, if this number is greater than 0, if this number is greater than 0, then it is positive number. Okay, then it is positive number. Elif. I also, I have another condition to check, that is if the number is less than 0. Okay, if the number is less than 0, then I will simply say negative number. Negative number. And last condition, which is for the last condition, you don't have to specifically write the condition. You can simply write else case. Else means if all of these conditions fails, then it will, it will go to the else block. So in here, the only option that is left is the number is 0. The number is 0. Okay. So now if you just run it, we have a number 10, right? This number is a positive number. Now if I say -1, right, -1, then this is negative number. And if it is 0, right, so if I put 0, the number is of course 0. Okay, the number is 0. So that's how you make the program to decide on one or the other thing, right? So there is one more thing in Python that is called nested if condition. Okay, so nested means a condition inside a condition. Okay, so for example, we want to check whether whether the student is passed or not. Okay, depending on what he scored, right? Now there's one more scenario. If the score is good and if that score is above 90, then it is called grade A or distinction. If that score is above 75, then it is grade B, right? Similarly, if the score is 60 or 50, then it is C, right? So in here, what is happening is we are adding multiple checks or multiple if conditions, conditions inside a condition. So that's what we call nested if conditions. Okay, so let's try that. For example, I have a person with a score 87. Okay, I have a person with the score 87. Now, first thing I want to check is whether this person is passed or not, right? So if the score is greater than or equal to 40, if the score is greater than or equal to 40, then this means this person is passed. Okay, let's say student is passed. Now, else, in the else, I will simply say failed. Okay, he's failed. Okay, now if I run it, if the student is passed, right? Let me student is passed. I'll just simply say passed. Okay, passed or failed. Okay, so now because this is 87, it is just passed. Now I want to also check the grade. Okay, so instead of just saying passed, I will simply remove this and I will add one more condition here. Okay, so what is that condition? If, again if condition, if that score, if the score is greater than or equal to 90. Okay, so what is happening here? We have a score 87, right? If this condition is passed now, okay, this condition is true, then the code will go inside this if condition. Inside this first if condition, we have another if condition. So that condition is actually checking if that score, okay, if that score is greater than or equal to 90, then we are printing. Oh, you see here, I did a mistake. See, always you cannot leave this print statement like this, print or anything. If you want this to be inside a if condition, then you have to indent it properly by pressing the tab. Okay, so I made a mistake of the colon. After colon I have to come down. Okay, so here I will say it's a grade A. Okay, it's a grade A. Okay, now here there's one more check that we can use is Elif. Okay, Elif score is greater than or equal to 75. Okay, what if the score is not greater than or equal to 90 and it is greater than or equal to 75? Now this time the grade will become B. Okay, this will be B. Okay, there is one more check we can add. If the score is greater than or equal to 60, put a colon, and this time the student is grade C. Okay, grade C. Now last else, okay, else let's print grade D. Okay, grade D. Now if this condition also gets failed, then this student is failed. Okay, now let's let's clear it up and let's run it, and you can see grade B, because this is 87 and the code is running this line of code. Okay, so because score is greater than or equal to 75, it is greater than 75, but it is not greater than 90. It's 87, right? So that's why this line is running. If I make it 25, then this student is failed. Okay, so this first condition itself is failing. If you make it 62, then you will see this one will run, grade C. So this is what we call nested conditions. Okay, so because we have multiple conditions inside a conditions, so that's why it is called nested conditions. All right, in this video let's learn about loops in Python. So loops in Python are a way to repeat a block of code multiple times. Instead of writing the same code over and over again, you can use a loop to make your program more efficient and easier to read. So for example, if you want to print the numbers from 1 to 5, you could use a print 1, print 2, print 3, print 4, print 5, right? But printing these values repeatedly for multiple times takes a lot of time, and it's not practical if you want to print 100 or thousands of numbers, right? So that's why we can use loop to run a specific block of codes programmatically or automatically. So Python supports for loop and while loop. In this video, let's understand what is for loop, and we will also see a few examples of for loop and how we can use for loops on numbers, list, dictionaries, and all of that. So first of all, I will first comment these print statements. I just don't want to see all of these in this loops video. All right, I'll just write for loop. So let's take a simple example. Let's say we want to print 1 to 5. Okay, so if you do this manually, what you would do is you can simply write print 1, print 2, and copy paste 5 times, 3, 4, 5. So then what will happen? Python 3 learn Python. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? But what if you have like 1,000 numbers, right? Then this is not at all a practical approach. So that's why to get rid of this manual work, we use for loop, and to print 1 to 5 or 1 to 10 using for loop, we can simply use for number in range. Okay, for number in range 5, and you can simply write number, simply print the number once. So what this range function will do is it will actually generate sequence of numbers. So if you call a range of 5, this will actually print 0 to 0 to 4, which is 5 numbers. Okay, so now if you save this file and run the code, and you see 0 to 4. Okay, now if you want to say 1 to 1 comma 5, then it is going to give you 1 2 3 4. Okay, I'm sorry, it should be 6. Okay, 1 to 6, then it will give you 1 2 3 4 5 6. All right, so that's why we can use a range function to print the numbers. Okay, you can also use for loop on list, dictionaries, tuples, and all that. Okay, So let's say we have a fruits list. Okay, so let's say I have apple, comma, I have orange, and then lemon or something. Okay, now I want to use for loop to print each of these fruit. Okay, so again I will say for fruit in the list name is this, right? Fruits. A fruit in fruits, and you can print fruit. Okay, now don't get confused. Here I'm using fruit, here I'm using fruits, and I'm printing fruit here, right? It's a singular fruit. So this is, this is what we call iterator in for loop. Okay, this can be anything. For I, it can be n, it can be a, it can be f. Okay, if you use f here, or if you use I here, then you will have to call this I. Okay, I represent each of these elements in a list. Okay, so now I'm using for I in fruits. Fruits is a list. Okay, for I in fruits, then I'm printing each of the fruits in the terminal, and I will run it like this. And okay, so this is printing 1 2 5, but this one, you see, apple, orange, and lemon. Okay, so it will actually go through each of these elements and print it one by one. So that's how you use a for loop on a list. Okay, now you can also iterate over a string. Okay, for example, let's say there is this word. Okay, some word we have. So the word is Python. Okay, we have this word Python. Now you want to loop through each of these characters. Okay, so now what you'll do, simply say for char. Okay, so this is, this can be, again, as I said, this can be I, this can be A, this can be B, this can be CH, or anything it can be. Okay, so we usually write, char, because I want to print the character, right? Here I actually was about to write fruit because I'm representing each of these fruit singular, right? So, but still, this can be anything again. Okay, so for char in word, okay, so word is a variable, right? For char in word, then you print char. Okay, so what this will do is this will print each of these characters in this word. Okay, so to separate this, I'm just going to say print dash dash dash. Okay, so let's run it again, and you see here after dash dash dash, just ignore this one. You see Python. Okay, so this is how you run a for loop on strings. Okay, now one more thing I want to show you here is that you can actually use for loop on the dictionary also. Okay, so also you can use on tuple. So tuple is just same as what you have seen in the list, right? So but this tuple creation will be different, that's all. And the remaining thing for I or for tuple in tuples or something, then print tuple. Okay, so that's very simple. You can give it a try. Anyway, I just want to show you what if you have a dictionary and you want to loop through these dictionary keys. Okay, so let's actually copy one of the dictionaries here. I think we have some dictionary, right? This is a set, and where is dictionary? Okay, I have got this my dict. Okay, so okay, so let's say this is a dictionary. Okay, my dict is a dictionary because I have not yet commented this dictionary. Okay, so this will also have the country. Okay, because I'm adding one more key and value pair to this dictionary. If you want that to be printed here, let's print it. Let me just copy one separator and say my dict. Okay, my dict. All right, so now let me see. Okay, I've got this dictionary and I want to actually loop through each of these dictionaries. Okay, so I'll print, and you see There are multiple ways how you can use for loop on the dictionaries. You can say for key in my dict, okay, for key in my dict, and you can print the key. Okay, you can print the key. So what this will do is this will actually only print name, age, city, country. As you know, these are the keys of a dictionary, right? And this is the value of a dictionary. Okay, we are just looping to the key of a dictionary and just save it. And if you run it and you see name, age, city, and country, name, age, city, and country, right? Now, what if you want to loop through the values only? Okay, you don't want the names, you just want to see the values. Ratan, 70, Mumbai, and India. So in that case, what you will do is you can say, I'll just add one separator. So here you'll say for val in my dict, my dict. This time we cannot just say my dict, it should be my dict dot values. Okay, dot values. Values is an inbuilt function that you can run on any dictionaries. Okay, so this will only loop through the values. Okay, now you can say print val. Okay, print val. Now what will happen is if you run it, you see this one was printing key and this one now is printing only the values, Ratan, Mumbai, and India, right? Now what if you want to print both key and values, right? So the same example we have seen in the previous videos, that if you want to print out the key and values together, then if possible you can just recall what we have learned in the previous videos. Anyhow, I'm going to show you for key comma value. Okay, for key comma val or value or anything, or sometimes we can also say for I comma j in dictionary, right? So this is up to you, but since this is a beginning, we are using the proper naming convention. So for key comma value in my dict. Okay, my dict. You remember I told you when you want to run a for loop on each of these items, for example, key and values, we have to use the items. Items is a function. So for key comma value in my dict dot items, then you can print key comma val. Okay, key comma val. Save it, and you see name Ratan, age 70, city Mumbai, country India. Okay, so this is how you use a for loop on dictionaries. Okay, so that's about the simple examples of how you can use for loop. And in the future videos we will also see how to use nested for loops. And one more type of loop that we have is while loop. Okay, we'll see that while loop in the next video. All right, now that we know what is for loop and we have also seen some examples of using for loop, in this video let's learn about while loop. Okay, so while loop executes the code as long as a condition is true. Okay, condition is met. All right, it actually works based on the conditions. Okay, so for example, let me actually comment this thing. I'll say while loop. Okay, so the syntax for while loop is simply use this while keyword and there will be one condition. Okay, so this is the while loop. All right, so now let's take one simple example. Let's say we want to print the count of a number until the count becomes 5. Okay, so let's say we have a count variable that is 1. Okay, so now I want to print the count until the count becomes 5. Okay, so I will say while count is less than or equal to 5. Okay, then what we want to do, we want to print the count. Okay, and then we will say count. For each loop we will increase the count by 1. Okay, so how to do that? Count is equal to count plus 1. Okay, count is equal to count plus 1. So let me explain you this code. So what is happening here is we have a count, count variable, which is 1. Okay. So we are printing the count as long as the count becomes 5. Okay. How this count will become 5? Because for each loop, we are adding 1 to this existing count. Okay. So let's say now the count is 1. Okay. So it comes here while count is less than or equal to 5. Okay. So this condition is true, right? If this condition is true, then it will print the count. Okay. So it will print 1, and after that count is equal to count plus 1, which means the existing count is 1, and to this 1 we are adding 1 again. Okay. So 1 plus 1, 2. Now the count is 2. Okay. Now the count is 2. It is checking whether this 2 is less than or equal to 5. The condition is true again, right? So again it is printing 2, and again it is adding 1 to this 2. That means the count will become 3, and then again it is printing 3 and 4, and then finally it becomes 5, right? So for the 5 it is printing, it will print 5, and then the count will become 6. Okay. So once this count becomes 6, here the condition will become false, because if 6 is less than or equal to 5, the condition is false, right? So that's why this will exit the code. Okay. The code will stop executing once the condition becomes false. Okay. Let's run this. Let's run this code. And you see it is printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So as long as the condition is true, it will run the code. Okay. It will run the code. Once the condition becomes false, then it will exit the code. All right. So I hope you understood about the while loop. Now we can also take one more example for while loop. You can use a while loop for using a flag also. Okay. Let's say we have the flag, let's say, is running. Let's say we have some code running. Okay. Is running is equal to true. As I said, true and false is a boolean value, and programmatically we call it flags. Okay. So we have a flag is running, that is true. Okay. Now I will say while running. Okay. While it is true. Okay. Not running. It is running. Okay. So here I will take one user input. Okay. Here I'll take one user input. That input is type stop. Type stop to end executing. Okay. Type stop to end executing. All right. Now if user input is equal to stop. Okay. If the user types stop, then running, is running will become false. Okay. Is running will become false. If the user doesn't type stop, then it will not, it will keep running. Okay. Let's save this and let's clear it up and just try this code and type stop to end executing. Okay. Now what I'll do is I will not write stop. I will say something else, test, and you see it is again running the loop. It is again, it is again coming inside this while condition. For example, right now you see it is asking me type stop to end executing, right? The program is actually waiting for my, the user's input. Okay. It is paused here. All right. Now if I write Ratan here, so what it will do is it will actually go to the next line and it will see user input. So is it stop? No, right? So if it is no, then the is running state will still be true, correct? It will still be true. Then again the while loop will keep running. Okay, now you see here. Okay, again it is asking me same thing. So if I say stop, then you can see the program has been executed. I mean exited. You understood? So you might have seen this kind of thing, if you have used some command prompts or Linux terminals and all that, you might have seen this kind of prompt, type X to end or type X to continue, all this thing, right? So there also you use this kind of while loops. All right, in this video let's talk about nested for loops in Python. You have learned about for loops before, but a nested for loop is like a loop inside another loop. Don't worry, we will break it down step by step and make it super easy to understand. So what is nested for loop? A nested for loop means having one for loop inside another for loop. I repeat, having one for loop inside another for loop. But why do we need a nested for loop? You see, we use nested for loops when we need to perform a repetitive task within another repetitive task. Okay, when we want to perform a repetitive task inside another repetitive task. Okay, so there are two components in nested for loops. One is outer loop and another one is inner loop. Okay, so let's see these nested for loops in action. So first of all, I will first comment this code, and you see we have a for loop for I in range 3. Okay, so if I print I, so what it will do is it will simply it will simply print 1 2 3. Okay, I think it will print 0 1 2. That's because I'm not giving any starting value, so that's why. So it is starting from 0. So I will say 1 comma 4. Okay, so it will actually print 1 2 3. So 4 will not be covered, it will only print up to 4. Okay, not 4. So it will actually print 1 2 3. Okay, so let me just save it and just run it again, and you see 1 2 3. All right, so this is one very simple for loop. So now if I have one more loop inside this outer loop, then that is called nested for loop. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll simply say for j in range 1 comma 5. Okay, for j in range 1 comma 5. Now you see one very important thing you have to notice here. So you can have any number of for loops. Okay, you can have any number of nested for loops for I in range, for j in range, and we also can have for k in range. So that if you want to use nested for loop again, then you have to put for k in range like this. Okay, so it need not to be range, it can be list, it can be dictionary, it can be string or anything. Okay, so the inner loop should be inside the outer loop. Okay, so we are not going to see 3 4 loops. We will only understand the two loops, okay, for I and j. So I cannot be repeated inside another loop, so this is actually iterator. So this one should be unique. Okay, so if you have already used I, you cannot use I again. Okay, you have to use k, you have to use anything. This test can also work, but that's just that's your wish. All right, so here you see this one is outer loop, this one is outer loop, and this one is inner loop, inner loop. Okay, so the way this nested for loop work is the inner loop finishes all its work before the outer loop moves to the next step. Okay, what I mean by this is, so the responsibility of the inner loop is to loop 4 times. Okay, so the responsibility of inner loop is to loop 4 times. That's because for j in range 1 comma 4, that is you can print j here, and what this will do is it will actually print 1 2 3 4, and after that it will move to the outer loop. Okay, so let's clearly visualize this. So I will say print, I will say I is equal to, okay, I is equal to this I. Okay, I'm printing this one. Okay, I'm printing this one inside a nested, inside the inner loop, and also I'm going to print j is equal to this j here. Okay, now if you save this and let me clear it. if you run this program, what you see here is, you can just notice what is happening here. As I said, the inner loop first finishes all its work before it moves its control to the outer loop. Okay, so the first line of code that is going to be triggered is the outer loop. Okay, now the value of I is 1. Okay, it is starting from 1, right? The value of I is 1, and then that's what it is printing here. Okay, it is I is 1. Okay, and after that the control moves to the inner loop. Now the value of j is 1 in the first loop. Okay, so that's what it is printing here. J is equal to 1. So now I is equal to 1, j is equal to 1. All right, now in the next loop, right? So the next loop it is going to run is the inner loop itself. Okay, not the out. The control will not come here. Okay, the control will still be here because the inner loop first wants to finish its job. Okay, the inner loop's job is to print 1 2 3 4, right? So that's why in the second output you see here, I will still be 1 and the j will become 2. Okay, j will become 2. This j will become 2. Similarly, it wants to print 3, right? So I is still 1 and j is 3. And after that, I is still 1 and j is 4. Now, the moment the j becomes 4, right? So the inner loop's job is done, right? So the inner loop's job is done. And then the control will move to the outer loop here. Now the outer loop I will become 2 because it wants to print I, right? It wants to print, the range is 1 comma 4. 1 comma 4 means 1 2 3. So the I will become 2. All right, so that's what you see here. I is 2. After that, the control again came here, right? The control again came here for j in range 1 comma 5. Again, the inner loops work starts. Okay, so the control will move to the outer loop only when the inner loops work is done. Now the inner loops work is to print 1 2 3 4, right? So that's what you see here. I will still be 2 and j is 1, j is 2, j is 3, j is 4, right? So when it reaches to j is 4, then the control will go to the outer loop. Now in the outer loop, you see I has become 3, right? I has become 3. And again, it goes to the inner loop, and again, the inner loop's work starts. The inner loop's work is to print 1 2 3 4. You see, I will still be 1, I will still be 3, and j will be 1, j will be 2, j will be 3, j will be 4, right? So the inner loop work is done, and I is equal to 3 here. I only wanted to print 1, 1 2 3, right? So the j's work is also done. I mean, the inner loops work is also done, and the outer loops work is also done. Then it will exit the code. Okay, I hope you understood this. Okay, so we will again, we will take one more example. The best example to learn the inner loop is to create the multiplication table. Okay, so we will take that example and try to visualize the multiplication table in our output. Okay, so I will for now I will comment this code, and I will just at the output I want to see should be like this. Okay, 1 multiplied by 1 is equal to 1, and 1 multiplied by 2 is equal to 2. 1 multiplied by 3 is equal to 3. So we want to actually print this multiplication table. Maybe we will print 1 to 5. Okay, 1 to 5 up to 5 into 10 is equal to 50. Okay, so we will try to do that using the nested for loop. So first thing that we want to do is for I in range for I in range 1 comma 6. Okay, 1 comma 6. So this will always be the outer loop will represent the rows. Okay, outer loop will represent the rows, and the inner loop represents column. All right. So let's say for for j in range 1 comma 10. Okay. Maybe let's let's just make it smaller. So let's say again 6. Okay, j will also be 6, and we want to print something like this. I will just add one f string, and I want this format, right? I multiplied by j. Okay, I multiplied by j is equal to 1. I mean 1 will be this is actually the value, right? So we can use like this. I I star j. Okay, I multiplied by j. Okay, so this one should not end here, so this one should end here. Okay, you see this format. So I multiplied by j is equal to I into j. Okay, so let's print it. Let me clear it and let's try again. And you see, okay, so what it is printing? 1 multiplied by 1, 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2, 1 times 3 is 3, 1 times 4 is 4, 1 times 5 is 5, right? So one loop is done. Okay, so this is 1, right? So it is actually printing the multiplication table of 1, right? So after that 2 starts. Now 2 multiplied by 1 is equal to 2. 2 times 2 is 4, 2 times 3 is 6, and you see it is printing 1 2 1 1 1 1 1 and 1 2 3 4 5. Now if you want it to be like 11 and run it, and you see here, right? So inner loop is running 10 times, right? This second one is the inner loop. The inner loop is running 10 times, and the outer loop will still be 1. Once this task is done, then the outer loop starts and inner loop again runs 10 times. Okay, you can also do like this if you want to give a space here. Okay, if you want to give a space or the next line, you can simply use empty print statement. Okay, so this empty print statement should be inside the outer loop, okay, not inside the inner loop. Now if you try and run again, and you see the multiplication table, right? So this is 1 2 3 4 and 5, right? So that's how you use the nested for loops in Python. All right, now that we have learned about loops, it's time to take them to the next level by understanding 3 special keywords: break, continue, and pass. These keywords help us to control how the loop situations. So let's get started. So the first keyword I want to start with is break. So we use break keyword to stop the loop. Okay, so sometimes you might want to stop a loop before it completes all its iteration. Okay, so that's when we use break statement. And most what it will do is it will immediately stop the loop. Okay, so that's how break statement works. So let's take an example. Let's create one for loop for number in range 1 comma 10. Okay, so for number in range 1 comma 9, 1 comma 10 means this for loop is going to run or iterate 9 times. Okay, now we can break this loop when some condition is met. Okay, so you can inside the for loop you can add some condition. Let's say if number is equal to 5. Okay, so if the number is 5, then we want to break this loop. Okay, so we just want to come out of this loop. Okay, so if number is equal to 5, let's break this loop. Okay, so this break is one simple reserved keyword in Python. All right, so if number is equal to 5, then just break this loop. Okay, so this means your code will break this loop and come out of the loop. All right, so let's say just above the break statement, we can simply print this. Let's say the number is, I will make, I'll just add f string and just say number. The number is 5 and stopping the loop. Okay, stopping the loop. And after that, you can print the number here. So the way this loop will work is for number in range 1, 10, and for each iteration, it is going to check if the number is 5 or not. So in the first iteration, the number is 1 and it will not go into, go inside this if condition. It will simply print 1. Similarly, in the next iteration, it will print 2, 3, 4, and after that, once the number becomes 5, it is going to print this one. The number is 5 and stopping the loop. Okay, so this break statement will then breaks the loop and come out of the code. And if you want to, print something here, stopped. Okay, stopped. All right. So let's try to run this code. And you see here, it has printed 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the number is 5 and stopping the loop. This one has, this one is printed. And after that, the break statement just came out of the loop and printed this stop. Okay. So that's how break works. And one more keyword that we have in Python is continue. Okay. So continue means skipping the next iteration. Okay. Sometimes you might want to skip a certain part of the loop, but continue with the next iteration. Okay. Now the continue statement does exactly that. All right. So let's, let's take another example. I will just, I'll comment it and I will simply say, for number in range, let's say 1, 10 again, for number in range 1, 10. Now I want to check if the number is even. Okay, so if the number is even, then I want to skip that even number and print all the odd numbers. Okay, so I will again check if number modulus 2 is equal to 0. Okay, so if number modulus 2 is, the remainder is 0, then this means the number is an even number, right? If it is an even number, then I just want to skip that even number. I just don't want to print that even number. So that's why I will simply say continue. Okay, so after that continue, I will print the number. I'll print the number. So what is happening here? I'm looping through each of these numbers from 1 to 9 and I'm checking if the number is even, then I'm going to continue. Okay, what is continue? I'm going to skip that number. Okay, I'm going to skip that even number and then I'm printing this number. So now in the first iteration, the number is 1. Okay, so if number 1 modulus 2 is equal to 0, no. So that's why this continue will not run on the number 1 and then it will print number 1. And after that, in the next iteration, the number is 2. Now if number 2 modulus 2 is equal to 0, right? So that's why this 2 will be skipped. Okay, 2 will be skipped. Now let's save and let me clear it and run the program. And you can see here 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. Okay, all the odd number has been printed and all of those even numbers has been skipped. Okay, so that's why whenever you want to skip some certain part of the loop, then you can use skip keyword. All right, and then we have pass. So sometimes in the loop you might want to do nothing. Okay, so you want to do nothing just to avoid the errors. Okay, so the pass statement allows you to do that. Okay, so it's like saying I'll handle this part later. So let's take an example and let's try to understand how and when to use pass. Okay, so in the for loop for number in range 1, 10. Okay, again we'll take the same loop. So now let's say this number, this for loop is going to loop 10 times. Okay, 10 or 9 times. I think it is going to print 1 to 9, right? So it is going to loop 9 times. Now, if the number becomes 3, then I will pass this. Okay, so pass means I just don't want to do anything. I just don't want to print the 3 number itself. Okay, so number if number is equal to 3, then I just don't want to do anything. Okay, so it's like I'll do, I'll take care of this part later. Okay, so, and in the else case, I will print the number. Okay, in the else case, I'll print the number. So what it will do is, so in the first iteration, the number is 1. So this condition fails and it will print, it will go to the else case, and it is going to print 1. Similarly, 2 also is going to print. And when the number becomes 3 in the third iteration, the number is 3 and this condition passes. And then what is inside this condition? We are just telling our code to pass. We just don't want to do anything. So it's like if the number is 3, then I will do something later. It's like I'll call someone, I'll send an email. It's like that. All right. So that's why. So it's like telling the code, just don't do anything and go to the next iteration. Okay, so if the number is 3, it is passed, and after that it will go to the number 4, fourth iteration. So that's how you use pass. So break keyword stops the loop completely, and continue skips the current iteration, and then pass, this pass keyword does nothing. You can use it as a placeholder. So that's how you can control your loops using break, continue, and pass. Okay, so these keywords are super useful for handling different situations in your program. All right, based on what we have learned in this section, I have another assignment for you. As always, try these assignments yourself, and if you get stuck, I am also attaching the solution to these assignments in the project files. You can find these assignments in the GitHub repo, and the link to the GitHub repo will be in the description box. And again, if you need more help, feel free to ask me. Now that you know the basics of Python, it's time to dive into one of the most important parts of any programming language, functions. So what is a function? So functions are very important because they let you write your code in such a way that it is organized, reusable, and easy to debug. Okay, what is debug? Debugging is the process of finding errors in your code. Okay, finding problems in your code. So instead of repeating the same logic over and over again, you can simply write your logic once in a function and use it whenever or wherever you need. That's the power of functions. We will understand everything about functions, how does it work, and how it makes your life easier as a developer. So when it comes to functions, you have to remember two things: defining a function and calling a function. Okay, so what is defining a function? Defining a function is nothing but creating a function. Okay, so while creating the function, you create the function with the keyword def. Okay, so def space the function name. The function name can be anything, and calling the function means executing the function. Okay, so you store some function or some code in a function. Okay, so if you want that code to be executed, then you have to call the function. Okay, so we will take examples so that you will understand it clearly. So functions are very important, so please pay extra attention to this video. So first of all, let's define one function. Okay, so you create functions if you want your code to perform some task. Okay, so let's say we have a task to greet someone. Okay, so we create a function like this, define. Okay, so def means define. Okay, you create the function with this def keyword. Okay, so def space greet. So greet is a function name, and you see this parenthesis, right? So you define the function using this parenthesis. Whenever you see this parenthesis with some name, then that is called function. Just know that whenever you see this open and close parenthesis, that is actually a function. All right, so after the parenthesis close, you put the colon, right? So this will be a separator, and once you hit enter, you are inside the function now. Okay, now we have defined a function. That means we have created a function. Now inside this function, we can do anything. We can print something, we can call something, we can we can send email, we can write logic, business logic, and everything goes inside this function. Okay, So sometimes we also call this function a method. Okay, so method and functions, we can use it interchangeably. Okay, so method is also a function, function is also a function. Okay, so it is something like that. All right, now this greet function, what it will do is it will just greet someone. Okay, so we are taking one simple example. So let's print something. Hello, welcome to Python basics course. Okay, welcome to Python basics course. Now this function is only doing this much, and if you run this now, right, just come out of the function. You see one more, I'll just come out of it again, right? So when your cursor is here and if you hit enter, you are still inside the function itself. Okay, if you just come out of this function, you simply write hit backspace and you are now out of the function. Now whatever you write here will not belong to this function. Okay, so remember that. All right, now that we have written this function, now we want to call the function, right? So before calling the function, I just want to show you what happens if you just run the code, and you see nothing is happening, because in order for this function to execute, you have to call this function. Okay, so how to call this function? So calling is very simple. Just write the function name and open close parenthesis. Simple, that's it. Okay, you don't have to do anything else. Just write the function name here. Okay, so now if you run it again and you see this function has triggered, right? If you don't call this function, then this won't run. All right, now that we have learned about defining a function and calling a function and why it is useful, right? But this function was a static function. Okay, there is nothing dynamic is going on here, right? You don't have to always greet someone, right? The function can do anything. It should be able to do like a dynamic task, right? Dynamic things. Now, since this is a static function, we hardly write this kind of functions, because anything that we write in a real life projects, we mostly write the dynamic functions, the functions that can do or that can calculate or that can generate something. Okay, so in this video, let's try to understand how to make the functions dynamic. Okay, so to make the functions dynamic, remember three things: one, parameters; two, arguments; and three, return values. Okay, parameters, arguments, and return values. Okay, I'll properly explain you what are these three things and how to use them and everything. So by the end of this video, you will understand each and everything about the dynamic functions. Okay, so for now, let's comment it out and let's take another example. Let's say we want to add two numbers. Okay, we want to add two numbers. So what we can do is we can create a function now, right? Add function. So this I have just defined this function and we want to add something here, right? So add a and b, right? So for example, I will take the parameters here, a comma b. Okay, a comma b. So this a is the input. Technically we call it parameter. Okay, you can pass any number of parameters, not only two. Right now I have passed only a and b. If you want to pass 10 parameters, you can do that also. Okay, so for simplicity, I'm using a and b here. So this is the input. Now you see we have not defined anything. There is nothing called a and b, right? I'm simply writing a and b blindly, and what I'll do is I will say sum is equal to a plus b. Sum is equal to a plus b, right? So now what I'm doing here, I'm adding a plus b and storing the actual value, like the storing the result inside a variable called sum. Okay, and each function should return something, right? So it makes the calculation and it gives something as a result, right? So that's what we call return. Return what? Return the result. Here, what is the result? Result is nothing but the sum, right? Okay, now you might be wondering what is a and b here and what is it, which number is it going to calculate, right? So this one is parameters and this is the return value, and now we want to pass the arguments. So in order for this function to run, as you know, we need to call the function, right? How to call the function? Simply write add, right? Simply write add and open close parenthesis. Now we want to pass the value while calling the function. Okay, so the value will be 4 comma 5. Okay, 4 comma 5. So now what this will do is, this will actually take this 4 and 5 and replace it with the a and b. Okay, we call it positional arguments. I'll come to that part later, but this a will be replaced with this 4 and this b will be replaced with this 5. Now the value of a is 4, the value of b is 5. Now what this will do, a plus b is sum, right? It will be 9 and it is returning something, right? Okay, so now let's save the file and let's see if we can see something in the terminal, and we can't see anything here. That's because we are not printing anything here, right? So this is returning the sum. Okay, the function is being called here. The value of the function, or the return value of the function, is coming here. The sum is coming here. Now if you want to say result is equal to add 4 comma 5, now whatever this one is calculating will be stored here because it is returning something. Okay, so now let's just print the result, and again run it, and you see 9. Okay, you understand? So now if I change to 10 comma 20, and the function will be same, right? So now you see 30. We're not doing anything here, we are only changing the values. This function is dynamically working, right? So you don't have to write the code for adding 4 and 5 again, adding 10 and 20 again. If you want to add 100 plus 200, you don't have to write the code again and again, only change the arguments. Okay, so here 100 and this is 200, and when you run it you get 300, right? So this is actually a dynamic function. Now one very important thing you have to remember here in this part of code, what is parameter, what is argument, and what is the return value, right? So most people get confused, what is parameter and what is argument. Some people, they call it, this one is parameter, this one is argument, and sometimes it happens for the beginners, like they don't understand what exactly is parameters and what is arguments. So whatever input that you accept while defining a function is called parameter. I should write like this. This is parameter. Okay, these two inputs you are accepting here while defining the function is called parameter. The actual value are called arguments. These 100 and 200 are actual values, right? So these are arguments. Okay, now this is return values. Okay, so after performing some calculation or after building some logic, it has to return something, right? It has to say something like, I've done this task and here's the result, right? So that thing will be done by this return statement. Okay, return is a keyword. All right, so that will then be stored, that can be stored inside any kind of variables, okay, based on the data type that you see here. All right, so that's about the dynamic functions. Okay, now let's quickly take one more example. Let's define a function greet again. Okay, previously we were like greeting one very simple static sentence, right? Hello, welcome to Python basics course. Now let's say we have a dynamic function that is greeting the person by his name, right? For example, hello, good morning Ratan, hello, good morning John, good morning Joe, or something, right? So here the name is dynamic, right? So now we have created a function greet, and this greet is accepting the name, because the task of this greet function is to greet someone by their name, right? So by seeing the task itself, we can know that this function only needs name, right? So this one needed two parameters, a and b, because the role of this function is to add two numbers, right? So that's how you decide whether to take one parameter, two parameter, three parameters, or something like that. This one only needs name. Now I'll say print. Okay, you remember, we have a f string, right? So because we want to add a hello to some name, right? I will say hello, comma, good morning, pass the name. Okay, good morning, pass the name. All right, so now we have created the function, we have defined the function. Now we want to call it. Let's call this function. So just calling the function, what happens if you don't pass the argument? We have taken the parameters, right? So this function is expecting some value. Okay, so that's why it is taking the parameter, right? But what happens if I don't pass anything while calling the function? Let me clear it up and okay, run it. And you see, until this line of code, it ran properly. But you see, we have got the type error. Greet is missing one required positional argument, name. Okay, so it is saying you cannot call this greet function without the required positional argument. Now, what does it mean by required positional argument? What is this required? So this required means this name must be passed in order to run this function. Okay, can we make it optional? Yes. See, by reading this line of error, we see that it is saying it is required. When there is required, there must be some way to make it optional, right? So yes, we can do optional. How to do it optional? If you say name is equal to guest, if you say name is equal to guest, what will happen? Even if you don't pass anything, any arguments to this greet function, it is still going to print the guest here. Good morning, guest. Let's try again. And you see, hello, good morning, guest. Now, what if I pass the name is equal to Ratan? Name is equal to Ratan. So now what it will do? It will just print good morning, Ratan. Okay, good morning, Ratan. The priority goes to this calling the function. Okay, whatever you pass here is the first priority. If you don't pass anything, if you don't pass the name here while calling the function, we already have the default value here. Okay, name guest. So that's how you make the functions dynamic. Okay, so far you have learned enough fundamentals about functions. Now there's two more things you have to remember: the inbuilt functions and user defined functions, or UDFs. UDF means user defined functions. So the inbuilt functions are the functions that are provided by the Python itself. Okay, we have seen so many functions here. Like for example, this print is an inbuilt function, that is provided by Python itself. And also if you go up here and you will see some functions that we have used here, right? So this remove is a function, and discard is an inbuilt function. Okay, so all these things are the inbuilt functions that are provided by Python. Okay, now on the other hand, we also have the UDFs, that is user defined functions. So these functions are the functions that are defined by the users or the developer or the programmer, okay, like us. So this one that we have created here, define greet, right? So this is a function that was created by me. I'm a user, right? So this is a user defined functions. Also this add is a function that was created by me. So it's a user defined functions. In this video, let's try to understand some of the inbuilt functions in Python. Okay, so first of all, we have the print statement, and we have already seen print inbuilt function so many times in this course. So after that, we have len function. So you have already seen the len function also, right? If you want to see the len function again, let's say we have a name Python, and what this len function will do is this will just count the number of characters inside a string, right? So n. So len is nothing but the length. Okay, so we say len of name, and you run the code and you see 6, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so that's the len function. And after that, we also have the type inbuilt function. So I think you have seen this type function also, right? So this type function will actually give you the data type of an object, right? For example, let's say print type of 42. Okay, what will be the type of this 42? So of course it is int, right? So you see this class int, this is nothing but the type of this function. If you want to see 42.5, and you see this is float, right? Now if you cover it with this double quotation or single quotation, this will be now str. Similarly, if you want to pass a list, so it will show you the type as list. Okay, so if you want, you can try that out. All right, so also we have seen the input functions, right? So input is also a function. So I think I'm repeating all these things, but it is not necessary, I guess. Name is equal to input, what's your name? What's your name? Just give one space and print name, right? I'm just practicing this. What's your name? I'll say Ratan, right? It is printing Ratan. So this input is a function. This function was actually provided by the Python itself. Okay, max and min also we have seen. I think let me write max. Yeah, you see this max and min we have seen. So it will actually help you find the largest and smallest value in the collection. All right. Similarly, we also have a function called sum. Okay, sum will add up all the elements in a list. For example, like let me just comment it out. Let's say we have nums is equal to list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5. Now, if you print the sum of this nums, so what it will do is this sum function will add up all these numbers 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 5. Okay, now if you run it and you see 15, right? So the sum function will do exactly that. Okay, so we also have the round function. So what this round function will do is, let's say the value of pi is 3.14159 or something. Now I only want to see 3.14, right? So in that case, what I'll do is I'll simply say round. I'll just round it. Okay, round of pi, comma, how many decimal values you want, right? So I'll just say 2. So this round function will only give me 3.14. Okay, if it is 6, what it will do, it will give me 3.15, because after 4 there is 6, right? It is more than 5. When it is more than 5, 1 point will be added to the previous number. All right, so that's how this works. And you see there are hundreds of built-in functions in Python, so it's impossible for me to show all of them practically. So that's why what I'll do is I have made the list of built-in functions in this file. Okay, you can read through all of these functions. Okay, so these are all the very important but whereas small functions. Okay, but they do help you in your real projects. Okay, so that's why. And one more thing is the user defined functions. So we have already seen the user defined functions also, right? So we have seen this dynamic functions as well as static functions. Okay, so the remaining thing about functions is the lambda functions. Okay, we'll see that lambda functions in a next video. All right, in this video, let's talk about something really cool, lambda functions. Lambda is just a fancy name, don't get confused. But by the end of this video, you'll be writing the lambda functions like a pro. So what are lambda functions? Well, in Python, a lambda function is just a tiny or one line function. It doesn't need a name. That's why we call it anonymous function. It's very useful when you need a quick function to do something, really quick or simple. So the syntax of lambda function is, will go like this. Lambda parameters colon expression. Okay, expression. So this is the syntax of lambda function. Normally when we create a function, we use define, right? Something like this. Here we have used define, right? This is how we create the normal Python functions. Okay, but this one does not need to define anything. Just use the keyword lambda and pass the parameters and then write your logic. Okay, simple. and after that you simply call the functions with the arguments. Okay, and then the lambda function will do its work. Okay, so it's a very quick way when you want to do some quick task. If you don't want the code to be reusable, then you can do one time task using lambda functions. Okay, so let's take an example of how this lambda functions work. Okay, so let's say we want to double a number. Okay, let's say we have a number and we will double it. All right, so let's say double is equal to, so this double is a variable until I write the lambda keyword. Okay, the moment I write the keyword lambda, this double will act as a function. Okay, so the syntax is lambda space parameter. So which parameter I want to accept, and then colon. You see the colon here in the syntax, right? I put the colon, and then we want to double a number, right? So we are we are expecting x, right? So x will be a number, and x into 2, right? X into 2, that means we are doubling a number. So this is the quick function using the lambda keyword. Now you want to call this function, right? So to call the function, you simply say double and pass 5 or 10 or anything. Okay, so this is actually an argument and this one is a parameter. Now let's put this inside a print statement, because I just want to print the doubling of a number. And if I run it and you see 5 into 2, that is 10. Okay, so that's what you are seeing here. Now there's one important question. You see, double is a variable, and how am I able to call this variable, right? So if you want to call something, that should be a function, right? So am I calling a variable? No. So this double is actually acting as a function. Why it is acting as a function is because even though this double is a variable, we are assigning something to this variable, right? And the thing that we are assigning is a function. Okay, so we are assigning a function to a variable, right? Now this variable will work as a function. Okay, so that's why I said this double will be a variable until you write this lambda keyword. When you write this lambda keyword, this variable will become or will act as function. So that's why you are able to pass the argument to this double function. Okay, so now this double is indeed a function. All right, so that's about lambda functions. Now we will do one more task, like let's say let's add two numbers using the lambda function. Okay, so again, why do we use lambda function? Because if we don't want to use this doubling of a number functionality in again and again, then we simply use this lambda function to do it quickly. Okay, so now let's take another example of adding two numbers. Let's say add is equal to, again, lambda. Lambda is a keyword, and the moment you write this lambda keyword, this add will act as function. Okay, so let's say a comma b. Now this a and b are parameters, and you see the same function here in the regular function that we have learned, right? So you see this one. Okay, a and b, these are the parameters, and colon, then we have to write the expression is nothing but the logic. Okay, what is the logic is nothing but a plus b. Okay, we don't have to explicitly return return anything. The lambda function will automatically return the result. All right, so now if you print add of, pass whatever number, right? So like arguments we want to pass, argument is again the actual values. Let me save it and let me run it again, and you see 3 plus 7 is 10. Let's make it 10. 3 plus 10 is 13, right? So that's how you write the lambda functions. Now sometimes you even want to check if a number is even or odd, right? So in that case you can simply say is even. Okay, so right away you can use these lambda functions in your code. Okay, so let's say lambda x is a number. Okay, so if you want to make it num, right, lambda num colon, num modulus 2 is equal to 0, right, is equal to 0, then the number is even. Okay, number is even. There is no if condition, there is no return statement, nothing, right? This is just one line lambda function. Okay, so this is our condition. If this condition is true with this number, and this is going to return true. Now let's print is even. It's even. What we want to pass 4, right? So the number will be 4. It will check the 4 modules 2 is equal to 0. Yes, then it will give you true. Oh wait, it is true. If you say 7, it is false, right? So that's how you use lambda functions to make the quick task in your programs. All right, before I wind up this section, I want to show you one very important inbuilt function in Python, that is map. So what does this map function do? Well, the map function applies a given function to each item of an iterable. Okay, so what is this iterable? It is nothing but the list, tuple, dictionaries, and all of that. Okay, and also it returns the iterator with the results. Okay, so if you don't understand the definition, let's look at this map function practically. So the syntax for map function is like this. Map, it will take a function. It can be a lambda function. Okay, it takes a function and it also takes the iterable. Iterable is nothing but the list. Okay, let's call it list. It can also be a tuple and it can be a dictionary. Okay, so this is actually a syntax of map function. Okay, there can be multiple iterables. All right, so now what can be the use case? So now let's see, you have you have like numbers. Okay, the list of numbers 1 comma 2 comma 3 comma 4 comma 5, right? So now we have these numbers and we want to double all of these numbers and get the list. Okay, so this can be done using a traditional for loop, but it will take many lines of code. Like for example, if you I will run a for loop for I in numbers, and I will say I'll first take one empty result. Okay, the result, and I'll say result dot append and I into 2. Okay, now I will actually print the result. Now I'll print the result, and if you look at this, we got this doubled numbers. Okay, doubled list 2 4 6 8 10. But the problem here, you see, we had to write this many lines of code and all these result dot append functions and so many things are there, right? So in order to get rid of these unwanted code, we can simply use map function with the lambda function. Okay, so let's say I have a numbers, right? I just want to double all these numbers, right? So let's say doubled is equal to, I will use map, and you see the function, right? So the syntax is map of function. What function we have? We will have to write the function here, lambda x colon x into 2, right? So this will actually double the numbers and comma the numbers, right? So this is iterable. So iterable is nothing but the list here, right? We are passing the function and the iterable or the list to the map function, and what this will do is this will actually give you the doubled doubled items, right? So if you want it to be a list, you simply say list of doubled. Okay, save it and run it, and you can see, very simple, only 2 lines of code, but this one 1 2 3 4, right? 50% we were able to reduce the code, right? So that's why we use a map function with lambda. Okay, so if you want to take one more example, we can also convert the strings to uppercase, right? Let's say we have a list fruits is equal to apple, banana, and cherry. Okay, so we have three fruits now. So these are lowercase, right? So I want to make all of these uppercase. So I will simply use uppercase fruits. Uppercase fruits is equal to, we will use the map function, and we have the upper function, right? In str dot upper we have. Okay, so str dot upper is actually a Python's built-in function or Python's built-in method. Okay, so comma, we will pass the list, that is iterables. Okay, so the list is fruits. Now if you print the list uppercase fruits, and you see all these fruits or the names have become uppercase, right? So that's why we use a map function to iterate through all of these elements. Okay, all of these elements in a iterable or in a list. All right, so that's about the map function, and this map function you will most often use in your day-to-day life as a Python developers. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. All right, based on what we have learned in the functions section, I have a assignment for you. So they are like 3 to 4 simple questions. Just make sure to attempt these assignments so that the functions topics will be clear in your mind. All right, and if you get stuck, you can always see the solution file. So I'm also attaching the solution file. In this video, let's talk about file handling in Python. When working with projects or programs, we typically store data into a database, right? But sometimes we need to save information to a file or even read data from a file, right? So that's where file handling comes into play. These files can be either a text file like .txt or .csv files, or binary files like images, audio files, and video files. All right. So all these type of file can be manipulated using Python. Okay. In this video, let's understand everything about file handling. All right. So file handling simply means that you create a file, or you can read a file, or you can even write something into a file, right? So all these type of operations are called file handling. Okay. So it's a very simple concept. You see, if you want to read a book, then what you do, you simply open your book and read something and then close your book, right? Similarly, if you want to write something into your book, you simply go and open your book, write something in your book, and then close your book, right? So that is actually a process that we follow to handle the files. Okay, so we will understand this better using some examples. Okay, so to handle files, we have some syntax. Okay, so the syntax will go like this: file is equal to, so this is to open your file. Okay, so in order to read something in from your file, we first have to open that file, right? So the syntax will go like this: open. So this open is a inbuilt function in Python. This will be file name. So this file can be .txt, .csv, or even mp4 files, audio files, image files, and everything. Okay, so this open method takes the file name and the mode. Okay, so this mode is very important. So when it comes to handling your file, you have to always remember which mode you want to try. Okay, which mode you want to use. Okay, so in Python we have several modes for different operations. Okay, for example, to read a file we have the mode R. Okay, R is for read mode, and we also have W. W is for write mode, and we also have A. A is for append mode. Okay, so if you use R, then you can read your file. If you use W, then you can write something into your file. And if you want, if you use A, then you can append some content inside existing file. Okay, not only these three modes, we also have so many other modes also. We will see practically some of the very important modes in Python. Okay, so anyway, so this is actually a syntax, and I'm going to simply say file handling here, file handling, and this one is syntax. Okay, so this is a syntax. All right, now let's create one file here. Okay, so let's say example.txt. Okay, on the root directory I have created one txt file. Right now this txt file is empty. All right, now what I'll do is I'll simply say this is a text file. This is a text file. Okay, so I'll close it. Okay, so now using Python, we want to read what is inside this example.txt. Okay, so if you manually want to read this file, what you do, you simply go here and open this file and read this file and close this file, right? Simple. So that's what we are going to follow here. Okay, so first we will open the file. File is equal to open, and the file name is example.txt, comma, we want to actually provide a mode. Okay, we just want to read this file, right? So that's why I'm going to write R. Okay, so if you just just close this and open this double quotation, then VS Code is actually giving you, suggesting you some of the modes. There are so many modes. We are not going to cover everything because I don't think everything is needed, right? But in the upcoming lectures, I will show you most important modes that you have to use. Okay, so right now I'm using R. R is to read this file. All right, so once this is done, then what you do is simply write file dot read. Okay, so when you open this file, the content of this txt file will be stored here. Okay, so this is actually a file object. Okay, so this file's object is file. Okay, so now to read the content inside this file object, you have to run dot read method on it. Okay, dot read is a inbuilt function in Python, okay, that you can run on the file object. Okay, now we have the content, and I will simply print this content. Okay, I'll simply print, okay, not context, it is content. Okay, so once you read the file, then you also have to close this file. Okay, file dot close. This close is very important. If you don't close the file, then you will face some issues like memory leaks. Okay, so that's one of the biggest issues or problems that you may face if you don't close the file once you open it. Okay, all right, so let's save this file and let's run this program. All right, you can see this is a text file. Okay, so our code is actually reading the content inside this example.txt. right? Now if you try one more line here, this is another line, save this file, and now if you run it again, and you see our code is actually reading our content. Okay, so that's how you read the file, and in the next one I'll show you how to write the file, and so many other things also we will learn regarding the file handling. Okay, we have few file handling modes that we want to cover in this video. Okay, so we have seen how to use the read mode. Okay, so the next one we can we can see is the write mode. Okay, so the write mode is used to write something into the existing file. Okay, so let's let's try that. So I will just comment it, and I'll say file. Again, the process is same. Open the file, do some operation, and then close that file. Okay, so again we will first open the file, and the file name is example.txt, and now we want to write something inside a file. Okay, so I'll just provide W here. W is for write mode. Okay, so what I want to write here. Okay, so to read the file, we used read function, right? Read function on the file object. Now we have a file object and we want to write something, right? So that's why we have a write function. Write is also a Python's inbuilt function. Now I will write, this is a line written by program. Okay, so this is a line written by program. All right, so now I'm done with the writing something into a file, and then last thing I have to do is I should close the file. Right, very simple. Okay, now if you look at this example.txt, we have like 2 lines of code, right? So now if I run this, I am expecting this line to go here. okay, somewhere in the next line. All right, let's see what happens. Okay, so the looks like the program has executed. Let's open this. Okay, one thing we noticed here is that this write mode just deleted the existing content and added the new content. Okay, so that's how write function works. I got confused. I was I was expecting this line to be on a next line, but that's okay. For that we have another mode, append mode. Okay, so I'm using w mode here. W mode will actually rewrites the whole file. All right, so this is about w mode. This will this overwrites the existing content. All right, so we had some content here, but it just overwritten the existing content. Okay, all right, so this one is for the write mode, and we will see another mode which is append mode. Okay, so I will write mode. This is w, and this one is read mode. R. Okay, so now we have another mode which is the append mode. So this append mode is actually A. Okay, so this append mode will actually add one more line to the existing file. Okay, one like you can append the content using this mode. All right, let's say file is equal to open. First open the file, and then example.txt, and the mode will give is A, and file dot write. Okay, this one will also come with file dot write. Okay, so here I will write this text will be appended. Okay, this text will be appended, and let's let's say file dot close. Okay, let's close the file. Now one thing you have to remember here, like if you do like this, what is going to happen? This text will simply append here. Okay, it will do like this. This text something will come like this. Okay, but if you don't want that, then you can then you can simply give one line here. Okay, let's see what happens if you don't give the extra new line. Let's try the code. Okay, and you see this text will be appended, has appended to this existing content. So that's why I said we need to provide one new line, and that is a backward slash and n. Now if I run it, and you see this is coming here. Okay, this one was appended when we ran the code previously. Okay, so that's how you use the append mode. And we also have X mode. X mode means exclusive creation mode. Okay, so we will see that exclusive mode right now. Let's comment it, and exclusive creation mode. We use X here. So what this will do is this will actually try to create a new file. Okay, so that's why it is exclusively for creating a new file. Okay, if the file already exists, okay, if the file that we are trying to create already exists, then it will raise an error, file exists error. Okay, so we will try that. So for using X mode, we have to use try and except block, because we also want to handle the error, right? So that's why. So let's say try file is equal to open, let's say example.txt. Okay, let's example.txt and X. Now what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to create example.txt, but the problem is example.txt is already exist. It has to give me the error. Okay, now let's say file.write. File.write. So say this will only write, this will only write if the file does not exist. Okay, if the file does not exist. Once I'm done, I'll say file.close. Now to handle the error gracefully, we have to handle this file exist error. Okay, so I'll simply print this file already exists. Okay, file already exists. So again, I'll explain you. I'm using try and except here because I want to catch an error if the file I'm trying to create exists. Okay, why? Because I'm using X mode, exclusive creation mode. Okay, so this X mode is only for creating the new files. Okay, let's try this. I'm expecting error now because example.txt already exists, right? Okay, you see file already exists. Okay, so now if I rename this file example x.txt, then you see there is no error and this new example.txt, I mean example x.txt is created. And after the file has created, it has all, it has also returned this file only, this content. Let's see if that exists or not. Yeah, you see here, this content has been written into this txt file. Okay, so that's how this X mode works. All right, let's move on to the next mode, which is binary mode. So we use binary mode to perform operations on the binary files like image files, audio files, video files, and all of that. Okay, so let's take one example of simple JPG, file. So, and let's see what is inside that file. Okay, so first I will comment this, and our next mode is binary mode. Okay, binary mode. So binary mode, we use a B. Okay, all right, again we'll open a file. File is equal to open, and I want to provide one image file. Okay, so I'll put one image file on the root directory. So I'll just copy this. I'll just paste it. Okay, so I have got this web2machine.jpg. I want to read this file. Okay, so what do I mean by reading this file? I just want to read the binary data which is inside the jpg files. Okay, so if you don't know how does this image file looks like in the background, then you will see now. So this is actually a collection of binary data. Okay, all right, so I'll say web2machine.jpg. Okay, so you can put any image file here on the root directory. All right, okay, so once this is done, I have to now provide the operation mode, which is B, and so I've got this file object, right? So I will say data is equal to file dot read. Okay, so I'm not ready, it is read, file dot read. I'm going to read this file, and whatever data we got by reading the file, I'm storing it inside the data. I will simply print this data here. Okay, I'll simply print this data, and then I will close the file. Okay, don't forget to close the file. Okay, perfect. Now let's see what is inside this web2machine.jpg. Okay, I got the error here. That's because I should have used RB. Okay, it should be RB, not only B. Okay, so this is B for binary mode, but I want to read the binary file. That's why it should be RB. I'm sorry for that. Let's run it again, and you see here it is the binary data. You see. Okay, so this is, all this collection of binary data becomes the image. All right, there are so many binary data inside image, but the terminal shows only this much. Okay, of course it is not readable, but sometimes it is useful. So however, we have the operation mode, which is RB, to read the binary data from a image file, audio file, video file. Okay, let's move on. So next is the T operation. So that T is nothing but text mode. So that mode we have already used. Okay, this one you see here, right? R. So the T, this R means RT. T is a default mode. Okay, if you don't provide anything with this R, then by default RT will come. Okay, so there is no nothing special in here. Okay, so T is the, I will write here, default text mode T. Okay, default text mode. All right, so next we have R plus. So this R plus is for read and write mode. Okay, we have seen read mode and we have seen write mode, but this R plus mode is for reading and writing both. R plus. All right, let's see this R plus in action. I will first open file is equal to open the example.txt. Now I will write R plus. If you just use R, then you will be able to only read the file. If you write R plus, then you will read the file and also you can write something into a file. Okay, so let's see that. I'll say content is equal to file dot read. Okay, so I'm able to read the file now. So whatever content I got, I'll print it here. Context, okay, content. So I'm printing content, and again, okay, so I have read the file and now I also want to write the file before I close that file, right? So I'll write file dot write. So while writing, I will first use the new line. Okay, so adding a new line, I'll write simple. Okay, very simple text line I'm going to write. So just want to see if that works. Okay, so once that is done, I will simply say file dot close. Okay, again, so what's happening here? So I'm just trying to read the file and write the file at once, right? So that's why I'm using R plus. R plus means read and write mode. So here I'm reading the file. Okay, once I'm done with reading the file, I'm also writing the file. Okay, so once I'm done with writing the file, I'm closing that file. Okay, so let's see what is inside this example.txt. Okay, so we have two lines and let's read and write all at once. Okay, so you see this is what we have read from the file. Okay, so because this is here print, right? After printing this, it has written something. Let's see if, yeah, you see here there is this new line, right? So in order to read and write all at once, you use R plus mode. Perfect. So we also have W plus mode. So I'll just comment it out. So similar to this R plus mode, we have W plus mode. So this is for write and read mode. Write and read mode. Okay. So this will actually open the file for both writing and reading. Okay. And this one will become W plus. And you remember when using W, it overwrites the file, right? So that's what is going to happen here when we use the write mode. Okay, it is going to overwrite, it is going to remove everything and put something new. All right, let's try. File is equal to open example, oh I'm sorry, example.txt and W plus. Okay, W plus for write and read. Okay, so when using W plus, we first need to write the file. Oh, not like this, file dot write. This, okay. Let's say this file, or this will overwrite the existing content. Okay, this will overwrite the existing content inside this example.txt. And once you are done with the writing the file, you can also read the file because I'm using W plus. Okay, content is equal to file dot read. Now one catch here, you see when writing the file, the control will be here. Okay, control will be here. For example, if you see, for example, if you're writing something test, your cursor is here, right? Your cursor is here. If you want to read this from the beginning, just imagine you don't have to actually move your cursor, but you have to at least look at the beginning, right? So in programs, when writing the file, the cursor or the focus is at the end of the file. After writing this content, your focus or the program's focus is here. Okay, program focus is here in the example dot txt somewhere here. Okay, you see here. Now to read the file, this focus should be should come here at the beginning of the file, right? So I'll explain again. When writing the file, the program's focus will be at the end of the character here. Okay, now in order to read this file, our focus should be at the beginning of the file. Okay, at the 0th position. Okay, so in Python we have something called seek function. Okay, we will say file dot seek. File dot seek will take the position 0. Okay, from where you want to read. Okay, because I'm going to read the file now. I'm done with writing the file. The cursor is here. Okay, once it writes the file, the cursor will be, this will override the existing content and the cursor will be here, or the control will be here. Imagine this. Okay, so in order to read this file, you want to focus your control to the 0th position. That's why I'm using file dot seek 0th position. Okay, from the beginning, read the file. Okay, next line is reading, right? So that's why. Now I can print content. Now I can print the content. Now let's say file dot close. Okay, so let's clear it. So what will happen if you run this file? Whatever content we have will be removed and new content will come. Okay, new content will come. The content will remove. That's because we are using write mode. Okay, W mode. So when you use W, the content will be replaced. Okay, so also we are reading the file. Okay, let's run it, and you see this will override the existing content. We were able to read it, because the W mode actually worked. You see here, W mode actually worked. All right, now if you guys have doubts regarding this seek, let's comment it out. Okay, so what will happen if you don't use this file dot seek? You will probably not print anything. You see here, blank. That's because your focus is already here. Your focus is here. You're trying to read something after your focus. There is nothing after focus, right? So that's why you're unable to read anything. So that's why you want to first, move your focus to the beginning or the 0th position. Then you will be able to read that file. Okay, so this seek is important. Okay, so last but not the least, we will simply go through this append and read mode. So this W plus actually deleted everything and put the new content, but append will add the new content. Okay, append the new content. Okay, and then you can read it. Okay, for this you will have to say A plus. Okay, A plus. A plus means append and read. All right, so I'll just copy this. Okay, I'll comment this. File is equal to open example.txt, and this one will be A plus. Okay, so I'll say file dot write. Okay, file dot write. I want to write something in the next line. Okay, so I'll write in the next line /n appending new content. Appending new content. All right, so once you're done with the appending the new content, you want to read this content, right? Content is equal to file dot read, file dot read. Now you see same thing is happening here. We are done with writing the file and we are trying to read the file. If you don't use seek, it is not going to read anything. Okay, it's not going to read anything. So that's why you will have to say file dot seek, give that 0 index. Okay, so that your your control will be in the beginning. Okay, so once you're done with the reading, then you can print the content and then file dot close. All right, now let's run the file, run the program. Okay, you see we were able to print both the content and here also it has written. So those were some of the very important file operation modes. In the next one, we will try to improve the way how we write this, because this one we have to open the file, do something and then close the file all over again and again, right? So in Python, we have something called with statements. So we'll see that in the next one. Okay, now that we have seen the traditional method of handling the files, that's by using open and close methods. But in Python, we also have another effective method for handling the files. That's by using the with statement. So with is actually a context manager. It manages the resources effectively, meaning it ensures that the file is closed even if the error occurs in between the execution. Okay. So in previous videos, we have seen the default method of handling the files. So where we had to open the file and close the file explicitly, right? But using with statement, we don't have to explicitly call the close function. With statement will automatically take care of that. It means with statement will actually close the file automatically. Okay. It also prevents the memory leaks and the risk of files being corrupted. All right, let's see this with statement in action. So first of all, I'll comment this. So let's read a file using with statement. Okay, with statement, it is also called as context manager. Okay, context manager. It means it saves the resources. All right, so you see, this is how you use open method to read the file, right? So the same thing will go here, open method. In the open method, we pass the example.txt, which is a file name, and then we also say the mode, which is we want to read the file, right? So it's a read mode. All right, so here instead of assigning this to a variable called file, what we do is we use something called as keyword and say file. Okay, then put colon, and before that you should say with statement. Okay, now this line will become with open the file as file, and then okay, once you put the colon, then it will go inside this with, and then you can say content is equal to file dot read. Okay, as file will work as the variable. Okay, file dot read, and then you just come out, and then you say content. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are actually opening the file with a with statement. Okay, so that we don't have to call the close function again, right? So with statement will automatically close the file. All right, now let's try to run this. Python 3 learn Python. Okay, so you can see the file is being read by this with statement, and if you see this, you see the same content. All right, so if you want to take another example for writing the file, right? So this one was reading the file, and now let's try to write the file. Okay, so with open, okay, with open, which file we want to open? Example.txt, and the mode will be write. Okay, then you say as file, and then you put the colon, and then you write file dot write, let's say hello Python. Okay, hello Python. All right, that's it. You don't have to do anything else. Okay, you don't have to close the file. with will automatically take care of that. For the time being, I will comment this out. And right now we have the old content here, and now we want to write a different thing. Let me clear it up and let's run. And you see nothing is printing here. That's because we are not printing anything. But in the example.txt, you can see the file has been written. Okay. So what happens is when you establish a database connection using the with statement, it will automatically close the connection after execution. Okay. Even if there is any exceptions, like for example, in the with statement, if there is any errors, still it is going to close the connection or it is going to close the file. Okay, so that's why with is very useful. We mainly use with in the to establish connections to open CSV files. Of course, we'll see working with the CSV in the next lectures, but with is very useful in such scenarios. All right, so that's about with statement. It's just a basic, but as we go along, we will also see the different scenarios such as working with the CSV and other stuff. Okay, we have been working with txt files. Now we will start working on CSV files. As a Python developer, you will always be working with the CSV files because, as you know, Python is widely used in data engineering, machine learning, data science, artificial intelligence, right? So all of these needs data. So most of the time your data will be in a CSV format. Okay, so that's why reading and managing, handling the CSV file is very important. All right. So in this one, we will see how we can perform various file operations on these CSV files. Okay. So here I have one data.csv file. So this is one very simple file. Let me open and let me show it to you. Open it with Excel. Okay. You see it has name, email and phone number. Okay. Only two data we have. So let's say I want to read this file. Okay, I want to read this file. There's two ways to read the files. One is using the inbuilt function called read lines, and another one is using the Python's inbuilt module called CSV. Okay, so Python by default gives you the CSV module. So in that CSV module, you will have a lot of utility functions, or you can say inbuilt functions. You can make use of those functions in your project. Okay, so first try to read the CSV file without using the with statement. Okay, with the read lines function. All right, so let's let me write reading CSV file without using with the statement. So I will say file is equal to open the file. Which file it is? It is data.csv. Okay, so you can also create one CSV file. Otherwise, I will attach this data.csv for your convenience. Okay, so data.csv, then the operation that we the mode that we want to perform is read, right? So we'll write r. Okay, so after that we will say content is equal to file dot read lines. Okay, file dot read lines. Okay, it's not just a read, it is read lines because we want to read the rows of a CSV file, right? So that's why it is considered as lines. So that's why file dot read lines. Okay, now we will print the content. We'll print the content and let's say file dot close, right? So using this traditional method, you cannot forget to close the close the file. Okay, let me save it and let's run it, and you see name, email, phone number, and then the data is being printed here. Okay, so that's one thing, and it is actually considered as the plain text. Okay, so this file dot read lines will consider your data as a plain text. Okay, so to format it, you have to use the CSV module. Anyway, we'll see that later, but but first we will try to read this CSV file using the with statement. Okay, it was without using the with statement, it is with using the with statement. Okay, so I'll say with open data.csv. Okay, data.csv, again operation mode we have to pass, and then you say as file. Okay, put a colon, and then you say content is equal to file dot read lines, and then you can simply print the content. Okay, simply print the content. There is no need to explicitly close the close the file. Okay, let me comment this code and I will save it, and let me run it again, and you see we got the output, right? So this is the content that we have in the data.csv, you see here. Okay, all right, now the problem is, you see, it is this read lines is considering the data as a plain text, but we don't use read lines more often. We always use a CSV module of a Python. Okay, so let me comment this out, and you see this is actually being printed as a list, name, email, phone number, and the data. There is no format, right? Now let's try another way of reading the CSV. First thing you have to do is import CSV. This import CSV you can import anywhere. Usually we import the modules in a first line of your Python file. Okay, so this is the best practice. Always try to import the packages or modules on top of your page. Okay, so let me calm down, and all right, so I'll now use with open data.csv. Okay, data.csv, and again it is a read mode. Okay, as file, same thing, it is also same line, and it's also same line. Now I will say content is equal to csv dot reader. Okay, csv dot reader. Why I'm using CSV? Because I have imported this CSV here. Import CSV. It just comes from Python. CSV is a inbuilt module of a Python. Okay, so it just comes from Python. So that's why I'm just importing it using import CSV. Okay, so CSV is here. Okay, importing the modules or package. That means we can access that package in this particular file. Okay, so csv dot reader will pass the file. Okay, so this file is being passed to this reader function. Reader is a default function that comes with CSV module, and now we can say for row in content, we're actually looping through each of the rows. Okay, we are reading each of the rows inside a CSV file. Okay, so as I loop through the rows, I'm printing that row. Okay, I'm printing that row. So what I'm doing here, using the with statement, I'm opening the file as a file, and then I'm using csv dot reader to read this file, and after reading the file, the content will be stored inside the content object, and then we are looping through this each of the lines. Okay, this is one line, two line, third line, fourth line, like that. Okay, so let's run it again. Okay, now you can see here it is printing the content inside the CSV file, right? So one more thing you notice here, so each row is being returned as a list. Okay, each row is being returned as a list, and the elements will be like this: name, email, and phone number. Okay, similarly the data will also be like this. Previously readline function was only treating this content as a plain text, but this one is now properly managed, arranged, right? Now what if you want to write the file, right? What if you want to write the file? Right now we have this one, this data, and now if you want to write the file, I will first prepare a data. Okay, so your data can be inside in a list of list. Okay, so this time I will say first name, last name, and gender. Okay, first name, last name, and gender. And after that the data will go like this: first name is Ratan, comma, last name, Kumar, gender, male. Okay. So I will again put one more data. That's maybe John. I'll say Doe, John Doe, then he's male. Okay, so I've got this data and I want to write this data inside this data.csv. Okay, maybe we'll we'll create new, new data.csv. We don't want to replace this. We'll say with open and say new data.csv, comma, the mode will be write. Let's say as file, and here I will simply say writer is equal to csv dot writer. Okay, so for reading the csv file, it is reader, and for writing it is writer. Okay, so this writer function will take the file, and then we will say write rows. Okay, not write, it is writer. Writer is the object that was created by this csv dot writer. Okay, so this can be anything. You can say content or data or something. Okay, simply say content dot write rows. You pass the data. Okay, where is the data? This data. Okay, this data we want to put inside this write rows. So it will actually take the take every list and put it inside each row. So that's what this write rows do. Okay, so now if you can also print something like this: csv file was saved or written or something. Okay, so let me clear it, and you see this write mode will create the new file called new data.csv if it does not exist. Okay, if it exists, then it will actually replace the data. If it does not exist, it will create the data and create the file and put the data. Okay, let's run it. Python 3 learn python.py, and you see the new data.csv has been created, and you see it csv file was saved, and inside this file, let's see what is there, and you can see here it has created first name, last name, and gender, and the data is also stored. Okay, so that's how you write the csv file. And before I close this video, I just want to take one more example of appending a new line, new line of data for the existing file. Okay, so that is by using the mode A, right? A is for append. Okay, let's quickly do that. Let's say new data, or maybe new entry. I'll say new entry is equal to create a list and say, let's say Joseph. Okay, let's go with this test, Joseph test, and gender again is male. Okay, so we have this new entry, and I want to put this new entry here in the line 4, right? So I will again say with open, the file is new data.csv. You simply have to change the mode to A. Okay, A is for append as file, and you say again for the for appending also we have to say like content is equal to csv dot writer. Okay, put the file inside this writer function, and then you say content dot again write row. Okay, again write row, and put the new entry. All right. Okay, one thing to notice here, we are using write rows here. Okay, and here I'm using a write row. Okay, so previously we had some 2-3 data, right? So that's why I used write rows, but right now I only have one data, right? So there is only one single row, so that's why I'm using a write row. Okay, so that's the difference. All right, now I will say print new entry added. Let's run it. Okay, new entry added, and let's see. Okay, you can see the data has been added. So that's how you can read, write, and append the CSV files using the CSV module of Python. Okay, we have seen how to read the CSV file as a list, right? What I mean by list is like when you read the file, you have seen the output you got is in a list, right? Now, what if you want to read the CSV file as a dictionary, right? So we can also use the CSV module to read the CSV file as a dictionary. Okay, so we'll see that using a simple example. Let me comment all the above code. I don't want this. Okay, perfect. So first of all, I will also clear the terminal, and I'm going to say reading CSV as a dictionary. Okay, as a dictionary. All right. So again, let's already have this data.csv, right? We will read this data.csv as a dictionary. We'll say with open. We'll say data.csv, comma, the mode is read as file. Okay, as file. So I'll say content is equal to a CSV dot dict reader. Okay, CSV dot dict reader. So previously we used reader. So if you use a reader, then the output you will get will be in a form of list. Now, if you use a dict reader, the output will be in a form of dictionary. Okay, so to this dict reader, you simply pass the file, and then you say for row in the content, for row in content, print the row. Okay, print the row and save it, and you can see here name Ratan, email this one, phone number this one. Okay, so the difference is previously it was a list, but now you can see the name, which is the header. Okay, name is the header, email is the header, phone number is the header, and the header is being printed as a key. Okay, the row data is being printed as a value. Okay, so the key and value, key and value. Okay, for all the rows you will get the data as key and value. All right, so similarly you can also write the CSV file with the dictionary. Okay, all right, now I have one data here, name David, and this is one example email and phone number. So similarly I have another data, name Emma and email this example. This is in the form of dictionary now. Okay, this is the dictionary data, and I want to store this data somewhere. I mean, create a new file and put this, store this data. Okay, so I'll say with open, new file I'll create is dict data dot csv. Okay, I'm going to create a new file. So this will actually create a new file by default. We'll use the w mode as file colon, and here you have to use content is equal to csv dot dict writer. Okay, this time dict writer. Okay, we'll pass the file. Okay, we'll pass the file. So here for write operation using this dictionary, we have to also pass something called field names. Okay, field names. What is field names here? So field names are nothing but the header. Okay, so here the field name is, one field name is name. Okay, another field name we have is email. Okay, email, and another one we have is phone number. Okay, so this is the field names, and for the dict writer we have to pass another parameter, that is field names is equal to field names. Okay, so field names is nothing but the header. Now we will start writing. So we'll say content dot write header. Okay, first the header should come. Okay, we are writing this one, this header. So what is the header here? This is the header, right? So content dot write header, So we have already passed this field names here, right, to the dict writer, right? So this field names will act as the header, and this will first print the header, and after that it will print other data. Okay, so it will simply say content dot right rows. Okay, you see we also have right row, right? So we have multiple data, though, that's why we are writing using right rows. So inside this right rows we are passing the actual data. Okay, all right, so now you can come out and print a CSV file with, let's say, CSV file with headers created successfully. Okay, save it and let's run it, and we got the success message, and another file also got created, and you can see here name, email, phone number, and this is the data that we just created. If you want to see that, you can just go here and open with the Excel. Let me zoom in. Okay, so you see here we got the data, right? So that's how you use the CSV module to read and write the dictionaries. When working with Python, you will often encounter different types of errors. In this video, let's have a look at some of the most common errors that you encounter in Python. Okay, so first error that you more often see is the syntax error. Now, what is this syntax error? Well, this syntax error occurs when Python finds invalid syntax in your code. Okay, so for example, if you are writing some print hello world, if you're writing the hello world, and you forgot to close this parenthesis, and if you run this code like this, Python 3 learn Python, you see syntax error. Okay, so it is saying open bracket was never closed. Okay, it has to be closed. All right, so that's a syntax error. In many cases, you will see the syntax error if anything goes wrong with your if condition, if anything goes wrong with your syntax of a for loop, while loop, and all of that. Okay, so that's why you have to always make sure whenever this syntax error pops up, the first thing that you have to see is the which line this this error was occurred. You see here, right? So learn python.py, line number 620. Okay, line number 620, we have the syntax error. Okay, so that's what it is saying here. Okay, so that's a syntax error, and also you will sometimes see the name error also. Okay, so let me write this syntax error, and I will just comment that, and I'll say name error. Okay, so you will also get name error. So name error occurs when you try to use a variable that hasn't been defined. Okay, for example, let's say you're printing something. Okay, print name. Okay, you're printing something. This is a variable. Okay, so I have not put any single bracket, single quotation or double quotation. I'm just printing the name variable, but you see I've never defined this name variable anywhere, right? So if I think there is name, okay, no name here. So I think I have commented out all the previous codes. So I think I am expecting some error now. Okay, so something is stored in the name. That's why it is printing John. Maybe I'll say product. Okay, so product is not defined. So I'm going to print, I'm trying to print the product variable, and you see name error. The name product is not defined. Okay, because I've not stored anything inside this product. Still I'm going to, still I'm trying to print this value, right? So that's why we see name error. Okay, again, when you see this kind of error, the first thing that you have to see is the line number. Okay, so this is the file, right? So this is the folder path, file path, and the line number 624. Okay, it is also printing the preview of your of your code where you have made the mistake. Okay, so name product is not defined, and if you want that to be working, then you have to say product is equal to a shirt. Okay, so then you try again and you see you got the shirt, right? So that's a name error. And also we will get type error. Okay, we get the type error when an operation is performed on an incompatible data type. For example, as you know, you cannot add a integer and a string, right? So in that case you'll get the type error because those both are different data types, right? I'll say num is equal to 5 plus 10. Okay, if you try to do something like this, you see this 5 is integer and this 10 is str, right, string. Now you are trying to add these two things. Okay, so of course we will get of course we will get you don't even have to print it. You can simply write the write the code and run it, and you see type error, unsupported operand types for plus means we are actually adding int and str. Okay, this is not supported. You can only add 5 plus 5 or 5 plus 10 or int plus int, that's all. You can also add int plus float, but you cannot add int and str. So that's when you get this type error. Okay, so you have to remember all these error types, because as a beginner when you work on the projects, you will definitely encounter such errors. All right, now we will also see one more type of error, that is value error. Okay, value error. What is this value error? So this value error occurs when a function receives an argument of the right type but an invalid value. To take an example, let's take an example of a number. Num is equal to let's try to convert hello to integer. Okay, so what we are doing here, we are actually converting this hello string to integer. Is it possible? No, right? So you can convert this 5 to integer, but how can you pass these alphabets into int function, right? That's when you get the value error. Let's try. Okay, you see value error, invalid literal for int with base 10. Okay, so it is saying hello cannot be converted to a integer. All right, okay, perfect. Next, when working with the data types like list, we mostly face this error called index error. Okay, so I will just comment it and say index error. Okay, index error. So this index error occurs when you try to access an invalid index in a list. So if you have this my list is equal to, just give me a second, if there is my list already, yeah, I think all of them are commented. Just want to make sure the my list does not exist. Okay, so I'm creating a new list, and let's say I have a list 1, 2, 3. As you know, index starts from 0, right? So this 1 is at the position, at the 0th position, 2 is at first position, 3 is at second position. Now what if you try to access the position index 4 or index 3? Index 3 doesn't exist because the index here are index 0, 1, 2 are exist. This 0, 1, 2. There is no 3 exist. Okay, so if you want to print my list of my underscore list, my list of 0, then what you get? You get 1, right? So this is at first position. Okay, 0th position. And if you try to access 2, then you get 3. But what if you try to access 3? There is no 3 here. There is no third index here, right? Save it, and you see index error. list index out of range. This means this index that I'm trying to access, it is out of range. That is, it's out of the scope of this list. Okay, so that's when you get the index error. Okay, one more type of error when you work with the dictionaries, you will definitely get this error, that is key error. Okay, as you know, in dictionary we have key and values, right? So let's take one example. And let's say we have a data. Okay, we have a data name colon Ratan. Okay, name colon Ratan, and country India. Okay, all right, we have two keys here, one is name and another is country. Okay, so if you try to print data of name, what you'll get? You'll get Ratan. If you try to print country, you'll get India. Now what if you want to print age? You got key error. Okay, so because this key does not exist, the age key does not exist in this data, in this dictionary, right? So that's why you get the key error. All right, to fix this error, what you can do, if you remember in the dictionary video, I had shown you that if you don't want to see the error, you can simply print some default value or default error. Okay, instead of raising this key error. That's just by writing data.get. Okay, so this time it's not a square bracket, it's a parenthesis, because this data, this get is a function. Okay, so here you try to access the age. Okay, try to access the age, comma, if this age key does not found, you simply say not found or something else. Okay, this can be anything. Now let's try, and you see it is not found. We did not get the we did not get this kind of key error. All right, so that's one of the main error that you may encounter. I'll just write key error. All right, so let me clear it. One more error, error you'll see is the attribute error. Okay, attribute error. So this attribute error occurs when you try to call a method or access an attribute that does not exist. Okay, for example, you have seen this upper method, right? So if you run this upper method on a on a string, the string will be converted to uppercase, right? So we'll see that text is equal to I'll say Ratan. Okay, in a lowercase I'm writing. So I'm going to print text dot upper. Okay, text dot upper. So if you run it and you see the text has been converted to uppercase. Now what if you try to convert 5 to uppercase? Can you do this? This 5 is actually integer, right? Now it is saying 5 dot upper. You're trying to convert 5 to uppercase. Is it possible? Let's try. And you see attribute error. Okay, this is when you get attribute error. Int object has no attribute upper. Okay, you cannot run upper function on integer values. Okay, so that's when you get attribute errors. All right, now let's see one more error. File not found error. File not found error. Okay, so let's say you want to open a file that does not exist. Open. Okay, so file is equal to open. I will say ratan.txt. Okay, this file does not exist in my root directory, so I'm going to use the mode R, and let's see what happens. Okay, you see at line number 647, I'm getting the error file not found. Okay, no such file or directory ratan.txt. Okay, this file does not exist. All right. And one more error, that is indentation error. Okay. So this indentation error also you will see, it is very common error when you miss some indentations. Okay. So as you know, in Python, indentation is very important to organize your code. Okay. So let's say we have a okay, let me just write the name, indentation error. Indentation error. Let's say I have a function, my function. Okay, my function. Now I wanted to print something here. Okay, so this is hello world. This will work properly. This will, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, you see, I made a mistake. I should call this function, right? My function. Okay, this function ran properly and executed this print statement. That's because this print statement is inside the my function. Okay, inside the function. Now what, this thing you see here, there is one there is one indentation here. Indentation is nothing but the tab space. Okay, if you put one tab, then that is called indentation. Now what if you don't put the tab, and then you will see indentation error. Okay, expected an indented block after function definition. Okay, this function is expecting something inside it. Okay, but this one does not have indentation. This means this print statement, actually we are printing it outside the function, but this one expecting this to be inside a function. If you put one tab space, then that will go inside a function. Okay, so that's when you get this indentation error. Okay, so last but not the least, we have something called import error or module not found error. But you see, we have not seen the modules and packages yet. Yes, we tried to import something here like import CSV. This is also a module, but I have a dedicated section on packages and libraries. But still, if you want to see such errors like module not found error or import error, then you can then you can write something, let's say CSV test. Okay, so there is no package, or there no module called CSV test. I'm still trying to import that. You see, I got this error, module not found error. Okay, no module named CSV test. Okay, so that's that is when you get the module not found error. But still, as I said, I will have a dedicated section on libraries and packages. You will see such errors and get more information about those libraries and modules. But for now, these are some of the most common errors that you may get in while working with Python. Welcome back. In this video, we will learn about error handling in Python. Whenever we write the code, there is a possibility that we might encounter some errors, like unexpected input, or some files might be missing if you're working on files, or we might just make mistakes. So error handling is how we gracefully deal with these situations so our program don't get crashed. The core of error handling in Python is try and except block. Think of it like a safety net. So we will take an example of how to handle the errors, and when in what scenarios we get the errors that we may want to handle gracefully. So let's say we are working on dividing two numbers, right? So what we usually do is, let's say we have a number like 10 divided by 2, right? So this is a valid mathematical expression, and let's store it inside the result variable. So if you print this result and run it, let me run it, Python 3, learn Python, and you see we got 5, right? Now what if this number here is 0? Make it 0. And now if you try to run and you see 0 division error, so it is saying division by 0. So in this case, we are trying to actually divide 10 by 0, which is mathematically impossible, right? So this will raise a 0 division error. Now, in order to handle this kind of error, we have to always use try and except block. Okay. Now, why should we handle the error? See, in real life projects, we cannot keep the code that is crashing. Okay, because if this line is crashing, then the next line will not run. Okay, this test will not run because at line number 657 the code is crashing. Then whatever code that you write after the code that has been crashed, then it will not run. Okay, if you want to try that, you can try it. Okay, so at line number 657 the code has been crashed, and then nothing is been printing after the line number 657. Okay, so that's why, so we need to handle such errors gracefully. Okay, so what we do is we should use try like this. When you use try, you always have to use except. Okay, so this is try block. So whatever the code or whatever the logic that you write will go here inside the try block. Okay, so I will say result is equal to 10 by 0. Okay, 10 divided by 0. Okay, so however, this code is going to crash. Okay, now we don't want to get the error because we want the program to be running. Okay, so that's why, so we will write except. Okay, so except what? Zero division error. So how do I know zero division errors? It's just by practice, and also looking at such code, you will you will understand this code is likely going to give this zero division error. Okay, so in the except block we want to print something, so we may say oops, you cannot divide a number by 0. Okay, divide a number by 0, and after this we will just imagine we may have some other code running. Let's say program continues. Even if we get the error here, the program will continue. Okay, so let's save it and let's run it again, and you can see we got the error here. Oops, you cannot divide a number by 0. Okay, so that's because here it is actually getting the error. Now the second line also got executed. Okay, now what if you what if you write 2 here? You can see we did not get this print statement because the code did not go inside the except block, because in the try block only the code was able to execute, right? So that's why the next line of this it has been printed. Now if you want to print the result here, then also you can print it like that. Okay, so that was a very simple example. But what if we want to handle different types of errors differently, right? In this case, we only handled one error, like zero division error. So what if you want to handle the different types of error in a same try except block? So in this case, you can use multiple except blocks. Okay, so let me write it again. Okay, so you will get the more, you'll get more practice. So let's put a try block. So in the try block, what I will do is, instead of taking this 2 or 0, as a static value, I will take it dynamically. So from the user, okay. So I'll say user or user input is equal to int of input. So I am using int because I am actually converting the data type, okay, to int. So input of enter a number, okay. So after that, when the user enters a number, I will say result is equal to 10 divided by the user input. 10 divided by the user input. Okay, now there is two possibilities. One, what if the user enters a string instead of a number? Okay, so in that case, we are likely going to get the value error. Okay, because this one here is actually converting the number to a string. Okay, so what if he write ABC, then ABC string cannot be converted to integer, right? So that's when you get the value error. So that is one case. And now what if the user enters 0 here? Okay, so then we are going to get the 0 division error, like this one. Okay, so in this case we want to handle the two error, multiple errors separately. Okay, so I'll say value error, except value error. I'll print something like that's not a number. Please enter a number. Okay, that's not a number. Please enter a valid number. Okay, so this is one way for handling the value error. And also I want to handle even if the user enters a valid number, but that number is 0, then we also have to handle the 0 division error. So except 0 division error, maybe let's say print can't divide by 0. Okay, can't divide by 0. Okay, now let's try to run this code. Okay, so if the if both of these lines executes properly, let's print the value, I mean result. Okay, so let's run and enter a number. So I will enter a number 2. Okay, so now our code did not go to any of these except block because the number actually is divisible. Okay, so now again we will write test or something. So test is a text, right? So now you see that's not a number. Please enter a valid number. Okay, so what if I don't handle this like this? If you comment this code, save it, run it again write test, and you see we got the value error, invalid literal for int with the base 10. So here here when the string is being converted to int, we cannot write like this, we cannot write the text. Okay, so that's how you handle the value error. Let me uncomment it. Now let's let me clear it. And now the enter a number, let's put 0. Now you see can't divide by 0. Okay, can't divide by 0 because the number is 0, right? So this is how you handle the errors gracefully. Okay, there's one more thing called else block inside a try and except. Okay, so the code inside the else block will only run if no exceptions occur in the try block. Okay, if there is no exception occur here inside the try block, you can add one else block here. So you can you can write some logic there. Okay, so that logic which is inside the else block will execute only if the try block does not encounter any errors. Okay, if it encounters the errors, then it will go to except block. If it does not encounter the error and it successfully gets executed in the try block, then the else block will execute. Okay, so let's try one example. I will comment it and say try. I'll take user age. Okay, so I'll typecast it, input of enter your age. Okay, enter your age. All right, now in the except block, okay, in the except block, there's a chance that instead of the number age, user may enter some string, right? So that's why I'm handling this value error, invalid age, please enter a number. Okay, invalid age, please enter a number. Now what if the user actually enters the correct number? Then we can write a else block. In this else block we can use the logic. Okay, so if age is greater than or equal to 18, then you can print something like you are an adult. Okay, you are an adult. So else we can print you are a minor. Okay, you are a minor. All right, so let's run it again. enter your age. Let's add 20. Okay, now you see you are an adult. Why this code inside the else is running? Because your code did not encounter any error. Okay, so that's why this one is running. And if you try again and say, instead of the age, if you write name, then you see invalid age, please enter a name. And see, this block of code is not being executed. Okay, so that's how you can use else block with the try and except. Okay, now that we have seen error handling in Python, let's move on to the next topic, module in Python. What is modules in Python? Well, a module is just a file that contains Python code. It helps us organize our code into smaller and manageable parts. Instead of writing everything in one huge script, we can break our code into multiple files and reuse them whenever we need it. Okay, so in this video, we'll create a Python module and see them in action. So as I said, module is just a Python file. So first thing, we have to create a file. So let's take an example of a module where we can perform the math operations. Okay, so let's call this module as math operations. Math operations.py. So this math operations is nothing but adding, subtracting, and multiplication and division operations. Okay, so it's a very basic module just to understand how this module works in Python. Okay, so this is one module and we have to perform various math operations. So for example, let's create a function add. Okay, so this function is for adding two numbers or three numbers. Okay, so let's say a comma b. Okay, so define add is a function and we are taking two parameters a and b, and we are returning a plus b. Okay, we are returning a plus b. Okay, so similarly we will add another function, that is subtract. So this subtract will also take a and b. A and b is nothing but two numbers, and this is returning a minus b. Okay, this is returning a minus b. All right, similarly we'll create another function multiply. Okay, so this is also taking a comma b, and it is returning a multiplied by b. Okay, now we have three functions inside one module. Okay, now let's say we want to perform some operations in our other Python file. Okay, for example, in our learn-python.py. We don't always have to write the adding, subtracting, multiplication code in every Python file or in the whole project, right? So what we usually do is we usually import the module. Okay, we have a module called math operations.py, and in order to use whatever function in this math operations.py, we can import this math operation module inside the file where we want to access its functions. Okay, so importing can be done from here, import math operations, but you know what, the best practice is to import on the top of your file. Okay, on top of your Python file. So it is very simple, import math operations. Okay, import math operations. You don't need to specify the extension of this file, just import math operations, because this math operation is actually a module. Okay, this is how you import the module, and the moment you import this math operations, then this means that whatever function is here inside this math operations.py can be accessed inside this learn python.py. Okay, so let's let's take one example. Let's say result, sorry, not return, result is equal to, I will say math operations dot add. Okay, math operations. See, we are accessing this math operations module first, and inside this math operations module we have a function called add. Okay, why I am using open and close bracket is because, as I said in the beginning in the functions lesson, wherever you see this open and close bracket, that means it's a function, okay, or it's a method. So since this is a function, I'm calling this add function. And in order for this add function to work, this function you see is expecting two parameters. Okay, so from here we have to pass the arguments. Arguments are nothing but the actual value that we want to add. Okay, so let's say 5 comma 10. Okay, we are passing 5 comma 10. So what we are doing here, we're actually accessing the math operations module, and in that math operations module we have a function called add. Okay, you see this dot, right? This dot is the way that we access some variables, classes, or functions inside a module. Okay, so math operations and then add. Okay, so that's why we use this dot. Okay, so whatever it is returning here, right? So whatever data or whatever the result it is returning here, because you see, how do I know it is returning something? In the add function, you see it is returning something, right? It is returning the value of a plus b. Okay, whatever number we pass, it is going to add it and it is going to return that. Okay, so returning means calculating something and giving the, giving the result back. So that result will be stored inside this result variable. Correct? So that's what we are doing here. Whatever result it is coming up with will be stored inside a result variable, and now we can print the result. Okay, we can print the result. So Python 3 learn Python, and you see here 15, right? 15 it is printing. So if you pass 25 plus 10, you see it is printing 35, right? Similarly, if you want to access some other functions inside this math operations module, you can do the same just by saying multiply result is equal to, again access the math operations module, and then okay, so you say multiply, then pass the arguments, let's say 20 comma 2. Okay, 20 comma 2. So you can simply say multiply result. Okay, you see 40 here. Okay, so these modules are useful when you want to access such operations, such functions inside multiple Python files. Then it would be very easy for you. Just import the module and use whatever functions it has. So that's how you create and use the Python modules. All right, now that we know what is modules in Python, now let's take it a step further. Let's understand what is package in Python. You see, we have created a module called mathoperations.py. Now, what if we have multiple related modules? Like the mathoperations.py, we want to create a string operations.py. One way is to keep creating the modules one by one. The other way is to create a package. A package is just a folder. It is to organize the related modules in a structured directory. Okay, so a package is just a folder that contains multiple modules. Okay, that contains multiple modules along with a special file called __init__.py. Okay, so I repeat, a package is just a folder that contains multiple modules. Okay, but this folder must contain a file called __init__.py. Okay, so this tells Python that the folder should be treated as a package. Okay, now what will be inside the __init__py, right? So it will actually be empty. Okay, this file should be empty. This file will not contain anything. It's a empty file. All right, now let's say we have a folder named utilities. Okay, or we can call it utils or utilities that we usually use in real life projects. Okay, so inside this utilities folder or package, we have two modules. One can be mathoperations.py, another can be string operations.py. So let's make this folder as a package. Let's create a new folder and let's say utilities. Okay, this is a simple folder. Now you see there is one assignments folder, right? So this is just a simple folder. It's not a package. This utilities is also a simple folder, but if we want this folder to be treated as package, Then what we want to do, we want to create a new file inside this utilities folder called underscore underscore init underscore underscore dot py. Let's create this file. Now you see this is actually a double underscore init double underscore dot py. This file will be empty. Okay, this is to tell Python that this folder is a package, not a normal folder. Okay, let's close this. Simple, right? So this is how you create a package, and inside this package, utilities package, we can have math operations dot py. Okay, let's move this file. Extension Python wants to make a refactoring changes, so this move. Okay, I will actually skip changes because I can just say okay, but I will skip changes. What it is saying is actually we are importing the math operations module just by writing import math operations, right? Because that math operations was inside the root directory, but this learnpython.py now cannot import the math operations because we are moving this math operation module inside a utilities. Now skip changes I will do. Okay, let me show you what I'm doing. I was saying here. See, in the previous video we used import statement for importing the math operations. Okay, why? Because this math operations was in a root directory. Now we have moved this math operations inside a utilities package. That's why this cannot be imported like this. What you have to do, you have to say from utilities package import math operations. You got it? From utilities package we are importing math operations because we have moved this math operations module inside a utilities package. Okay, and now this will work. Okay, you can check if you want. Now we created this package because we wanted to organize, we wanted to create multiple similar packages like string operations dot py. So this is another module now. Okay, so we are putting all similar modules inside a utilities package. Okay, so in this string operations dot py we can perform some actions. Okay, so let's say define to uppercase. Okay, to uppercase, and this will take text. And this is going to return text dot upper. Okay, text dot upper. So what it will do is it will take your text and convert it to the uppercase. Usually in the real life use cases or in the major programs or projects, we don't create such very small functions. Okay, usually we will have to do a lot with the data, and a lot of logics will follow. But for the example purpose, I'm just using this to uppercase method. This will take the text and convert it to the uppercase. So this string operations module will also have two lowercase. Okay, two lowercase, and this function name can be anything. So this is also taking text, and what this will return is text dot lower. All right, now that we have two functions inside the string operations dot py, and we want to now let's say we have one text here. Okay, so the name is equal to, okay, maybe product name is equal to shirt. Okay, product name is shirt. Now we want to convert it to uppercase. Okay, so what we'll do, we know we have a function inside a string operations module. So first thing that we want to do is we want to import this string operations. Okay, so I am actually importing the module from utilities import string operations. Okay, so the importing is done. Next is to use that for you use whatever function that we need from this string operations module. So now our requirement is to convert this product name to uppercase. Okay, so let's say uppercase product name is equal to string operations dot to uppercase. string operations dot to uppercase. And you see this function is taking text, right? Text is nothing but the string, and this one we have string here, right? We'll just pass the product name. Simple. Okay, we'll just pass the product name, and whatever it is returning, whatever this function is returning will be stored inside a variable uppercase. I think there's a typo here, uppercase. Let's print the uppercase product name, run it, and you can see here shirt has been, this shirt has been converted to uppercase. Similarly, you can simply say lowercase product name, and this will be lowercase product name, and let's print lowercase product name. And now you can see this one is a uppercase and lowercase. Okay, so that's how you create and use the packages in Python. Okay, now we know what are modules in Python and what are packages in Python and how to create them. In this video, we'll go through some of the most common built-in modules in Python. First, we'll have a look at the mathematical module called math. So this math module is used to get the square root of a number, or the default value of a pi, and so many other functions will include in this module. Okay, so first thing, to import the module, you have to say import math. Okay, not match, it is math. Since this math is a built-in module in Python, we don't have to import it from anywhere. It simply comes from Python itself. So that's why you simply have to say import math. And you see this import CSV, right? So this CSV is also a built-in module in Python. Okay, so now we will look at this math module, and just save this file. And when we have imported the math module, we will have access to all the functions that are inside this math module. Okay, so let's say print math. Okay, so I'm sorry, why I'm writing match. Okay, math dot square root. Okay, SQRT. So now if you want to take out the square root of 25, okay, so you can just you don't have to write any code to take the square root of 25, right? So Python's math module will have every code to take out the square root of a number. Okay, so let's run it, and you can see 5.0. Okay, so how do I know what are the functions that are covered in this math function? Okay, for that you can simply put your cursor on this math module, and keep your control button pressed. And if you are using Mac, you can keep your command key pressed and simply left click it. Simply click, mouse click it, right? So this will actually take you to the math.py file. So this is actually the built-in module of Python. Okay, built-in math module of Python. So this will have all the functions. Okay, so if you want to see that function, you can simply see, yeah, you see here, right? Define square root, right? So this function is actually giving you the square root of a number. Okay, so that's how you can go to the function definition or module definition, but you don't have to worry a lot about how all these things works. Okay, simply make use of such inbuilt functions from a inbuilt modules. Okay, so this math dot square root is one, and also if you want to access another one, math dot pi. Okay, so this will give you the default value of pi. So when you run this file, you will see the pi value is 3.14159. So that's about a math module. And you can also import a random. So let's import a random. So this random is used to generate the random numbers or random choices, or random strings and all that. So let's import random, and let me comment it. Okay, print random dot randint is a function. So this randint will take the starting value, ending value, and it will also take the step, but I will show you the step later. So this random dot randint function will give you the random number from 1 to 10. Okay, will give you random number from 1 to 10. Each time you run the program, it will give you a different random number. Okay, so let's run it, and you see you are getting 8. Okay, so if you run it again, and okay, it is still getting 8. Let's run it again, and you see 2. And if you run it again, you see 7. Okay, now if you want to make it bigger, let's say 1000. Okay, so again you see 995. So this is useful when you want to generate random numbers in your programs. Okay, also if you say like print random, oh I'm sorry, random dot choice, and let's say we'll put one list of fruits. Let's say apple and banana and orange. Okay, so now what we are doing here, we want to choose any random choice between this fruit. Okay, so let's run it again, and you see at first it has chosen this apple, and if you run it again, it will print another one, right? Banana it is printing again. It is, it is randomly selecting one of the items in the list. Okay, so that's why you use random. Now sometimes we may want to print the current date, time, or time and all that. Okay, so in that case we have a very important module in Python that's called date time. Okay, import date time. Okay, import date time. So while importing this date time, we usually import it like this: from date time import import date time, because this date time is actually a package. Okay, inside this date time package we have a module called date time. All right, so this is a inbuilt package. All right, so let's say if you want to see the current time, let's say maybe now is equal to date time. We have imported date time dot now. Okay, date time dot now is a function, and if you print now, you can see the current date time. You can see here 2025 to 15. So this is the time. Okay, this is the time. Also, there is one more module in Python that is called time. So time is a, the time is not coming from date time module. It is actually a module in Python. So import time. So this time will time we usually use when we want to sleep for few seconds. Okay, so sleep, when I said sleep, it's like if you want to wait for wait for few seconds before your next line of code runs. Okay, so you see we have printed this now, right? Okay, after printing this now, we want to sleep for 3 seconds. Okay, we want to sleep for 3 seconds. Sleep is nothing but waiting 3 seconds. Okay, after sleeping for 3 seconds, we want to execute something else. Let's say done. Okay, now maybe we'll write something, wait for 3 seconds. Okay, wait for 3 seconds and then print something. Okay, so let's run it. Okay, you see, wait for 3 seconds. After waiting for 3 seconds, it will print the next line of code. Okay, so that's why you can use time module in Python. Some other built-in modules in Python are like file handling and OS operations. Okay, so we have something called OS. Okay, OS is nothing but the operating system. So this OS module will interact with the operating system of your computer. All right, so to import OS, you can simply say import import OS. Okay, so this OS module we use to access the file directory and other operating system related settings. Okay, so let's try to use this OS module. So let's say we want to print the current working directory, right? So programmatically, if you want to print the current working directory, you can simply say os dot get cwd. Okay, get cwd. Cwd means a current working directory. It's a function. Okay, so now if you print it, you can see this is my current working directory. Volumes, official courses, Python programming, learn Python. Okay, so until the learn Python folder, I think, yeah, you can see here that see pwd also. If you run, you'll see the same directory here. Okay, so programmatically, if you want in your code, then you can use os.getcwd. Okay, also there is one more thing called sys. Okay, sys is the short for system. So import sys. There are many functions in this each of these modules, but I'm not covering all of them because there are a lot. Okay, so I'm only covering the mostly used functions inside a specific modules. Okay, so this sys we usually use to get the version of something. Okay, maybe version of Python. So print sys dot version. Okay, it is going to give you your Python's version. Clear top. Okay, you can see here I'm using Python 3.13.0. okay, so why I'm using sys.python? In order to print this version, I can simply run python hyphen version. Okay, I'm sorry, Python 3 I should run. Python Python 3 hyphen version. This will give me this version, but sometimes I will need the version of the Python in my program or in my project. Okay, during that time we can use sys.version. Okay, so this is how we access the Python version programmatically. Now data serialization is one thing and storage is also. So data serialization means to convert your data to a JSON serialized format. Okay, so JSON can be imported from I'm not from, it is actually a module of Python. You can simply import it by import JSON. Okay, now let's say we have a data. Okay, let's say we have a data in the form of a dictionary. Name Ratan, age I will say 75. Okay, so now I want to convert this dictionary to a JSON string. If you print the type of this data, you will see it's a dictionary. So it's a dictionary and we want this data in a JSON format. Okay, that's when you use a JSON function, JSON.dumps. Okay, so I'll say JSON string is equal to JSON.dumps. Dumps is a function that will convert your dictionary into a JSON serialized format. Let's say, pass data. Now, if you print the type of JSON string and also print the actual JSON string. Okay, I'm printing both of them. Let's see, and you can see it has been created to a string. I mean converted to a string, and this is the actual value. You may not understand how this is JSON because this is also same and this is also same, right? So it's a dictionary and this is a JSON. Okay, but how do I know it's a JSON, right? So in JSON, one trick I want to tell you. Like JSON will always have double quotation, but dictionary can have single quotation. I will remove this double quotation and put single quotation. Okay. I'll remove this double quotation and put the single quotation. Okay. Now this is this is a dictionary. I am converting this to JSON, and you will see this. It has, it is showing you double quotation itself. Okay, because this is a JSON. Now, if you still want to print this data, you just want to see if this is printing single or double quotation, you can simply print this data. Okay. Okay, you can see here name Ratan. It's actually a dictionary and is coming with the single quotation. Okay, so in dictionary both the single quotation and double quotation both works, but in JSON only double quotation works. Okay, so that's the one main difference. So these are some of the most used built-in modules in Python. So far we have covered the essential fundamentals of Python. Before I conclude this course, let's write some basic Python programs to review everything we have learned and apply it to the real world use cases. So the first program I want to write is to create the to-do list application. And of course, this will be the console based application. So this to-do application will have various functions. So that's why I'm going to create a new file for writing this program. So I'll create a new file and I'll say to-do underscore list.py. Okay, to-do list.py. So on the top of this page, I'm going to say to-do list application. Okay, so we don't have any databases. So that's why I'm going to store the data or the task in the Python list only. Okay, so for that, I'm going to create a task is equal to an empty list. Okay, so I'll be using this list to store the data or to store the task. And also if we want to remove the task, we will remove it from this Python list. Okay, so the way this program will work is I will ask the user to enter the choice to add the task, remove the task, and show the task and exit from the program. Okay, so it will be like enter 1 to add the task, enter 2 to remove the task, and so on. Okay, so for that we need some functions. Okay, for example, we need a function to show the task from this list and to add the new task to this list and remove the task from this list. All right, so first of all, I'm going to create a function to add the task. Add task. Okay, so adding the task will be very easy. I will ask the user to enter the task. Okay, so I'll say input, enter the task. Okay, I'll put a colon and give one space. All right, so whenever the user enters the task, I will say tasks dot append. Okay, you have used this append, right? So this append is used to add or append the task or data into the list. Okay, so I will add task into this task list. Perfect. So now I will print. Once adding is done, I will say inside the f string task, inside a single quotation I will write whatever task he has written, right? For example, go to shop or learn Python or anything will be printed here. The task added successfully. Okay, the task added successfully. All right, so this is one function to add the task, right? Okay, so before I go ahead and write more functions to for showing and removing the task, I will create the function to I will create the main function. Okay, so this main function will run first and give the option to the user. Okay, so in the main function I will say print, I'll say options. Okay, So first I'm going to show the options to the user to select the option, right? So one will be add task, and I'll give two spaces here. Two will be remove the task, again two spaces. Third will be show task, again two spaces I'll give, and then fourth will be exit. Okay, so this is just for the user instructions. Okay, so choice is equal to, I'm going to take the input from the user. Okay, so let's say he want to write 1. For example, he want to add the task, then he will write 1. Okay, so that will be enter your choice. Okay, enter your choice, and when he add any number 1, 2, 3, 4, then it will be stored inside the choice. Okay, now I'll add a if condition. If choice is equal to 1, and I will run the add task function. Okay, 1, if the user has entered the option 1, then I will run the add task function, and this add task function will do all this stuff, right? So this is just to call the add task function. And after that I'll put Elif. So what if the user enters number 2, right? So I'll say choice is equal to number 2. Then I will say remove task. Remove task. Okay, remove task. Just call this. Okay, right now we don't have any function called remove task, right? So that's why we are getting this underline here. So that says that this function remove task does not exist. Okay, and also I will say elif choice is equal to 3. Then I will say show tasks. Show task. Okay, before I go ahead, I will first create these two functions. Define a remove tasks. Okay, remove task. For now, I'm going to simply return. Okay, I just don't want to get any error. So that's why I'm just writing return here. Okay, so this means the function exists and this function is not doing anything. Okay, so I'm just creating the function. Again, I'll say show tasks, and again I will say return. Okay, so and you notice here I'm giving 2 line breaks for each of these functions. Okay, so that's actually a good practice. Always give minimum 2 spaces or 2 line breaks between the functions. All right, so now we are not getting any warning here. Okay, in the in the else case, I want to say, I mean not else, I just want to do something here. What if the user enters 4, right? Choice is equal to 4. Okay, so what if the user enters the choice 4? So if this is the case, I will say exiting to-do list by. Okay, so you see in the else, so after all these if, elif, then I'm going to go to the last block, that is what if he don't enter any of these numbers or choices and enter a different number, then I will simply say invalid choice. Okay, invalid choice, try again. Okay, now a few things to notice here. If the user enters 1, the add task function will run, and the add task is doing all this thing. Okay, taking the task name and putting it inside the task list. Okay, and then printing this message. And if the user chooses 2, then the remove task will run, and if the user chooses 3, the show task will run, and if the user chooses 4, he will get the print saying exiting to-do list by. But this is just a print statement. Okay, this is just a print statement. However, this function is going to exit all the time. I will show you what I mean. Let's try to run this. Okay, we have this main function. We will simply call this main function. Just come out of all the, all these blocks and just run main. Okay. So Python 3 to-do list.py. Okay, so it is asking me options. Choose 1 to add task, 2 to remove, 3 to show task, and 4 to exit. Okay, so I will add 1. Okay, so as soon as I enter 1, it is asking me enter the task, because this function is being called and this function is doing this operations, like taking the task and appending it to the task list. I will say learn Python, and you see task learn Python added successfully. Now the problem here is, as soon as our program has added one task to the list, it is not asking other operations to do, right? So I don't want this to exit automatically. I just want, if you add some task, it should still be asking me with these options, because I will add one or two or three tasks and still I want to show the task, right? So I should be able to write 3. I don't want to run it all the time. Okay, so that's why we need to use the let me you see, even if I say 4, it is going to say exiting to-do list by, right? But this should not be exited like this. It should be exited with the break statement. Okay, let me clear it out. See, I want this to be keep showing me this this options. Okay, so for that reason, what I will do is I will simply say while true. Okay, I will use the while loop here. Okay, while loop. So until and unless I break from this loop, keep asking these questions, or keep showing me this options. Okay, so all these things should go inside this while loop. Select all this and press tab. Okay, so that's why I'm using while loop here. Okay, now if you go and say run your program, and options add task is 1, so I'll say learn Python, and you see learn Python added successfully. Okay, so it is still asking me the questions. If you want to do some, if you want to add some more task, or if you want to remove the task or show the task or exit, right? So see, everything looks attached. So what I'll do is I'll simply say one line break. Okay, I'll exit and run again. Add task, learn Python. Okay, now it looks good. Okay, learn Python and task has been added successfully. And again, if I want to show what are the tasks that are available inside this list. Okay, so we have added something inside this list, right? Task list. Now I want to write 3 and show all the task, right? So if I write 3 here, it is not showing me anything because show task is not doing anything, right? So now we will go ahead and make the show task. So in the show task, what I want to do is I want to first check if there is any task in the task list. Okay, if not task, if there is no task in the task list, I'm going to say print one line break. I'll put no tasks in the list. Okay, no task in the list. Now in the else case, if there is something inside the task list, then what I'll do, I'll simply say I'll put one line break and I'll say here is your to-do list. Here is your to-do list. Okay, and inside the to-do list I will say for task in tasks, I will simply print the task. It'll print the task. Perfect. Now let me clear it and I will just run it. Okay, make sure you're calling this show task here in case if the user enters 3, right? Show task is getting called here. Now let me run it. Okay, I will add the task. I will add maybe learn Python, and again I will add one more time learn React. Okay, so I've added learn Python and learn React. Now I want to show what is inside the whatever task I have added to the list. So this time I will write 3 show task. Okay, so you can see here is your to-do list, learn Python and learn React. Now if I want to add one again, maybe learn Java, and you see Java has been added, and again I want to show, you can see here learn Python, learn React, learn Java. So these are all the 3 tasks I have added. Okay, so to exit from this function, what I want to do, I want to say 4, right? So when I hit 4, the program should exit, but this time it is still running, right? Still running. That is because you see we are using while true, right? So this will be true until and unless we manually interfere and break break this program, right? We want to break it here. When the user enters 4, we will break it out of the program. Okay, so now save it and let me clear. And now if you say 4, you can see exiting to-do list by, and it actually got exited. Okay, so that's about adding and showing the task and exiting from the program. Now one more thing we want to handle is this remove the task from this list. Okay, right now it is empty, and if I have added something to the list and I want to add, I want to remove it from the from the list, then I will press 2. Okay, now to handle this remove task feature, we will ask the user which task to delete. Okay, which task to remove. Now I cannot just say enter the task name you want to remove, right? So I can I can come up with the number or choices. So enter 1 to delete this, enter 2 to delete this, like that. Okay, so we will do something like that. So first I will clear it up, and in the when the user enters 2, we will when the choices 2, remove task function will be called, and in the remove task function I will first want to show the tasks. Okay, show the task. Let me, okay, now I will remove this. Okay, so just want to show you something. 2, I will press 2, and you see no task in the list. Okay, I'll add 1 and go to shop, and one one task has been added, and I will now see the show task, and there is one task here. Now I want to delete the task. Okay, so I want to delete this task. I just cannot say enter the name of the task, right? So that's why what I'll do is I will give him I'll give this a number or a sequence number or an index. Okay, so based on that he can remove it. Why I don't want to ask the user to enter the actual title of the task? It's because the task name or the task title can be very long, and also the same task can exist to multiple times, right? So that's why I don't want to delete a task by the task name or the task title. I just want to delete a task by its number. Okay, so when we are working with the database, we have something called primary key, but we don't have any primary key here. But what we can do is we can play with it using the index. Okay, so first thing what I'm doing here, whenever the user chooses to delete something, okay, delete the task, if I write 2, and first I'm showing him the to-do list. Okay, so with this to-do list, I want to also show him the index number or the sequence number for this task. Okay, So that's why what I will do is I will use a function in Python that's called enumerate. Okay, so what this enumerate function will do is it will allow you to access the index number and the value simultaneously. Okay, so for example, we have a task here, right? So to use the enumerate function, you simply say I, or you can also say index. Okay, so this will be the index of a items inside the list. Okay, so this will be enumerate. Okay, so enumerate tasks like this. Okay, now you can print I comma task. Okay, I comma task, but this enumerate will also take the starting point, but by default it starts, or the index starts from 0. Okay, so now if I end this and run it again, I will add the task test1, add again test2. Okay, so I will write 2 to remove the task, and you see here is your to-do list. Enter 0 to delete the test1, enter 1 to delete the test2. But you know what, entering this index number like this is not a good idea. It is not user friendly. That's why we want to start from 1 2 3. Okay, I want to start from 1 to 1. Okay, so by default enumerate gives the index 0, so that's why it is printing 0 here. Okay, but if you wanted to start from 1, simply say start is equal to 1. Okay, now it will show 1 task 1, I mean test 1, 2 test 2 like this. Okay, I will again terminate and to do list, enter the task, learn Python, and one task has been added, and again I will add another learn React, 2 task has been added, and I will write 2 to remove the task. Before removing the task, it will actually say what to remove, right? So it should ask enter 1 to remove the learn Python, 2 to remove the learn React task. Okay, all right, so I hope that is clear. And now I want to continue with the remove task now. Okay, so before removing the task, I have shown how many or which tasks are there in the list, right? Because of course I want to see the task before I delete them, right? So now I will take a try block and take take the input from the user task number. Okay, so I'll do a type conversion here, integer, because whatever the user is entering, it will be converted to integer. In the input, I'm going to say enter the task number to remove. Enter the task number to remove. Okay, so removed. Okay, I will create a removed task, a variable, and I'll say tasks dot. I will use pop function. Okay, so this pop function will take the index number of a task or index number of a list element. So whatever the user is entering is not the actual index, because we have added 1 here, right? We have added 1 here to start from 1, right? So he's going to enter 1, but the index of this learn Python is 0. So because we are starting from 1, we want to say task num -1. Okay, we will come back to the index 0, or whatever number he enter, we will minus it by 1. Okay, so that will become index, so that this pop function will execute. So this pop function will give you the removed task name or remove the task element, right? So that is going to be stored inside this remove task variable. Okay, so here I'll write f string task which task has been removed, right? So that task I'm printing removed successfully. All right, in the except block, okay, In the except we can get two types of error. One is index error and another one is value error. Okay, why it is index error? It's because you see, if the user enter 10 number 10, but there's only one or two items, right? So that will cause the index error because 10 does not exist. Also, value error is because what if the user enters some string, right? So in that case, it will give the value error. So that's why I'm handling both of these errors. I will simply say, in both of these scenarios, I will say invalid task number. Okay, invalid task number. Perfect. All right. So I will save it and just make sure if everything is good. Okay, adding is working and removing. So we're taking the task number to remove, and I hope you understood this, right? So this is because this pop function expects the index number, but whatever the user is entering is not the index. He is entering the index plus 1, because while showing the task we are starting from 1, not from 0. So that's why we are decreasing this number by 1. So that will become the task number or the index. Okay, then it will be removed. And all right, let's clear it. Okay, so let me run it and we'll test it properly. So enter the choice. I will add 1 and enter the task will be learn Python. Okay, one task has been added, and again I will add another task, learn React. Another task has been added, and again I will add one more task, learn Java, and 3 has been added. And I want to show whatever the task exists right now, so I will simply write 3. Okay, so showing is also properly working. 1 2 3. Okay, so I will again add one more task and I'll say learn JS. Okay, so now I will try to remove something. I will enter 2. So as soon as I hit 2, so it is coming up with all these list which one I want to remove, right? Enter the task number to remove. So 1 2 3 4, I want to remove 2. Let's say I want to remove 2. I'll write 2. Okay, so you can see the task learn React. Okay, this one removed successfully. Now if I show, okay, pressing 3, and I have learn Python, learn Java, and learn JS is remaining. So finally I can just hit 4 to exit from the program. Okay, so this is how you manipulate the list and how you work with the real use cases. Okay, so if you have any doubts, feel free to ask me. Okay, in this video let's create another program. It's a game, a number guessing game. So the way this game will work is it generates a random number between 1 to 100, and you as a user will keep guessing the number until you get it right. And also the program should give the hints, maybe it is too low or too high. Okay, and one more very important thing, if the user enters anything other than a number, it should catch the error and ask again. So it's actually a way of handling the errors. Okay, so that is very important. Now when the user guesses the number correctly, it should display the number of attempts taken. Okay, if you guessed it in first attempt, then it will say you guessed it in the first attempt or third attempt or 10th or 20th. Okay, so it is like that. Let's try to make this game. Okay, so the first thing is the program generates a random number. Okay, so we have the inbuilt module in Python that's called random. Okay, we have to first import that random module. Okay, now we will create a function to guess the number. Okay, so let's create a function. We will name it as number guessing. Maybe you can say number guessing game. So this is a user defined function. You can name it anything. All right, so first, as soon as you run the game, it should it should show you some instruction. Maybe first of all, we will say, we'll welcome the user. Welcome to the number guessing game. Welcome to the number guessing game. And also we will, we'll give one instruction to the user, and I'll say, this is computer saying, right? So computer is saying, I have selected a number. I selected a number between 1 and 100. Try to guess it. Okay, perfect. So now we are done with the printing the welcome and instruction. Okay, now what we'll do is we'll generate a random number. Okay, so we will say this is a secret number. Okay, we'll say secret number is equal to random. Okay, we have imported this random function, right? Random dot rand int. Okay, random dot rand int. So this rand int function will take the starting point, which is 1, and the 100. Okay, so it will give you one random number between 1 and 100. Okay, so that's how you write like this. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to allow the user to keep guessing the right number until the number becomes true. So for that we need while loop, right? We need while loop. While true, okay, while true, we will say try. Now in this try block, we will try to guess the number. Okay. Now if the user enters anything other than the number, we should we should throw him an error, maybe a value error. Okay. So here I'll say guess. Okay. So I'm guessing right now. So the guess will be, we are taking a number. Okay. So it should be converted into integer, right? So input, enter your guess. Okay, enter your guess. We are taking the user input. Let's write it like this. Take user input. Okay, take user input. All right. So we have generated the random number, and we have taken the user input, and we have converted that number, I mean that value, into integer. Okay, if the user tries to enter something other than the number, maybe if he tries to write something, maybe his name, then he should get the value error. All right, so let's say if the guessed number by the user is less than secret number. Okay, less than secret number. You see, if you want, you can print the secret number like this. If okay, so secret number, it will actually show you the secret number. We can simply say like this. I don't see any point in printing the secret number, but still, like if you're debugging, then you can simply check your code. Okay, so if the guess is less than secret number, then we want to give him the give him the hint, right? So that will be too low, try again. Okay, too low, try again. Now again, we will put another if condition, which will be Elif guess is greater than secret number, then we will print another hint, which is maybe we'll say hint. Okay, so this will also be hint. Too high. Okay, too high, try again. Okay, so in the else case, print, maybe we will say congratulations, you guessed the number, you guessed the right number in 0 or 1 attempt. Now let me talk more about that attempts also. So once the user has guessed the right number, then our program should break from there. Okay, so he should just come out of the program. Okay, so maybe we'll say exit the loop. when the correct number is guessed. Perfect. So you see something here, right? So I have written 1 here. So this should be dynamic. So this is actually a number of guesses the user took. Okay. So how to make it dynamic? So anytime he tries to guess a number, that will be considered as one attempt. Okay. So if he keep on guessing, that means we will keep on increasing the attempts. Okay. So initially the attempt will be 0. Okay. Initially the attempts will be 0. Okay. Now this attempt will become 1, or this attempt will increase when the user guesses some number. Okay. So if he put something here, if he put 1 number or 2 number, so that will be considered as an attempt, right? So that means we will say attempts is equal to attempts plus 1. So what this is doing here is, currently the attempt is 0 for the first time, and once he guesses some number, so it will be 0 plus 1, and the 0 plus 1 will be stored inside the attempts. Now this time in the next loop, this attempts will become 1. Okay, this is 0 plus 1, right? So that is 1, and then 1 will be stored in the attempts. So now the attempt is 1. Okay. Now next time he tries to enter another number, currently attempt 1 is already there, so it will be 1 plus 1, which is 2. Okay, 2 will be stored. So similarly, when he tries to attempt for the third time, existing attempts are 2 plus third time it is 1 more. We will add 1 more, and the attempts will be 3. Okay, so this will be, instead of saying 1, we will say attempts. Okay, so this is dynamic now. Okay, one more quick tip I want to give you. Instead of writing like this, attempts equal to attempts plus 1, you can make it shorter by saying attempts plus equals 1. Okay, attempts plus equals 1. So this attempts plus equals 1 means attempts is equal to attempts plus 1. Okay, we usually write like this. Perfect. Okay, so try block is done. Now except block. Okay, except block. In the except, we will handle the value error. Why we are handling the value error is because you see this input function returns the string. Okay, so this means when our program asks enter your guess, the user can also write ABCD, right? So that should not happen. Okay, so it should be a number. So that's why we are we are converting it to integer, right? But if somehow user tries to enter ABCD, then that will be value error. Okay, in that case we will we will raise the error, which is invalid input. Okay, invalid input, please enter a number, please enter a number. Perfect. So this is our game, and we want to run this game, right? So how to run the game? Run the game. So how to run the game? It is just by just by calling the function. So what is our function name? It is number guessing game. It's a function. Just put the parenthesis, done. Now this should be running. Let's say Python 3. What is our file name? It is num underscore guessing underscore game dot py. Okay, so I'll simply run this game, and okay, so it is saying welcome to the number guessing game. Computer is saying I have selected a number between 1 and 100, try to guess it. So this is okay, this is actually a secret number, this should not be printed like this, but anyway, I just wanted to see what is the number, right? So let's enter maybe the correct number is 73, but I'll say 50, and the hint, it is saying too low, try again. I will again say 60, okay, too low, and 80, okay, it is too high. You see, I have guessed three times, right? 1, 2, 3 times. Okay, let me try to guess the correct number, 73. Okay, perfect. And you can see four times I guessed, and congratulations, you guessed the right number in 4 attempts, right? So this is how you can make such logics. Okay, now I have a challenge for you. Let's put a limit to attempts. Okay, so this means the user can only attempt 3 times or 5 times. Okay, whatever it is. What I want you to do is modify this code in such a way that if the user guesses more than 5 times, the game should give the error. Maybe that says you have used all the maximum attempts. The correct number was 73 or something else. Okay, so this is your challenge. Maybe consider this as your assignment. Okay, so the solution to this assignment will be in the next lesson, but try to do it yourself. Okay, so if you need help, you can see the next lesson. Okay, thank you. Welcome back. In this section, I'll show you how to use AI tools to build your logic for solving the coding problems. So instead of just asking the AI to write the code for you, I'll show you how to use it as a learning tool to improve your problem solving skills. Okay. So when it comes to AI tools, you can use ChatGPT. You can also use Gemini. There's this another tool called Find. So this is the search engine for the programmers. And also you can use Grok. Okay. So one more thing you can use is GitHub Copilot. You can also install it in your code editor and it will just help you write the better code real time. Okay, so these are all some of the tools that you can use when you build your projects or when you're learning Python programming. So we all know these AI tools can generate the code for you. Okay, but at this point, as a learner, I don't want you to generate the code automatically using any AI tools. Instead, I want you to understand the logic behind whatever the code you want to write. Okay, so for example, instead of asking ChatGPT to generate the code for you, like write a program to check if the string is a palindrome or not. Okay, so this will actually give you the code itself. But what I want you to do is, I want you to ask like this: explain me the logic to check if a string is palindrome or not. Palindrome or not. Okay. So as you can see, the response, a palindrome is a string that reads the same forward and backward. So for example, madam and this race car and 1 to 1. Okay. So whether you read from the forward to backward or backward to forward. So the word will be same. So that is called palindrome. Okay. So now you understood what is palindrome and the logic to check if a string is a palindrome or not. Then here are 2 steps. First, you have to reverse the string and then you compare original and reversed strings. Okay, so sometimes it will give you the code, sometimes it will not give you the code, but when you understand the logic, then you can just go to your code editor and try to write the program yourself. Okay, but sometimes what happens is when you use AI tools, different AI tools will give you different solutions. Okay, so for example, you see sometimes it is using regular expression and all that. So if you don't understand whatever the solution the chat gpt or any AI tool is giving you, then you can simply ask the AI tool something like this: can you please tell me a simple way to find out whether the string is a palindrome or not. So the simplest way to check if a string is palindrome or not, just by comparing it with the reverse. Okay, just colon colon -1. -1 is for the reverse order. Okay, so this will actually give you the output true or not. So you can use this method to understand any problems. So for example, if you want to write a program to find the factorial of a number, then you can simply ask it, explain step by step how to find the factorial of a number. Okay, so this will actually explain you along with giving you the code. Okay, so what is, sometimes if you don't know what is the factorial of a number or what is the prime number and all that, then you can ask ChatGPT first, understand what exactly it is, and after that you just try to code. All right. So you can see factorial of a number is the product of all positive integers from 1 to any number. N can be any number. Okay. So all these approaches you can use. Okay, so there are, iterative method using loops, then you can use a recursive method, and also you can ask ChatGPT which one is the best approach. Okay, so if you follow this approach, then you can definitely enhance your problem solving skills. In the next video, I'll show you how you can find the error in your code and how you can efficiently debug your code. We all make mistakes when writing the code. Instead of spending hours figuring out the errors, let's see how AI tools can help us debug the code quickly. Okay, so let's say if you are encountering any error in your program, maybe a syntax error. Okay, let me copy one small piece of code here and paste it. So this is just one function, and this function is printing hello with the name. Okay, so let's say this is your code and you're unable to figure out what exactly the error you're getting. Okay, so you can just paste this code in the prompt and you can ask the chat GPT to fix this error. Okay, so you can simply say, please fix the error in the above code. You can also copy and paste the error in this prompt. That will also work. Okay, so now you can see there is a syntax error in your code. The function definition is missing the colon here, right? So you can see here it has pointed out that your code has some error. Okay, so this was about one of the very common errors, syntax error. Now what if you have any problem in your logic? Okay, so now I'm going to copy and paste one more piece of code. So this function is actually calculating the sum of numbers, right? So what it is doing, it is actually taking a total variable and it is looping through the numbers. So the logic says total plus num. Okay, but there is one problem here because this function will not properly calculate the sum of numbers. So let's find out. I will give a prompt like this. I wrote a Python function to sum a list, but it's not working. Above is the code. Above is the code, you can say, or here is the code or something like that. Okay, so let's see what it gives. Okay, there is a small mistake in your code and it is saying the error is here. Okay, total plus sum. This does nothing. It should be plus equals num. Okay, so in the previous section also I have shown you what is this plus and equal, right? So this means total is equal to total plus number. It should be like this. Okay, this is the correct addition. But if you don't use this equal sign, then your logic is not going to do anything. Okay, so that's how you can debug the logical error in your code. When learning, we always have to avoid copying the code from AI tools. But sometimes we want to save some time. That's why it is a good idea to copy the code instead of writing it manually. So some of the instances where you might have to generate the code instead of writing it manually can be to generate the test data. So for example, if you're practicing a dictionary example, then you might need some demo data, right? So let's say you want 10 user data in dictionary. Then instead of writing that demo data manually, then you can simply ask ChatGPT to generate the demo data of 10 users in a dictionary. Okay, generate demo data of 10 users in a dictionary. So this will actually give you the 10 demo data. Okay, so you can use this in your code. Just copy it and put it in your code. Okay, and also if you're working on HTML or something, then you can also generate the boilerplate. Okay, you can simply say like this: generate the boilerplate for HTML. This will give you the HTML boilerplate for you. Okay, So this is some of the ways you can save some time using AI tools. Okay. So of course, if saving time is the only goal, then you can ask ChatGPT to generate the whole project for you. But that's not the thing right now because you're learning, right? So after you're done with learning phase, then definitely you can go and ask the AI tools to generate any code. Okay. So these are some of the tips that you might have to keep in mind in terms of learning and practicing the Python programming. Okay, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. And this will be the last lesson in this course. I'll see you in the outro. Congratulations on completing this course. So you have now got a solid foundation in Python. And more importantly, you know how to use AI tools to speed up your learning and coding, right? So, but remember, learning doesn't stop here. So what's next? If you want to build real world web applications in Python, the next step is to learn the framework. Okay, so Django is one of the most popular web frameworks in Python. And guess what? I've got some super amazing Django courses where I teach you how to build real world projects from scratch. So if you're serious about becoming a software developer, come join me in my Django courses and start building awesome web applications. Once again, huge congrats, keep coding, keep learning, and I'll see you in the next course.